theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out from's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone into pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, welcome. It is Julie B, and I am here to dive into season 4, episode 5 of From. What a long, strange trip it's been, and that really was the perfect title for that episode. A long, strange trip it was indeed. I thought it was the best episode of the season, so I am really psyched to break it down. Karl will be joining in a little bit, as for Scarlett, I just want to say, unfortunately, she won't be with us going forward. It's, it just, I'm not going to get into details about it. There were some personal differences that happened, unfortunately, and this is just something we decided was best for both of us. That we just pursue our own endeavors, and I wish her the best in hers. I wish her only the best. And I know she's going to keep on streaming like crazy, as always, and I will too, she's doing her thing. And so, anyway, I've been kind of inactive on the channel lately, to be honest. You may have noticed I didn't do a second live stream last week as planned. And I didn't even get my episode 4 breakdown video done, which is unusual for me. I've never been this late in getting an episode breakdown done. We're already on episode 5, and I haven't finished my script for episode 4. I've just been kind of sidelined by a lot going on in life lately, and my pain level, and just making it very difficult to focus on channel work and get motivation to do it. And it's hard, but I hear that we have unfortunately for the fans, but kind of fortunately for me, to be honest, we have a week off this week from new episodes. I'm hearing that we're not getting a new episode on Saturday night. They're taking a week off, a mid-season break for 1 week, which honestly, that's a blessing for me right now because I'm overwhelmed trying to catch up. I really need the time. So right now I'm going to be finishing my episode 4 script and recording that video for that deep dive. And then I will get right on my episode 5 deep dive work and get that video prepped and made as soon as I can. Hopefully I'll have both. I'm hoping I can get both of them done within the next week, and then next week maybe make a theory video. I'd like to make a theory video because the latest episode definitely warrants some theory crafting. Episode 5, I think it's great that they chose to do a break now of all times, because not just because it's the mid-season, but there's a lot to theorize about coming out of episode 5. We got a lot of answers, but if you're really paying attention, there's a lot to theory craft about in addition to the answers. We got answers, but we also got, fodder for more questions and more theory crafting. And so, pieces are starting to come together. Pieces are starting to, to fit. So I'm psyched to just have a little more time to make more videos and catch up, because I'm kicking myself for how long it's taken me to get this content out. I'm a mess lately. I really am. And I need to get back on track, and now I'll have a little more time to do that. And Karl is here. There's this weird StreamYard glitch that forces him to pick a new avatar every time he joins a stream. It doesn't save his avatar for him, so then he has to pick a different one. It's really weird. So every stream he picks something else. It looks like that's a sunset we just watched on a beautiful lake, which is near where we live. Gorgeous sunset. There's been some beautiful weather here. Last week anyway. This week has been kind of crappy, but last week was nice, which is good. It was my birthday week, so we got some nice weather outside, and I enjoyed that. And culminated in a bunch of thunderstorms and a tornado warning the other night. That was not fun. But anyway, let's say hi to the chat. I am determined not to get too far behind the chat this time, and what usually happens is it starts when I babble on for too long before I start saying hi to the chat. So let me start saying hi to the chat now, so I don't get half an hour behind you guys. Hey there, Bill Chill, nice to see you. Hey David, I'm here for the support. No one deep dives like us, and Julie P is the light shining, bringing us together. Well, what a sweet message. Thank you so much, David. That was absolutely lovely. Thank you for saying that. Wow, you guys are the best. Love it. Wow. Yeah, that's just beautiful. Hey, MG, nice to see you. 40-second. No, wait, no, checks notes. Some of the earlier chat messages got cut off. I don't know why. So the first one I saw was Bill Chill. Anything else that came before is gone. I don't know why YouTube does that. Anyway, well, we will see MG back in a bit. Hey, West of Westeros. I'm a nobody here. What? You're not a nobody here. Hey, Jeff. Welcome. Thank you so much. Go like this live. See, people in the chat always remember to say that before I do. Please hit like on the live. Please hit the like button. Please do that. It does make a big difference, and what it does is it tells YouTube, hey, people are interested in this. Let's show this to more people. So YouTube then will recommend this stream to more people. More people will then find my channel. So it makes a huge difference. It's not just a sign of approval for me. Don't make me go jade on you. I don't know, man, about Tabitha history. Hey, Miss Joan Michael. Nice to see you. Adorned by Charisse. Nice to see you. Not even kidding. Julie's theme song has been freaking stuck in my head all week. The thumbnail fits. LOL. You're not the only one. It's been stuck in my head sometimes too. It's a catchy tune. I can't take any credit for it. It's not my doing. It was Mr. Grant Gregory AI, friend of the channel. He created it. He has his own awesome channel, and he made this for me all on his own. I had no input whatsoever, but he knows I love Kendrick Lamar, so he made it based on Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar. So that was the inspiration for it, and it's purely for comedy. It's for comedic purposes. It's not to brag about me or anything at all. It's to be funny. So and it's a catchy tune. It's great. I want to find a way to upload it as a standalone video to the channel, so it could be the first thing people see when they come to the channel. But I'm having some issues with that. Hey, Jehovah Sins. Don't be American late. It's embarrassing. Yes, I'm late a lot. I don't know. I think you're kind of new here still, so you might not you might not be used to the fact that I'm late all the time to everything. It's something that I've dealt with my whole life. It's been one of my weaknesses my whole life. But I appreciate that people still show up anyway and are patient with it. Hey, straight edge junkie, nice to see you. Yes. I agree with this. You need more patience than that if you're going to survive From, my friend. Oh, yes. You have to be very patient to be a fan of From. You really do. You have to have patience for the slow burn mystery that it is. Hey, Debbie, Abby, Bobebby. Welcome. Hey, Sprinkle Kitty. Let's see. Anon. Hey, Anon. I am trying to like this episode. I would have liked it if Henry and Jade died in the episode. Damn. The only thing I like about Jade is he didn't have kids in his lifetime. Well, tell us how you really feel. I love Jade. He's my favorite character on the show, so I would have been very sad if he died. But I don't think he's going anywhere, even though we now know that he was murdered by the townspeople in every lifetime. Shit, that's kind of alarming. But I have a strong belief that he will not die in this lifetime, and he will not die at the hands of the townspeople. It's not going to happen. I think they're going to change this pattern this time around. And why do you want Henry to die? Sweet Henry. He was kind of a mess in this episode, but he's grieving, I know, and everyone has different tastes. I thought it was a great episode. A lot of people are praising this episode like crazy, but I have my criticisms too, and I'll get into those as we go through the breakdown. Hey, Pixie Vine TV, Amy, nice to see you. Happy birthday, Debbie. It's Debbie's birthday? Oh, happy birthday, Debbie. I will second that. Hope you had a lovely day and enjoyed yourself. I keep hearing about a lot of people having birthdays lately. Phil, the Issues guy, had a birthday. I think Sunday night. They were saying that during Tony Teflon's show. And I think, they have a dual stream. It was also Phil's. And my birthday was last week on Tuesday, and a couple other people said it was their birthday too. A lot of May birthdays in the community here. Hey, no need to apologize, west of Westeros. I think that was just a lighthearted comment that Straight Edge was making. Like, hey, you gotta have more patience than that to survive From. Nobody is mad at you for wondering, where I was. No need to apologize for anything. You're good. Charisse says, I'm going to listen, so maybe it will go out of my head. That's what Karl does. That's what Karl does when he has a song stuck in his head. He says it works. He listens to the song, and then he's able to get it out of his head on a loop. I don't know. It doesn't really work for me. It just implants it deeper into my head if I hear it again. So I don't know. I guess it depends on the individual. Let's see. Debbie, I'm doing all right tonight. Just another day trying to manage my pain. Every day is a battle, but I'm doing okay. And Karl is also doing all right. I mean, we had kind of a stressful day and a kind of tiring day. We're both kind of worn out, to be honest. Hope that you're doing well. Um, let's see. Hey, Jen, the teacher. Nice to see you. Michael, thank you so much for that support. Hit the like button. Absolutely hit that like button as you go in, and join the Discord if you're not already in there. We had another great watch party Saturday night. As always, we stream the episodes at midnight when they drop. So if you want to watch with us, you can join. The link is in the description of the video. Let me see. I'm going to put that. I'm also going to put it in the chat and pin it right now. Let's see. I'm going to actually wait. No, I'll do it this way. Okay. Discord. And where is it? Just trying to pin it, but the chat window freezes and then it goes slow. Come on now. Come on. Oh, it's taking forever. Come on. Where the hell is it? I guess I have to refresh the page. Okay. Anyway, while it's refreshing, I'll just babble. So what would you guys rate the episode? I would rate it at honestly, I think I would give it a 9 out of 10. A solid 9 out of 10. I think it was the best episode yet this season. Maybe I'm overly critical. It's hard to say 10 out of 10 because 10 out of 10 is perfect. And I have a few criticisms, so I can't really say that it's perfect. But perfect is it's almost impossible to achieve. Season 1 of From, I think, achieved it. Pretty much every episode, I would give it a 10 out of 10, which is insane. But 9 out of 10 is still an A. It's still like an A if you're in school. So okay, now I pinned it. So you can find the Discord link at the top of the chat. It's always in the description of the video as well. So you got that right there. And while you're waiting for my episode 4 and 5 deep dives, if you haven't checked them out, the links to my previous episode deep dives are in the description of the video too. If you haven't seen any of them, there's episodes 1, 2, and 3 deep dive videos, and there's a theory video on Ghost Gym and what I think is going on there. And let me see if I can find my way back to where I was in the chat now. Okay. Let's see here. Anon says, "Hi all, sorry I'm having a really bad time. Living in Fromville seems preferable to real life to me." Well, I am so sorry to hear that. And I understand completely. I've gotten that vibe from you before that life seems to be treating you pretty unkindly just from talking to you in the chat and the things that you say. I get that vibe. I can feel that. I'm an empath by nature, and I get that sense from you. And I get that sense from a lot of people in the From community, actually. That this show seems to draw in a lot of people who are struggling more than the average person. It resonates with us specifically because of that, because we're feeling trapped by something in our lives. We're feeling like, we don't understand why we're suffering through whatever it is we're dealing with, and we just want to break free. We just want, to find a way out of whatever struggle we're trapped in, we're stuck in, and we can't, and or we feel like we're living in a nightmare. I mean, I feel all of those things because of the pain condition that I live with. Because of my disability, my pain situation being so severe all the time. So that's why the show resonates with me. And I noticed that it seems like it attracts a lot of people who have their own cross to bear. And I know everyone in life has problems, but some people, let's be honest, some people are plagued with worse problems than others, and it doesn't seem fair. I see an awful lot of people who live charmed lives, and their problems are minuscule compared to mine and a lot of other people I know. So I just feel like we all kind of, those of us with a big cross to bear, are gravitating toward this show and congregating around it. And it's a good thing for us because then we can lean on each other. We can be a support group. We're basically a virtual support group. And we convene every week around this show. But I like to also make sure we support each other through what we're dealing with in our lives, since we seem to be a special kind of group here. A special kind of group who have more problems than the average person. And so why not? Since we're all together anyway, we should support each other. And if someone is going through something, I mean, this isn't just about some TV show. That's not the only reason why I'm doing this. I'm doing this channel because I want to help people, however I can, through what you're dealing with in your life. And if that means some escapism, which we all need by talking about these amazing TV shows, especially From, then yes, we're going to do that. But also, if you need to vent in the chat, if you need people in the chat to give you some empathy and support and reassurance, advice, then, we're here for that too. Anytime. I'll stop what I'm doing and draw everyone's attention to whatever it is you're going through, and we'll do whatever we can to give you advice and lean on each other. That's why we're Fromly. It's a very apropos name that we have for a fandom, because it really is like a family. So we are here for you, Anon. I'm sorry that you're struggling. I don't know what it is that you're suffering through in your life, but it sounds pretty bad. And I feel for you. I feel the same way. I've had the same thoughts, like honestly, living in Fromville seems pretty good compared to being trapped in the body that I'm in. It's like, hey, at least that place has rules and you can, live a full life during the daytime and they're not suffering 24/7, so I get it. I don't know what you're dealing with, but I empathize with you, and I'm sure other people in the chat can also empathize too. And whatever we can do to help, let us know. Even if it's just being a sounding board for you, if you want to reach out and talk more in the Discord, people are always willing to talk back and, support each other in there too. We have a community channel in the Discord, where you can talk about anything going on in your life in the community channel. And so if you want to talk to people in there, you can always do that. You can DM people in the Discord if you want to talk to anyone. If you connect with someone in particular and you want to talk privately, you can always do that. And you can always reach out to me too. You can DM me in Discord, and I will be a sounding board for you. I'm always willing to do that. Now, I will say with a caveat, of course, since I am going through so much in my life, sometimes it may take me some time to notice a DM. So please, 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 I wanted to mention this anyway tonight. I've gotten, I had a word from somebody who got very offended, deeply offended by the fact that I didn't get back to her DM from a long time ago. And she felt like I ghosted her or blew her off. And it was not my intention at all. And I am truly sorry to that person. And it's not intentional. I promise you, if you're out there listening and I've done the same thing to you, I am so sorry. Sometimes life gets the better of me and I overlook my DMs for a while. And then something gets buried under other DMs and I don't get back to it. It's not intentional. And the best thing you can do is, if you want to really get my attention, send me another one. That way it comes back to the top of my DM pile and I'm more likely to see it. I'm working on not losing track of those and staying on top of it. I never want people to feel ghosted or blown off at all in any way. And I'm sorry if I've done that to anyone here who's listening right now. And I'm sorry that I'm so slow to respond. It's just, I'm carrying a lot and I'm juggling a lot in my life. And, running a channel is very time consuming. It's it's a lot. I interact with many people. I get messages. I get direct messages in Discord, sometimes Facebook, loads of comments on YouTube, and obviously these live streams. I talk to a lot of people, and I do a lot of work prepping videos and prepping for live streams, writing my scripts for the videos. It's a lot. And on top of that, I'm trying to survive my pain every day and just zoning out and checking out from everything. And sometimes I pull away from one-on-one communication for a while. I go through periods where I don't check my DMs much when I'm going through a depressed time over my pain condition. And then eventually I snap out of it enough to get back in touch with people. So this kind of comes and goes. And my closest friends understand that and don't take offense, because even with my closest friends, I disappear sometimes. But I always come back. I always come back to them, and it's never personal. And that's just how I am. It's the way that I'm trying to get through this life. So anyway, that's something that I wanted to address anyway. So if I don't get back to you right away, please just understand it's not intentional. And if a lot of time passes and I still haven't responded, the best thing you could do is send me a reminder message so that it's boom right at the top and I'll see it. So it's not buried. Anyway, now I'm half an hour behind the chat again. Well, not quite. 24 minutes. I said I wasn't going to do that. I'll try to just greet you guys now and not go on tangents. But those were some points that I really did want to make. Some stuff I wanted to discuss anyway. Hey, Daryl, nice to see you. Sprinkle Kitty says, I hope you feel better today, Julie, or that your pain is manageable. Thank you so very much for the well wishes. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the way that people try to, frame your well wishes in a realistic way, because I think you guys, a lot of you understand at this point that I don't really get any true pain relief where it goes away. It doesn't ever go away. The best I can hope for is that I can manage it better on some days than others. There are bad, worse, and horrible days. There aren't any good ones where the pain is gone. So, in terms of the pain, that's how it is. And I appreciate how thoughtful and considerate you are in the way you express your well wishes. A lot of you guys, you do that all the time, and that's so kind of you. What a long, strange trip it's been. Yes, it has. That was one hell of a trip, this episode. Well, we'll get back on the from topic now. Let's see. I never know how to say this one. Hey, welcome. I don't know if it's Chris or Chrisen, if it should be Chrisen or if it's Chris. I'll just say Chris. Hell yeah, glad this is on. Hello, brothers and sisters. Oh, well, I am glad for your enthusiasm. Thank you for that. That is so cool. It still shocks me to this day that anyone is enthusiastic about anything I'm doing on my channel. So that means a lot. Yeah, Anon. I know. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate all the way around what happened with Scarlett. But it truly is going to be for the best for both of us going forward with our endeavors. And it sometimes things, it's kind of like when parents divorce. Sometimes it's like it's truly the most healthy thing to do to move on with your lives on separate tracks. And in terms of YouTube streaming, we're just in a different place than we were when things started. And I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty details of why and what happened, because I really think that should have all been private to begin with. And I know some of it wound up becoming public, some of the stuff, and it shouldn't have. And, so it's not going to come from me. If there's anything else publicly said, it's not going to come from me. If there's anything really negative or nasty that comes out, I will defend myself. If that has to happen, because I think I have the right to defend myself. If there's any nastiness that ensues, but I don't think there will be. I think it will be okay. I think it will be okay. Scarlett is a good person. And this is for the best for all of us, we all have our issues. Hey, Faith and Repentance, nice to see you. Love you, Julie. Oh, love you too. You are so sweet. Let's see. Hey, JT Moore, nice to see you. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to take a week off, Chris. I don't know what happened there. And let me know if I'm saying if you want me to say your name a different way. If you want me to say Kristen, or like spell it phonetically the way you want me to pronounce it, and I will do it that way. Let's see. Anon says, I need one of the free housing options in Vrumville. I'm going to be living in my car soon. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I know it's brutally hard out there financially in this economy, and like I've had issues like affording places to live too. For many years with my mom, we were struggling so much, and I get it. I've never been that close, to having to do that, to live in a car, but people close to me have, and I'm so sorry to hear about that. And let us know if there's anything that we can do to help. Maybe set up a GoFundMe. I don't know if you've considered that. Like if we could set up a GoFundMe on your behalf and try to help in any way, like I would be more than happy to promote that on here and try to get you whatever help we can. I know it may not be much, but whatever we can do, to help you, and hopefully you can find some. I know the waiting lists are way too long for standardized subsidized housing. So it's a crime. It's terrible that it takes so long to get into subsidized housing in this country. It's just really messed up. Anyway, let us know if we can help in any way. Daryl says a 2-week break because of Memorial Day weekend. Maybe they thought like we wouldn't watch because of Memorial Day weekend. I mean, that's dumb. Like people have a bunch of time off, and I know a lot of people take trips on Memorial Day weekend, but you can still take some time to watch a TV show. That seems silly that they did that. Okay, so yes, so basically, yeah, no From this Saturday. So we have 2 weeks until the next new episode, roughly a little under 2 weeks. Hey, Riz Monkey, welcome. And you're welcome for the watch party. Glad I could help. It's fun. I enjoy it. So thank you to everybody who's come to the watch party. And if anybody is new listening to this and you want to join, the link to my Discord is in the description of this video, and it's at the top of the live stream chat right now. So you can join there. Every Saturday night I stream when the episodes drop. And our good friend Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow, he watches with us. Let's see. Bill Chill, I think I said hi to you from earlier. Yes. Let's see. Okay, Marshall. Hey, nice to see you. Welcome. Hey, Taito Guardian. Yes, Daryl, I've heard Widow's Bay is really good. I just watched the first episode, and I'm liking it so far. So I highly recommend, guys. If you like From, obviously you love From because you're here. Watch Widow's Bay on Apple TV. It's a great show. Where's my French buddy who hates me? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We had a little scuffle in the chat recently, but I hope that it worked out okay. We tried to we don't usually have these issues, but every now and then, people are human and there are disagreements, and hopefully it worked out okay. Thank you for the birthday wishes, the belated birthday wishes, Jen. Thank you, Taito Guardian. I'm feeling as okay as I can be right now. I'm feeling like decent enough, I'll tell you that. And this is a great distraction for me always. Oh, Debbie, wow, my God. horrible day yesterday. My tiny chihuahua is okay, but we almost lost him. A copperhead bit him on the eye. Best birthday present ever. He's doing well and will probably keep the eye. I am so sorry. That is horrific. I'm so glad that your little baby dog is okay. My God, that's so scary. Horrible. Oh, God. Well, yeah, terrible timing with your birthday, too. Jesus. So sorry, Debbie. Yeah, I hope the little guy heals, or girl wait, he said guy. I hope he said he's a boy. I hope he heals quickly. Oh, poor baby. Daryl says the burning skeleton in the opening credits might be the people burning Jade alive. Oh shit, that's dark, Daryl. Jesus. That's dark. I hope not. Oh my God. Yes. I don't think they're going to do that, but yeah, I mean, they are going to be burning. Well, never mind. There was something I was going to say, but it's from a trailer, and not everybody wants to hear about trailers. But it doesn't have anything to do with Jade. I'll say that. Yeah, that's all. That's all. Speaking of trailers, in this live stream, we don't talk about episode trailers. So whatever trailer, I don't know if there's a trailer for episode 6, whether it came out or not, but if it did, we don't talk about them in this live stream. I want to give people a place where they're free of spoilers, because MGM puts way too many spoilers in their damn trailers. So on Monday nights, we will not be talking about anything from episode trailers or other trailers for future episodes. So you have a safe space from that here, at least. Most other channels talk about them, and I don't like that. I don't want to talk. I mean, I don't like. They can do it. What I mean is, I don't like that MGM puts so many spoilers in their trailers. So I personally want to have some time where we don't talk about them and we just theorize based on what we just saw instead. So if you want a space to talk about the episode without hearing anything about trailers, I got your back here on Monday nights. Now, on our second live stream of the week, we will talk about episode trailers, because I did a poll in a recent live stream, and I said, the last one last week, and I said, do you want me to talk about episode trailers in the second live of the week or not? And the vast majority said yes. So based on majority rules, I will accommodate that. And so on my Friday night live this week, if there is an episode trailer, we'll discuss it then. So the next live will be Friday, probably 10 p.m. Eastern. And we might have a special guest content creator joining us that night. I won't say who just yet. He's a popular one. I won't say who, just in case he can't make it. I don't want to put pressure on him, because it's a difficult time for him to make it. But we will probably have a content creator guest on Friday night. Anyway, so that'll be our theory and prediction stream Friday, and that's when we'll talk about the episode trailer. Yes, Title Guardian, the next episode of From won't release for 2 weeks, unfortunately. Welcome, Lee Creatives. That's a new name. Hey, from Kenya. Wow, I've never seen anyone here from Kenya before, to my recollection. Welcome. So cool to welcome people here from around the world in the chat. It just trips me out. I love it. So awesome. Glad that you're here. Thank you for popping in the chat and saying hi, and I hope you share your thoughts on the episode with us as we go through it. We're gonna talk about it in general at first while I greet the chat as usual, and then I'm gonna go through the whole episode and break down scene by scene everything with images. Let's see. Hey, Chris M. Those scarecrow monsters need a dentist. I think every monster there needs a dentist. I mean, look at the man in yellow. Jeez. Those are the nastiest teeth I've ever seen. Hey, Shadow Skull. Nice to see you. Hope you are doing well. I hope you're feeling well tonight. And what else do we have? Chris says, I like the late nights. Or I'll just say Chris to make it less confusing, as we got Chris M here too. This is good downtime. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad the late night works for you, because I wanted to go live earlier tonight, and I was worried it wouldn't work for people. But so far, we got 71 people watching, which is great. We get more when I stream a little earlier, though. I meant to do it, but I've been having a really difficult time managing my pain lately, and so I'm keeping strange hours and, up all night, sleeping in the day, and so it's tough for me to start streaming as early as I would like. I want to stream at 10 p.m. Eastern. I really want to do that, but it hasn't been working lately. Chris M says Family Guy needs to do a From episode where they drive and get stuck in Fromville. Yeah, that would be great. I would love it if they would parody From. I love when we have parodies of different things on shows like Family Guy. David says when Henry told Victor he gave him a note and it was his note. I don't know how y'all felt, but to me it felt like he was saying Victor was a note in a song. That's interesting. His note. I didn't really catch that, David. Yeah, maybe. I mean, we know music has such deep ties to this place in the show, so maybe. Okay. Anand says I was let go from my job because I was too slow, probably because of my head injury. I'm seeing a doctor later this week. Not sure anything can be done. That sounds illegal. That sounds like you can't be let go for that. That sounds like discrimination to me. I mean, I feel like, oh God, I know lawyers are expensive, but that seems like wrongful termination to me. That's fucked up. I am so sorry. Oh, glad your baby's okay, Debbie, baby Odie. Oh, after many hours in emergency and medication for anti-venom, antibiotics, anti-necrotic, and now eye drops, pain meds, but my baby Odie's going to be okay. I'm so sorry that happened. What a horrible experience, but I'm glad that he's going to be okay. That's the most important thing. Yeah, our fur babies are part of our family. And Shadow, we missed you too. David says notes in a song equal archetypes, like characters in a book are archetypes, and the structure of the songs. Sugar, Sugar, and Eternal Lullaby both show the same structure of the show. Okay. Sugar, Sugar. Is that supposed to be the name of the song they played in this episode? Because I don't know if it had a name, the new song on the violin. What is Sugar, Sugar, David? Let's see. Chris M said that one Jade past life had a huge kidney stone. Good one. Yeah, the past lives. Oh my God, the past lives. It just killed me. I loved that so much when all of Jade's past lives congregated on the Colony House steps, all having a jam session playing the violin, and the boulder guy. I'm gonna pull up the picture. The boulder guy is just chilling there with the violin on top of the rock because he couldn't play with the boulder on him. I freaking loved it. Oh my God. It was just so campy and weird. It was amazing. And it confirmed a theory that I've had for a long time. And I know other people also have come to this theory that all of the men from Jade's visions are indeed his past lives. So we have confirmation now. Back in season 3, when initially going into season 3, before I believed that Tabitha and Jade were reincarnated, I thought that all the men in Jade's visions were playing the same role, the role theory, that people play certain roles in this place in every cycle. And so I thought that all those men played the same role and failed in the same way before Jade. But then when, by the middle of season 3, when I became convinced that Tabitha and Jade had been reincarnated, I put out a theory video saying I think that all those men were Jade's past lives and how they failed, and it showed how they failed because Miranda said that when she took the LSD, she could see all of her past lives, not the past lives, rather, because she didn't know she was reincarnated. She said that she saw all of the previous chosen ones before her and how they failed. They failed to save the children every time. She didn't know that they were her past lives, but that's what she was seeing. And so based on that, I put out a theory video saying, as part of my video, my theory of, Tabitha and Jade being reincarnated, I said that I think Jade is seeing the same kind of thing. He just doesn't have the clarity that Miranda had because he wasn't taking LSD. So he was seeing the previous men who he used to be, his past lives, and how they failed. And because it sure looks like they failed. And he just didn't have the clarity because he didn't have LSD. So it was just confusing to him. And, people balked at it because when Tabitha started remembering getting killed by Smiley as Miranda, she told Jade about those flashbacks, and Jade said, well, that I had a different experience. He said, when I saw those men, they looked like something that didn't belong there. Like when I saw the Civil War soldier, I wasn't back in the Civil War. It's not the same thing. He didn't think that it was the same thing. He thought that those were just hallucinations, that they shouldn't have been there. But I believed at the time, and I said in my theory video and in my live streams back then, that Jade was just confused, and he just didn't understand that those visions were his past lives trying to jog his memory, trying to send him a message. And, he just didn't get it. And now that he did mushrooms, now he can realize and remember that these were his past lives. These weren't just random hallucinations. So it's cool. It was cool to get a theory confirmed. I wish that this hadn't been spoiled by MGM in a trailer a few weeks ago. I don't know if all of you guys saw it, but MGM put out a trailer that spoiled this amazing reveal a few weeks ago. They keep putting out trailers that spoil some of the biggest bombshells of the season. All of the biggest bombshells have been spoiled by trailers, and I do not understand for the life of me why they're doing it. But anyway, I'm not going to ramble on too long about that because I've done enough of that in other streams. But yet another thing, I was so mad because when I saw that trailer, I was like, imagine if we were watching this episode and we didn't see that trailer and we got to experience the surprise of this in real time, how much more excited we would have been. I would have been losing my shit watching this if I hadn't been surprised. I mean, if I hadn't been spoiled by that trailer. As I enjoyed this, I thought it was awesome, but I wasn't losing my shit because I already knew. A couple of weeks ago, I already knew. But I was psyched when I first found out about it. It's great to get a theory confirmed and to get answers. They promised us answers, and we are getting answers now. So anyway, let me get back to the chat. We'll get into that and a lot more. But look at this. When he saw Christopher before, Christopher is the only one who didn't show evidence of how he failed, how he died. But now his throat is slit. So we could see that's how he died. Somebody slit his throat in town. And all the others, though, in previous visions, you could see how they failed. You could see this Puritan guy obviously met a grim end with this railroad spike through his eye, and he had a skull full of blood. Then you had this Civil War soldier whose face was burned on one side, and there's something wrong with one of his eyes. And then you had the guy under the boulder. So that's why I thought back then, okay, it's just like what Miranda experienced, seeing the chosen ones before her and how they failed. He just doesn't have enough insight or clarity because of the lack of LSD. But I'll leave it there on this amusing image with the boulder guy while I get back to the chat here. Wow, Anon says this was my least favorite episode of the entire series. Whoa. Wow. Okay. Well, hey, different strokes, different tastes. But I don't know. I thought it was the best episode of the season. But everyone is different, and I understand that there were some things to criticize for sure. I understand that. Hey, Hand Me Deals, welcome. Hey, Julie, you were missed. Not sure if you ever had DMT or heard of it, but I can send you a DMT vape if you want a true spiritual experience. Oh, wow. That's very kind of you to offer. I've heard of DMT only recently. I had never heard of it till, it came up in chats recently about this show. But that does sound fascinating. It is an intriguing idea. Okay, now I'm really far behind you guys. I'm going to try to catch up as quickly as I can. Let's see. David says there's a repeated loop, a root chord, and the loop going up an octave. The loop going up an octave is this current loop. Okay. So it's, yeah, I mean, the show is deeply connected to music. So I like the way you're thinking here. Faith says dealing with chronic pain, life, and 2.5-hour live streams a week is no, oh, sorry. And 2 5-hour live streams a week is no joke. Julie, you do a fantastic job. Don't be too hard on yourself. Thank you very much for the kind words and the empathy. That really means a lot. I appreciate it. I need to hear that sometimes, because I do beat myself up a lot. I'm very hard on myself, and I always have been. I appreciate that. Hey, Kim, nice to see you. Thanks for saying hi. And anyone who's just listening and doesn't really like to chat, I encourage you to pop in the chat and just say hi. So we know who you are. We know you're here, at least. That's always cool. But shout out to the people who can't chat or don't feel like chatting. It's not your thing. Thank you for being here. And I appreciate you. And the replay gang as well. Shout out to the replay gang who will listen to this later. Thank you so much for doing that. Always hit the like button, even if you're watching the replay. And let's see. Taito Scarlett is moving on to other things. She's going to continue her endeavors. And I wish her well. But we're going to be, parting ways, unfortunately. But it's for the best for both of us. See, Kristen says, yes, this was my favorite episode. Slow burn the first 4. That's what makes 2 weeks off suck, but that's okay. Yeah. It has been kind of a slow burn before that. I agree. Yeah. And then this episode was just bonkers. And now we have a break, right? Chris M says, so we need at least 2 more story walks to see the first time we saw future Julie. Yes. Oops. Yes, we do need we need more. We need a few more of those. And so this was like the first episode in a while that we didn't get much Julie, and we didn't get any story walking. But I feel like they can't have her story walking every episode. It's a little much. So that was okay with me. Hey, Ozrod MD. Hi, Fromily. We'll be here till I fall asleep. Well, thanks for being here. I promise I will try to do my lives a little earlier. I'll try to start at 10 p.m. Eastern the way I want to. And that'll make it easier for some folks. And the next stream I'm going to try for 10:30 p.m. Eastern on Friday. Let's see. David says, I think the characters in a book and notes in a song are 2 metaphors the show uses to highlight the same thing, the archetypes. Okay. Yeah, I like that. It makes sense. Okay. So Anon gives it a 1 out of 10. Wow. Kristen says solid 8. Darrell says I gave the first 3 episodes a 9 and episodes 4 and 5 a 10. Wow. High praise. Hey, NSB. I really loved how the scarecrow thing wasn't a dream and how Jade's trip was only in his head. Perfect. I enjoyed that too. I was a little bummed when I realized that Jade was in the post office the whole time, the sheriff's station. I was a little bummed that he didn't actually go anywhere. I was expecting a cliffhanger ending where the monsters had him in the cave and we'd have to wait and see what happened. That would have been kind of fun, but that's okay. I enjoyed it the way they decided to do it. And I also am glad that the scarecrow thing wasn't a dream too. I thought that they might be killer dreams who could actually murder you in your sleep. Because it just seemed so dreamlike what we saw in the trailer, but they were indeed real. Chris M says it's a 9 episode. The scarecrow monsters were awesome, especially the flaming hands one. Yeah, the flaming hands. I saw people were calling that one oven mitts, which I thought was hilarious. Oven mitts. No, not oven mitt. What am I saying? They were saying it looked like oven mitts, but it was fire mitts. fire mitts, because it looked like oven mitt hands, and then they both were lit on fire. Yeah, this one here. that was low-key hilarious. It was creepy, but also it was pretty damn funny. Debbie says, my next From video is going to be lighter, funny. I made the song as a tribute to Doug. It's a parody of Teach Me How to Dougie called Doug Step, trying something different and fun. That's awesome, Debbie. Let us know when you release it, and we'll absolutely drop the link to it and promote it for you. Definitely check out Debbie's channel. Debbie, feel free to please drop the link to your channel in the chat so people can check it out and subscribe. Debbie often makes art videos inspired by From. She does other art pieces as well, but she's been doing a series related to From. So definitely check that out. And Faith says, I'd give it an 8.5. I have some opinions about the lack of ass whooping the ragdolls after Tabitha said, I remember how to hurt them or something to the effect. Hopefully next episode starts with that. Yeah, I mean, I think basically all she remembered was that you can hurt them with the totem sticks. Like she impaled one with a totem stick and then it died. The end, which is kind of anticlimactic if you ask me. I think that's kind of, I don't know. I think that it's too easy to hurt them. It's way too easy. And Ellis was even able to overpower one without doing that. He knocked it over and was able to save that lady who got her face burned. So, yeah, they were a little too easy to defeat. And this one, Fire Mitts, just turned and walked away instead of coming at them. I mean, does fire actually hurt these things? If so, that's kind of lame too. Fire shouldn't be able to hurt them. They shouldn't be that easily wounded. These things are supposed to be, in my opinion, they should have been worse than our monsters, our nightmare creatures that we know. Because remember, that voice told Sarah in her head to tell Mr. Fish and Lobes Boyd, there are things out here worse than the monsters. So I expected this entity to be worse. I expected it to be scarier and harder to defeat. It was worse to the extent that the talismans don't protect you from them. But come on now, this was kind of anticlimactic, if you really think about it. I loved these things, don't get me wrong, but they're not worse than the monsters we know, the nightmare creatures. They're definitely not. They're way too easy to defeat and overpower. So, that was an issue for me too, Faith. And what the hell is happening with Fire Mitts? It just turned and walked away. They didn't even bother running from it when they saw it approaching them at the end. They just stood there looking at it, and then it turned and left. Jay says 8.5 or 9 at best. Hey, Doug, nice to see you. Our good friend Doug Hughes, the man in yellow himself. Always nice to see you. Hope you're having a good evening. And let's see. Yes, so glad they kept Donna alive. Yeah, that was another surprise, wasn't it? That was another surprise. Like, I was sure that they were going to kill Donna off. There was such heavy-handed foreshadowing by the show that they were going to do it. And then it was like, psych, we got you. They faked us out, I guess. But maybe it's foreshadowing they're going to kill her off later. I don't know, though. They had their chance to kill her now, and they didn't. So I'm starting to think she's going to survive the season after all. But what do you guys think? Let me know. Daryl says, man in yellow in the house. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Always great to see Doug. And hopefully we get to see more of Doug in the show, more story walking, experiences involving Doug as the man in yellow, because we did not get enough man in yellow at all. And it was awesome seeing Julie go back and see him scarfing down those organs, but it was so brief. It just left us wanting more. I mean, there was somebody, who was it? I forget the name of the person, but someone left me a comment on my last live stream saying that they wanted to ask Doug how he summoned like that really creepy facial expression that he had when he was coming at Julie. That this person said that it looked like his soul left his body for a moment, and it was in this person's opinion, it was the Man in Yellow's creepiest moment yet on the show, and they wanted to know how Doug, summoned that facial expression and that energy that he had in that scene where he was chomping down on that liver and then came at Julie. And so I don't know if you're still listening, Doug. Any comment on that at all? If you can, just if you can't say anything, I understand. If you can't answer any questions, but it's not related to the plot or anything. But I agree that it was I don't know if it was the creepiest moment because it was so brief, but it was really deeply unsettling. And I just wish it could have lasted a bit longer. And I wish that he had some lines to say, but regardless, yeah, I thought that evil snarl on Doug's face when he was coming at Julie was just amazing in that episode last week. Amazing. Like he was just, it was like a cross between a grin and a snarl as he was approaching her, and just planning to rip out that throat, I'm sure, if Julie hadn't gotten out of there. And Shadow wants to know how Doug is doing. Hope everything is going well with Doug. And Doug has been working on getting his book, trying to get his first novel published. So hopefully that process goes well and it works out. The Taito Guardian says, I was rewatching season 2 today, and the fears being manifested in the forest thing was pretty much confirmed by the boy in white. He tells Sarah that Nathan was right. I had forgotten about that. Yeah, he said Nathan was right. This place is angry now. Those were his words. And Nathan was right. This place is angry now. So I think what he was referring to was when Nathan told Sarah that if they push too hard, something will push back. So what the boy in white was saying is, guess what? You guys pushed too hard and this place is pushing back. And that's why this big storm was happening. And they had to get into a tree to get out of there for safety. So that's what I think he meant. I don't think he was referring to nightmares becoming real, people's fears manifesting into reality. Because I think that was Sarah's idea. That part was Sarah's idea. Nathan's idea was that if you push too hard, something will push back. But Sarah is the one who pointed out that Nathan had a fear of cicadas. And then she said, what if when people die, our fears become part of the forest? Because at that time, the cicada entity was menacing the town and Nathan had died. So I think I could be wrong, but my memory is that Sarah came up with that idea. And then Nathan's theory was that, you push too hard, this place will push back. But be that as it may, I think this episode confirmed that nightmares can manifest into reality in this place. Nightmares manifested into reality in that this guy, back when Tabitha was a little girl living there in a previous life, this guy was having nightmares about her dolls. So he threw them into the lake. And when he died, the dolls came out of the lake. His nightmare came out of the lake. So that I think that's it. That's confirmation. Nightmares and fears can manifest into reality here. So I think that this is confirmed. Nathan's fear of cicadas manifested the cicada entity. But it's not just fears, though. And I think that the current outfits that the nightmare creatures are wearing in town, I think those were manifested by young Victor, possibly from the old maid cards. That old maid theory, I think that's correct. And so those outfits were manifested by young Victor. I don't think it's just fears and nightmares that can manifest things. I think hope can too. Because Tian Shen, if you recall, before Tian Shen died, And when the crops were all rotted and they were worried about starving, Tian Shen said that we'll plant new crops in a new place, new soil, or something like that. And then she died. She was killed. And the next morning, Kenny and Jim found new crops in a new place by the settlement. And I believe that her hope manifested those things. And so I think hope can manifest real things too. And I think you don't even necessarily have to die for things to get manifested if you have strong enough hope or fear and a vivid enough imagination. I believe young Victor manifested the peach truck because he missed his home with the peach wallpaper in it. I mean, what are the odds a giant peach truck comes to town and supplies him with peaches that comforted him for 40 years? It reminded him of home, and he was a little boy. I think that manifested from Victor. And now I think another positive thing will be manifested by someone, and they don't have to die for it to happen. And I believe that will be Fatima and the golem. I think Fatima's golem is going to actually manifest into something that can help them, into a champion, because she believes it will. She has enough hope that it will. And that's what it takes. That I really think this is going to manifest into something that will be helpful, because Fatima has enough hope that it will, and she has always been a beacon of hope for this place. So if anyone's hope can be powerful enough to manifest something real here, to manifest something to help, it's Fatima. But let me get back to the chat. David says, the dolls confirm the fears of the dead manifest the occult knowledge that mind equals matter. Your thoughts equal reality. To change our reality, we must change our thoughts first. All is mind. Yes, 100%. So they need to start learning the power of positive thinking. Manifest an exit, maybe. I think eventually Boyd's boat is going to get manifested there. They've got to start thinking positive. I know it sounds cheesy, but they really need to start really focusing on manifesting positive things and being hopeful and believing. I think this whole place is a battle between hope versus fear. The man in yellow represents fear, and it's trying to keep people down and make them lose hope, because hope can actually manifest positive things. I think hope manifested the electricity that doesn't work too. Children probably did that because children don't understand how electricity works, and the wires don't even lead anywhere. The cords have no wires in them. So I think that children manifested electricity. I think Boyd's hope may have manifested the livestock in the woods, because he was so determined to find resources for people out there. And he was so hopeful that he'd find something, and he found livestock. So all these improbable things that don't make any sense that get manifested there, I think it's because of hope or fear, or nightmares versus dreams, that dichotomy between the two. And so the man in yellow represents fear, and I think the boy in white represents hope. He's on the side of the children, their hope manifested the bottle tree. That's what we were basically told in season 3. Victor, through his recollection, he remembered that the children, as they were being sacrificed, they poured their hope into the roots, and the roots became the symbol, which became the tree. And that pretty much insinuates that's the bottle faraway tree. So their hope manifested that. That's another thing that was manifested by hope. And I believe that tree is, like MG in the chat says, it's the engine of reincarnation, bringing Tabitha and Jade back there over and over again. The dying children, their hope, manifested the tree that keeps bringing Tabitha and Jade back again. It draws them in lifetime after lifetime to try to save them and break this curse. So that tree is the living embodiment of the dying children's hope, that tree. And the boy in white, he's defending that tree. He's telling Victor, don't cut down that tree, because he's part of that. He's on the side of hope, as I've always said. Anyway, now I'm way behind again. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see. Okay. Just looking through the chat here. Hey, Trace. Nice to see you. Oh, that's so nice of you, Chris. Julie Deep Dives is my favorite From show. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate that. There's a lot of great From content out there, so that really, really means a lot. Thank you. That man being afraid of dolls, what a loser. Yeah, Daryl. He was afraid of dolls, a grown-ass man. Right. Let's see. Cherise says they don't have huge bills to pay as well. Yeah, it's a plus of Fromville. It really is. Hey, Pam Jam. Thank you guys for being kind and supporting our friend Anon. Stactics Gaming, welcome. Yeah, as long as the Matthew's not allowed, we chilling. Let's see. If anyone's afraid of Chucky dies in Fromville, we in big trouble, right, Daryl? Oh my God. Yeah, this is a nightmare realm. I've believed that since season 3, that they are living in a nightmare realm. They're not dreaming. They're not asleep. It's not a collective dream state. But the reason why everyone is saying nightmare, every other word, dreams and nightmares, is because dreams and nightmares can actually manifest real things in this place. I believe it's a pocket universe, a real place where nightmares and dreams can manifest things. And that's why, once again, in this episode, we've got the guy, Roger, calling that Nightmare Lake. He called it Nightmare Lake. And, Donna said, tomorrow we're going to go back to the nightmare we understand, back to town, constantly referencing nightmares. It's the nightmare, the monsters in the credits are called nightmare creatures. It's not because they're all asleep. I think now this is coming into focus more. It's because nightmares can manifest real things. This man's nightmares about dolls manifested into killer dolls, which I think is an awesome concept. I love it. I'm loving it. I think it's a pretty original concept. And let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so far behind you guys. Bill says, what? You better grow some skin. Don't DM me. I will not get back to you. I don't know what that is. What is that? I don't know what that symbol is. We cancel your existence. Daryl says, Julie, you have overlooked my DMs. I can never forgive you for this. I'm a ghost you now. You guys, no need for sorry. Thank you. Thank you for making me laugh and making me feel better. Anon says, Julie, you are amazing. You need to take care of yourself first. Thank you so much. I was kind of nervous going into this live stream, and you've all made me feel a lot better. Thank you. Football Affinity says, it's okay, Julie, showing how much you care and engage. No need to explain. Day ones, no. You do more than necessary. Hope all is well, though. Thank you very much. I'm glad. I don't want to... that's one of the things I've been worried about, that, some day ones might not understand for some reason, and I might lose some day ones, feeling like they aren't appreciated here or having some other issue with me. But I appreciate that so much. Thank you. I do my best. I try to be the most interactive YouTuber I can be. Most people don't read this many comments, but I like doing it. I enjoy it. I want to have a conversation with you guys. So, that's how I wind up half an hour behind the chat, because I'm reading so many of your awesome messages. And I love hearing your ideas. And so, I do the best I can to engage with you guys and make you feel appreciated, expressing my gratitude. I never want you to feel ignored or like I don't appreciate each and every one of you. Pam Jim says, imagine living in From Town. My goodness gracious. Yeah, right. Doug says, I can't stay. It's past my bedtime. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. Well, it's always great to hear from Doug. And right now he's taking a break from being on live streams.
But I hope in the future we can have him on again when he's able to do it. But it's taking some time off from that. So Taito says, do you need more moderation of the Discord? It might help to have more people to delegate tasks to, so it's not as much on your plate. Yes, actually, that would be very helpful. Yes, so if you want to help, or if you want, and if anyone wants to volunteer to be a moderator in Discord, I can absolutely use help with that. Please, anyone who wants to help in any way to moderate, that would be terrific. Because Karl and I have a lot on our plates, and it's hard to pay as much attention to watching like the Discord like a hawk the way we should be, and getting on top of everything, or staying on top of everything. So yeah, let me know in the chat if anyone wants to be a moderator in Discord. Now hit that like. We have to lift each other up. Some of us don't have anyone else. Let's support each other. Beautifully said. Perfect. Thank you, Michael. That's exactly the kind of message I want to send to everyone out there. Thank you. Thank you for supporting kind of the mission statement of this channel and what we want to achieve here. We want to be a support system for each other. Kristen says, Randall is about to be key in my mind. He's going to change the outcome of something by saving Julie in the seizure zone. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. I think I have a prediction about Randall. I'll just say this right now. I've been saying for the past year, since season 3 ended, that Randall is going to meet a grim fate. That his dread related to the ruins and his fear of going there is foreshadowing that and setting up that something bad is going to happen to him. Either he's going to die, or it'll be a fate worse than death, as he's talked about. And guess what? We got some foreshadowing in this episode that it could happen, guys. I'm going to point this out. I've been saying this again since season 3. I think he's going to die, or maybe a fate worse than death. The last time we saw somebody positioned in this spot, it was Tian Shen's husband, and he died right after. Randall is standing right in front of these old Halloween decorations with the graves saying rest in peace in this episode. And if you go back to the first episode of the series in season 1, Tian Shen's husband was sitting with that right behind him, and then he got killed. So I think this is foreshadowing that he's going to die. But what do you guys think? Again, either die, or he could get chained up like Martin in the ruins and with the worms and have a fate worse than death. And by the way, guys, on the subject of being, really engaged and reading a lot of chats, that does mean that I wind up getting behind the chat. So if you're waiting patiently and hoping I'm going to read your message, don't give up. You might have to give me like half an hour before you'll actually hear it sometimes. But if you're patient and if you actually stick around, then I do get to a lot of chat messages. I can't get to everything because I do eventually have to break down the episode, and I can't read literally everything as much as I would love to, but I read it as much as I can. I do read a lot of the chats. Let's see. NSB says, think you'd be the last person who will ghost another. If you didn't respond, I just think you missed it. I don't need to be close to you to be able to understand that. It's only human to miss. Thank you. Thank you for understanding that. That's exactly right. I would not ghost somebody on purpose. Hey, TCP. Welcome. See, this is classic. Doug said, tell Julie I said hi, because I was behind the chat when he was here. I do want to try to get on top of that and be not so far behind the chat. But that would mean I have to read less of the chat messages, though. Oh, Shadow, I feel the same. I can't imagine how it would feel to be pain-free. I feel you. I'm so sorry that you have to suffer through that too. Anyway. Hey, Samuel. Okay. Sprinkle Kitty says, of course, pain, no matter what kind it is, doesn't ever go away because it's a default state. Sometimes there's good days, but it has to be something that we all have to cope with. Absolutely. That's how it is with me. It doesn't ever go away for me, 24/7. Let's see. Faith says, the man in yellow story walked in and gave you a big menacing grimace. And hello, he had to get back to Fromville. Nice. Let's see. So Chris is cool. Chrisen was an old music name, my friend, whichever is easier. Oh, okay. Chrisen was an old music name. All right, then I will call you Chris if that works for you. Let's see here. Yes, times are tough. Even one of the nightmare creatures was living in her car. Oh man, Samuel. Times are really tough. Okay, Anand says, no, please, no GoFundMe. I appreciate the emotional support. It's kind of you to suggest it, though. Okay. All right. Well, if there's anything else we can do, let us know. And if you change your mind, let us know. Chris M says, I'm worried about Randall with Sophia knowing Julie's story walking. Might attack Randall so he can't pull Julie out. Yeah. Sophia, yeah, I mean, I think she kind of knows everything anyway. I think she's omniscient and is just aware of everything going on. I think the evil entity kind of knows all and sees all in this place. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely concerning. For now, Julie has what do you call it? Plot armor, though, because we haven't seen her get that scar on her face yet, and she hasn't gone back and tried to save Jim yet. Not in our timeline. We've only seen future Julie do that, so she can't die yet. So Bill's gonna wind up heading off to sleep and join the rewatch gang. Thank you so much for always. I mean, all the time being in the replay gang. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so now I'm gonna have to get through the chat a bit faster and catch up to you guys so that I can break down the episode. So apologies if I miss a chat that you really, really wanted me to read. If there's something big that I miss and you really want me to read it, you can always just rewrite it and tag me, at Julie. If there's something, you have some burning point that you wanted me to make and I miss it. Osrod says we should write our own fan fiction episode 6 to get us through while we wait. I'm planning on doing a movie watch party Saturday night to kind of fill the void and get us through that sad Saturday night with no new episode of From. I don't know what movie it will be yet. Something in the same vein as From, though. Something fun. But yeah, I'll keep you guys posted on what that'll be. Okay. So wait. So Michael says, wait until you see episode 4 of Widow's Bay. Cool. Yeah, I gotta catch up to Widow's Bay. I'm only on episode 1. Jay says the government is giving billions of dollars to January 6ers while reducing the budget for medical research. The suffering in the U.S. is getting closer to From day by day. Yeah, I didn't know that. Damn, are you serious? Well, oh dear. Yeah, this is why we need an escape. The world is a mess right now. Let's see. Yes, Daryl. Oh, you have the same. Yeah, someone mentioned the same thing as me. I didn't even see this till I got to this point in the chat. Someone talked about Randall standing in front of an RIP direction and how that could be foreshadowing to Randall dying. Exactly. Yes, exactly. I figured other people would pick up on that. So let's see. S. Ryam. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Sorry if I'm not, but welcome. So yes, there is a trailer out for episode 6, but we're not going to talk about it in this one. We're going to talk about it in our next stream on Friday because we've got a lot to talk about regarding this episode. There's really no time to get into the trailer. Now, if somebody brings it up in the chat, I'm not going to get mad at you or anything. I'm just not going to highlight stuff about the trailer. 50 likes. Nice. So hopefully it's a little higher now. Yes, TCP, it's mind-blowing how much shit they put in the trailers this season. It's ruined this season for me so far. I'm going to try my best to avoid it. Yes, I feel the same way. It's really killing the excitement for me. The mystery is so important to me, and they're taking the mystery out of their mystery box series. So, yeah, I've got your back. We won't discuss the episode 6 trailer in this live stream. If you want to, for those of you who don't want to hear about it, you're in the right place. Tonight, every Monday night, or now it's Tuesday, but you know what I mean. Usually it's a Monday night stream. I had to postpone it till tonight. So yes, in our first stream of the week, our episode breakdown one, we will not discuss the episode trailers. NSB says it's surprisingly not as spoilery. That's good. Good. I'm glad. I'm still gonna put off watching it though. Hey Lexi, happy time zone. Hi Julie B and Fromally. Lovely to see you, Lexi. Hope you're doing well. And yes, just imagine the reactions if people found out Man in Yellow transforms, or when Julie travels back in time. Those episodes would have been a way better experience. Exactly. And even the slower episodes would have been more exciting. I would have been so psyched to see the boy in white show up if I hadn't known he was coming already. Lexi says, caught you before I finally go to bed. Have you on as I drift. Catch you again properly when I wake up. Aw. Well, glad you could pop in, and thank you for watching the replay later. Let's see. Hey, SL Rhodes, welcome. Hey, chilly outside. Why are there tunnels underneath the town? It doesn't seem like the monsters use them. Yeah. Why indeed? Doesn't make sense. Why are there tunnels? And do we think that the tunnels in Colony House that we saw connected to Colony House, that connect to the cave, do we think that's actually real, or was that just part of Jade's hallucination? I think it's real, but there aren't any actual lights there just waiting for them to wander through. There probably aren't lights there in that long hallway. I'll put a picture up of that. But I think that this is real, and this doorway is just blocked by all that stuff that Jade and Boyd pulled out of the way in the vision. Where is it? I think it's here. It's after this scene. It's right near the end, yeah. So now we know what the hell they were building. Remember, I don't know if any of you guys saw the behind the scenes images before this series, before the season came out, of whole new sets that they were building, and we were wondering what the hell they were building it for. Well, now we know it's these long hallways leading to the cave. That's what they were building before season 4. I think the monsters might use them sometimes, but yeah, it's a good question. How come they extend all the way to Colony House? Why is there a door there? Or maybe there isn't. Maybe there isn't a door there. Maybe that was just part of his hallucination. But hey, thank you so much, SL Rhodes. Hit that motherfucking like button, people. Thank you so much. Thank you. David says Sugar Sugar was a song in the show, and Eternal Lullaby is what Jade plays in the season 3 finale. Okay. So yeah, I don't know like when the Sugar Sugar song came on, but okay. Let's see. Yeah, the man under the boulder was not chilling. He was getting smothered. Well, it looked like he was just chilling during that jam session. Hey, randomer, welcome. Okay. writers were creative using young Jade as part of his trip. I think so too, Chris M. Because it's basically his inner child, you know, kind of guiding him, his inner child. And his inner child didn't want to remember all the scary stuff that happened to him, all the horrible things that happened to him in his past lives. He told him, you don't want to remember this stuff. Don't drink the blood. You don't want to know. And that was like his inner child who was scared. I represented his fear of learning the truth, the disturbing truth about his past. So I thought that was a really great idea. Okay. David says they confirmed this was just 4 of many Jades. So it could be they're just 4 of the previous failed cycles, or 4 important cycles to remember, maybe symbolic of the 4 main archetypes of Psyche. Yes, I figured there had to be more. There are a lot of dates in Tabitha's lighthouse dream, and I think all of those represent past lives of theirs, past cycles. So that makes sense. To save the children, they must save the adults. Right, TCP. I think that's part of it. Hey, Benjamin Williams. SL Rose says, me being a black man seeing Black Jade was funny, but I loved it. He represents some of everything, meaning super cultured. Civil War timelines and all others will help him put shit in place. Right. That's cool. It's nice to hear your perspective on that. Yeah, it's interesting, you know, because you can get reincarnated as anyone. You can also get reincarnated as an insect in that mythology of, reincarnation. You can get reincarnated as a bug. So of course you can get reincarnated as another ethnicity or a woman or, another gender. Hey, Stronger Every Day. I do not watch any of the trailers. Well, good. Don't worry. We're not going to be talking about them in this stream. Daryl says the 10-second trailer that came out a few days after episode 1 came out showed stuff from episodes 4 and 5. And one of the stuff it showed was a shot of Jade's past lives standing together. That was ridiculous. I could not believe that. I was so pissed. Anyway. Hey, A Trap. Welcome. Can we really trust Jade's mushroom trip if the mushrooms themselves were grown in From's ecosystem? If the soil, water, food, dreams, and people seem corrupted or influenced by the town? That's a valid point, and we know that Boyd is going to be questioning that. Based on the episode synopsis for the next episode, it said that Boyd wonders if they can trust the information in Jade's head. And so that's a valid point. It could be another trick by this place, but I believe that it's legit. I think that this is the show starting to give us answers. And I think that they want this to be comparable to what Miranda did with doing LSD and seeing her past lives. And I believe, and it also makes sense, it falls in line with something a lot of us have been theorizing about from the beginning, which is that all of those men in Jade's visions are, well, not since the beginning, but a lot of us have been theorizing since season 3 that all those men in Jade's visions were him in past lives. So because this vision wasn't just random batshit crazy stuff out of left field, I think it's believable. I believe it. Hold on a sec. Okay. Hold on. I think there's going to be an echo. I need to just turn the volume down on this device here. Okay, here we go. So, I'm so sorry for being really far behind the chat, guys. You just have so many great ideas, and then I start riffing on them. Hey, Liv. Nice to see you. Welcome. Hey, guys. Love the show, but hate how much MGM spoils. Well, I hear you. I feel your pain. I feel the exact same way. I think they're ruining the enjoyment of this show for a lot of us. But I'm going to do my best to provide you with a safe space from the MGM spoilers in these episode breakdown live streams like tonight. So we won't be talking about those trailers in these streams. My next stream on Friday night, we will talk about it because a majority of people said they want to. So I'm going to give like balanced that way. So one stream for the people who don't want the trailer talk, and another stream for people who do, which will be the Friday one. Anyway, see, Sprinkle Kitty says, Julie, do you think that Kelly being K-worded in the same way with being tethered to the tree is the same as past Jade? Let's see, K-worded. Wait a minute. Kelly being K-worded?
Like killed.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know YouTube can be weird about people writing killed, and you know, you don't want to get your comments suppressed by YouTube or something. Yeah, I think I think what the reason for that is there are just certain violent tropes that recur in this place. You know, Kelly had the rebar through her head to the tree. In a past life, Jade had a railroad spike through his eye socket, and he was killed that way. And so for some reason, this place has certain violent tropes that recur. Another one is people getting an eye taken out. Elgin had his eye taken out by Sarah. Victor drew several pictures of people with an eye removed. And that Puritan Jade also had an eye removed. And then there are other things like a scar on people's foreheads. All the Inkui kids have a scar on their forehead. Martin had one too. So and that's another one. There's another one I'm forgetting at the moment too. It seems like this place plants the ideas in people's heads to commit certain forms of violence, so they keep recurring. It's interesting. So all right. Yeah, I agree, Anon, that the scarecrows were so easy to defeat. And yeah, you'd think that either Donna or Ellis would have died. You know, somebody should have died other than a red shirt Roger. I think that was lame, and it felt like they had too much plot armor. So I'm with you on that, but I still loved the episode personally. Hey, Kayla, welcome. Let's see. What do you think, Julie? What do you think claws Julie's face? Speaking of her, football. I think it's probably going to have to be one of the monsters, but I don't know. What do you guys think? I would think, you know, the monsters have giant claws, so it seemed like that's what was going to happen when the monster. The last time she was story walking, so the first time she was story walking, the monster tackled her, and she had her hand over Julie's face like she was about to claw it. So it's probably going to wind up being that. And she says, so what was the best scene in this episode, and why was it? And was it the writers trolling inattentive fans with a neon giant sign answers this way? That was hilarious. The answers this way thing. I loved that. I do think the writers love to troll us in a friendly way, not anything like condescending, but I do think that they like to mess with us. They like to joke with us, and yes, the writers were doing that 100%. And there were some other instances where I think they were kind of messing with us, and they've done it before, like with the boy in white saying you're asking the wrong questions. So the best scene, that's a tough one. It's got to be one of the Jade scenes for me. Probably the ending scene with the monsters grabbing Jade up and hauling him down. Oh, it's tough though. I loved the scene with all of the past Jades on the porch. Yeah, that one has to be my favorite. It would have been more exciting if I hadn't known about it in advance though. But let me know what you guys think in the chat, what your favorite scene was. Okay, so Samuel says the rock guy reminds me of Giles Corey, who got killed during the Salem witch trials. Yeah, he could have. What I think is he probably got stoned to death. You know, I don't know how you stone somebody to death with a giant boulder, but I think that must have been what happened. Let's see. TCP thinks Man in White and Boy in men in yellow and boy in white are father and son. Interesting. Liv says, do they come back? There are only 3. Yeah, I think that's a good question. What's going to happen with that last scarecrow, the third one? Is it going to come back? It just walked away, and I have to hope that the fire is not going to kill it, that something as simple as fire can't just kill this entity. I hope. So I hope it comes back. I mean, there were only 3, yes, and one of them got killed by the totem spike. Another one, wait, how did the other one get killed? I'm going to have to look at my notes. One got killed by the totem spike, and then there's another one that Ellis pushed out of the way, and there's the oven mitt one, or the fire mitt one. But yeah, I'm not sure how, like, Tabitha only stabbed one with a totem spike, and she said that's how you hurt them. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna have to, as we go through the episode, I'm gonna see if I can piece that together. But yeah, I think that one that walked away with the fire mitts better come back. So Debbie dropped her this video on Friday, part 4 of her From series, and the next one will be the Friday before the finale. Yeah, please subscribe to Debbie's channel. She's desperate to get to 500 subscribers, and you are welcome, Debbie. We're going to help however we can. Please help Debbie out and give her a sub. And it's difficult to get subs, it's not easy out there. There are a lot of channels, but Debbie makes unique, beautiful art videos. So we want to try and get the word out about that for her. Let's see. Yeah. I'm going to get my charger and heating pad. David says, Jade says he knows how to save the children. The trip ended with Jade shoved into the stone coffin and a child saying Nkui. Clearly the answers Jade seeks to remember are in the coffin. That's what I think. That's what I think too. So it looks like that's what he, that's where he got his revelation from, being in that coffin down in the cave in his vision. And what was in there? There was an Nkui kid saying remember, and a bunch of little bones. It's like little skeletons, child-sized skeletons. So I'm afraid that this is going to be a really tired trope. However, I don't think that it's going to work. So there's some consolation in that. It's a tired trope to have, this mission to free trapped souls by removing their bones from where they are after they were murdered and moving and burying them somewhere. Like, that's probably what he thinks. He's probably seen one too many horror movies where souls are not at rest because they were murdered, and they need to have their bones relocated somewhere else. You see the little skeletons. There are little skeletons behind Jade. And so he probably got the idea from that. He saw a little kid in there, and you've got skeletons all over the place. This was where they were sacrificed as well. The stones are all around that area. So after they were sacrificed, they must have dumped their bodies in that pit. And so now their bones are there and their souls are not at rest. But that is so, oh my God, that is so played out. So I know that it can't be as simple as that. That's not going to get them all home. By moving the skeletons and like burying them and maybe saying some prayers over them, it's not going to work. I'm pretty sure that's what Jade must be thinking right now. But you let me know what you guys think. I don't think there's any way in hell that it's going to be as simple as that. And we still have a whole season and a half to get through. So there's no way that Jade just cracked the whole code and figured out how to get everyone home and problem solved. It's not gonna work that way. Now I'm gonna skip down to the end of the chat, see what you guys are saying at the moment about that, and then I'll go back up and highlight some more things. Hey, Ryan. Nice to see you. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Daryl says, the bones, we must put them somewhere to set the souls free. Let's do this. Yeah, but there's no way it's going to be that simple. There's just no way. Daryl said, Julie B has interviewed the actor who played young Jade. Yes, I did. Last summer, I interviewed Viggo Hanvelt, who played young Jade, and he was Avery on The Institute. What a smart, brilliant young kid. So talented. I was amazed at how smart and wise beyond his years he is. And he did an amazing job playing young Jade. I'm going to contact his agent and see if I can interview him again for this season. And I knew it was him. It looked just like him in the preview when we saw him there. Okay. Hey there. Let's see. How do I say this? Hi, I'm 3. I knew something was off when Boyd tells Jade to drink the blood. Totally irresponsible and out of character, and the fact that he kept disappearing as they followed Kid Jade had my spidey senses tingling. Yeah. That was weird. That's not something Boyd would have told him to do. So that was a clue. It was a flashing sign that he was not really in that place, that he never left the post office. He was there with Boyd the whole time, and that was not the real Boyd in his vision. And he kept disappearing. Oh yeah, that was super sus. Hey, Mitch, is Rendezvous sending people to Fromville? I wonder who's working there. Right? Exactly. Yeah. Rendezvous is a fun little fake company they made up. Hey, man. Welcome. Thank you for popping in and saying hi, listening while working. I like to just hear from who's here, even if you can't chat or chatting isn't your thing. I invite anybody who's just listening to just pop in the chat and say hi. And if you'd like, you can say where you're from too. That's always cool to hear. And your wolf spear. You're on a different account. Man, nice to see you, Wolf Spear. Chris Barmore says, I think the reason young Jade said it's worse for Tabitha is basically because she basically always has kids there with her. As a parent, your kids dying is far worse than dying yourself. Yeah, I could see that. That makes a lot of sense, Chris. I agree. It's worse for her because of that. I don't think it means she's going to die a worse death. I think, yeah, it's going to be pretty much that. It's worse for her. She has kids there. Why didn't Ghost Jim protect Ethan from Scarecrow Monster? Chris M, yeah, I think that Ghost Jim is, I'm starting to think he's kind of sus. Sending Ethan out to look for the Lake of Tears, and now he was once again in a really dangerous situation because of it. There's some entity that's trying to kill Ethan in this place. Let's not forget. Some entity wrote on Sarah's arm, kill the boy, when she was standing there looking at Ethan, and she almost did. Some fake Thomas voice on the phone told Ethan that mom's coming back on the ambulance. You've got to be brave. Ethan ran outside at night. Those are just 2 examples of 5 near-death experiences Ethan had, and now we have a 6th. This is another near-death experience with the Scarecrow attack. I mean, there's something going on here, and I think, I don't know, I'm looking at Ghost Jim sideways now. But what do you guys think about that? Let me know. You think Ghost Jim is up to no good now? I thought he was possibly a helpful entity at first, but now I don't know. I don't know anymore. I think he may have been sent by the evil entity just to put Ethan in harm's way again. I'm not 100% committed to that. I'm thinking about it for now. Hey, can't be serious. Nice to see you. Probably missed you. Thank you for popping in, just stopping by, showing love. Thank you so much. Always great to see you from Quality Reacts community. Quality Reacts is a rap react, a hip hop reaction channel. My favorite one. Check it out if you haven't already. It's run by an awesome guy who's been very kind and supportive of me and my channel. Let's see. Hey, Quan, nice to see you. Why can't Ghost Jim be like all the other ghosts that are trapped in From? Oh, he might be. I mean, I'm starting to think maybe they're all the real spirits of, maybe they're being forced to play certain roles, though, that they don't want to play. Forced to say certain things to people. Could be. Ram, hey, Ram C. Ram thinks Ghost Jim was boy in white. Interesting. Hey, Rob Newsom. Ethan also said Chris was fun at first, then started acting mean. So this is going to change Jade, make him paranoid, and who knows if he was tripping. Yeah, I mean, it's possible this could change Jade in a bad way, but hopefully he doesn't turn too dark. I think it's going to help. He seemed pretty happy at the end. He seemed like he had clarity now. Incidentally, this screenshot is hilarious to me. It looks like they're lovers in a sweet embrace as Boyd was trying to calm Jade down from his freak out. I captured this at just the right second by accident, and yeah, it was like something like broke back from or something, as Karl said. Anyway, but Jade looks pretty happy because he feels like he's got the answer now, and at least he's got something to try. So I think it'll be a good thing. We haven't seen him smile that much in a while. 105 people. Awesome. Thank you for watching. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Join the Discord. You can share your theories in there and tag me. If you want to share a theory that's a little too long to say in the chat, you can write it in Discord and tag me, and maybe on a future live stream, I can read it. Also, we do our watch party every Saturday night. So if you want to watch with us, I stream it at midnight Eastern every Saturday. The Discord link is pinned at the top of the chat, and it's in the description of the video as well. Hey, Laura Butler, nice to see you at work. Hope this passes the time a little bit, listening in. And Amy says Ghost Jim may be a monster in disguise. Yeah, you never know. Hey, Rob. Eloise isn't brought up much. There is a reason for that. She wrote the kids' book to end the cycle. Yeah, I think Eloise is definitely going to come into the plot, 100%. And I believe she is going to be revealed as alive. We had that license plate that kind of looked like Eloise earlier this season. It looked similar. It's similar enough that I think it's a clue that she's alive, among other things. So it's only a matter of time before she comes back. And it would be cool if she wrote the book to end the cycle. I would like to see that. So Amy says, Ghost Jim may be a monster in disguise. He led Ethan and them to go to the cabins. Right. I mean, yeah, he may have put Ethan in harm's way on purpose. Could have. And so, let's see. Yes, Quan. Boyd would never say, just drink the blood. It's not real anyway. Harold must have enjoyed not being Boyd for an episode. I'm sure that was fun for Harold. Liked stream. Thank you for hitting the like. So now do you all think that Jade and Tabitha were not a married couple, but Jade was an adult and Tabitha was a child in the same settlement? I think that they had to have been together because they said they had a child together. Tabitha said to Jim before he died in the season 3 finale that we had a child, and what did she say? She said we tried to save the children, and one of them was ours, meaning hers and Jade's. So they, in the origin story, they were definitely together, and they had that little girl. They had a daughter. But the mystery of here's a mystery though. What is the deal with child Tabitha? What is the deal with child Tabitha? Because here's what I've been always thinking about child Tabitha. In season 3, when she had that recurring nightmare pop up, and we saw a glimpse of this little girl at the Red Rocks, and she's in colonial clothes. What I thought at the time was that this is her in the origin story before this place became a supernatural prison. I think that this used to be a regular town that was not some supernatural place where you couldn't leave, just a regular town. And she and Jade grew up there, got married, had a child. Eventually, the townsfolk made that bargain with the evil entity. And at that point, it created this supernatural prison where everyone became trapped. And because they sacrificed the children and turned the townsfolk into the immortal monsters, right? That's what I have believed. However, there's a wrinkle in this now after this episode, because if this was a regular place where they grew up in the origin story, then how come something supernatural happened while Tabitha was a little girl? Because this man threw her dolls into the lake, and she said when he died, his nightmares came out of the lake, meaning the doll monsters came out of the lake. So this was already, something supernatural was already happening at this point when she was still a kid. So what the hell? I guess we could say that maybe in one of the timelines, Tabitha was reincarnated when she was still a child. Maybe Tabitha and Jade, when they were still children, and they spent a long time there, grew up there, and eventually failed to save the children and died there. Is that possible? What do you guys think about that? What is going on with this? Why, where do we place this little colonial Tabitha? And how does this fit? What are your thoughts on that? I mean, we could look back at the years in Tabitha's lighthouse dream and see if there was a big enough gap between any of the years so that we could justify, okay, maybe one of the timelines was really long and they were there from the time they were reincarnated and brought there, and they spent so long that they grew up from childhood to adulthood and then wound up dead. But what do you guys think on that? It's confusing. Taito Guardian thinks the ghost entities are all real spirits of these people being forced to do things. I've thought this for a while. Interesting stuff. Yeah, I'm just now starting to think that. I've always thought that they're entities up until this point. No, let me see. I'm scrolling up a little bit to see some other stuff I missed. Apologies for a bunch of messages that I can't get to because there are so many great ideas from you guys. Let's see. Susie, nice to see you. So Susie says if the tunnels below the colony house in Jade's vision aren't real, they will lead to Acosta, where she's discovered something that will move it forward, probably that Jade will recognize. I think definitely that Acosta is going to find something in that basement. I agree. She'll find something, maybe, so, like a lot of people have been saying, and Karl thought of this too, maybe she'll find a picture of Sophia from a past timeline and out her that way. Okay, let's see. Anything else I may have missed that I didn't get to from earlier? Let's see. So Chris M says, thinks Randall's going to be killed trying to protect Julie. I think so too. Sophia knows about Randall and Julie's story walking. Indeed. Oh, Doc. I didn't want to miss my friend Doc popping in here. Always nice to see you, my dear friend. Okay, anything else I missed before I go back to the current chat going on here? Susie said, I'm a grown-ass woman and I'm terrified of dolls. Y'all would be attacked. A bunch of freaky porcelain dolls, so don't unalive me in the town. So if Susie lived in Fromville, yeah, you'll be murdered by a bunch of freaky porcelain dolls, because fears and nightmares apparently manifest as real things in this place. Love it. Love it. Yeah, I love dolls. I love dolls that are freaky. I love creepy doll stories. So I was all for this storyline with the dolls coming to life. But you know, I just wish they were a little harder to kill. 61 likes, 82 in the chat. I'm sure this is not the updated total now because this is an old one, but please hit that like button anyway. Let's see. Jay, yeah, I'm so sorry about that I haven't dropped the link for calls like I said I was going to do. I keep saying I'm going to do it, and then what happens is my pain winds up spiking, and I think, oh man, you know, I've got to get through the chat and get off of there without, you know, without things kind of getting out of hand. You know, sometimes when I do call-ins, I'm not able to be assertive enough to get the live stream over when I need it to be over. And I'm afraid of it kind of getting out of control. My pain has been really bad. It's been getting worse in the last few weeks and months, really. So that's why I get a little nervous, and sometimes I just lose track of time. And the next thing I know, hours have gone by and I haven't dropped the link. Because I like to at least have a talk with the chat before doing that, before opening the floor, you know. But I will do that. I said I would do it, and I will do it. And I apologize for not dropping the link yet. In the next stream, I will. What we'll do is we'll do a discussion first, and then I will open it up later in the stream. I will. I will do it. I'm committing to doing it now. And in the next stream, we will probably have a content creator guest on. So I'll do a talk with him first, and then when he heads out, because I don't think he'll be able to stay long, then we'll drop the link and let people share their theories and ideas. Hey, Emerald Realms Network, welcome. Gonna take that life energy of hers. I'm not sure what that was in reference to, because that was a while ago, but I just wanted to shout this person out. Oh, right here. That's why Fatima dead. She's gonna bring that golem to life. Oh, and the golem's gonna take that life energy of hers. Interesting. Okay. I don't know. I think it's going to actually be something positive for once. I think that they are overdue for a win. Like Boyd said, they need a champion. And so for once, I think something positive is going to manifest. And there have been other positive things manifested there by people's hope, I believe. Like the crops, the new crops that they found, I think they were manifested by Tian Chen's hope before she died, that they would find new crops or plant new crops in a new place. So I think it's going to be a good thing, but you never know. You never know. Let's see. Daryl said, why can't my wet dreams manifest? There would be Sarahs everywhere. Yeah. Football Affinity said, Victor is still alive. Can't be his nightmare. I don't think people necessarily have to die to manifest things, though. And we'll see if this golem manifests into something real that comes alive, then that'll be proof. That'll be proof that you don't have to die to manifest something there. You know, I think Fatima's hope is going to be strong enough that it will manifest a living golem while she's still alive. Yes, football. Are we going to point out why the fuck is Tabitha a kid in past events? This is the question that I just posed a few minutes ago to you guys. And I'm going to scroll down to the bottom here and see if any of you have thoughts on that. Oh, and Liv said, this episode has me thinking the old maid theory may be true and the monsters are Victor's fear. Yes, I believe that's right. I believe that is right. And Victor, as a child, would have such a vivid imagination that I think he could manifest things even though he's still alive, such as the peach truck, in my opinion, I think was manifested by him. And hi with Alice. Thank you for the belated birthday wishes. Sorry, fly in my face. Football says, so football rated episode 5 a 9 out of 10. So you think it's equal to episode 1 then? 9 out of 10 for episode 1 as well. Yeah, I think those are fair ratings. MG says, seems like overcoming fears is a big theme. Ethan says as much earlier in the series. It always gets scary at the end. The hero has to overcome their fear or something like that. Yes, he says that the hero has to be brave, that toward the end is when it gets really scary. So absolutely facing fear. And I put out a deep dive video on Ethan and all of his insights. That's linked in the description of this live stream if anyone hasn't checked it out. And one of the things I talked about is how Ethan said that you have to face the things that scare you. That's how you take away their power. And I think that's something that they can use that can help them survive, facing their fear. Like the time Randall shouted at the monsters and said he's not afraid of them when he was on the bus, and then they just turned and walked away immediately. Anyway, let's see. Chris M said Fire Mitt saw that the other monster died and gave up. It sure looked that way. It just walked away. Yeah, so that was weird. I was surprised that the last doll monster just walked away. But what happened to, there were 3 of them, so I'm not really sure what happened to, there's another one that I don't understand how it died, if it did die, because Tabitha only stabbed 1. Anyway, okay. Only 15 episodes left of the whole series, yes. But yeah, there have been some rumors that in season 5 there are going to be 11 or 12 episodes. That would be amazing. That would be so great. I would love it. Football says, all good, Julie. I don't think anyone I watch reads chats like you. Well, great. I'm glad that you're happy with that. And I try to read as many as I can. And that's why I get so far behind. And I wind up reading old ones like I'm doing right now. And kind of jump around. But you guys have so many great ideas. And I enjoy having this conversation with you all. So I'm glad people like it. I want this to be interactive. Chris Barmar says, I had asked if it was a good idea for the 3 music box cursed people to be in the same spot. As soon as they were, Marielle suffered the side effects. Interesting. Yeah, maybe that's why. That's a great point. Yeah, I think I remember you mentioning that in the chat, Chris. I remember that. And that's what happened in this episode. They were all in the same place at the same time. And all of a sudden now Marielle was having crazy, hallucinations that she was chained up again. So interesting. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why that happened to her. I love it. Great idea. So let's see. Randomar was saying arachnophobia being a common fear. I wonder if it makes them stronger than other nightmares. Oh, something. Yeah, the spiders. That was interesting how the spiders popped up in this episode. Could it be foreshadowing that there's going to be a spider entity later on? I mean, Ethan, like, he said in season 1 that Victor drew pictures of scarecrows, boogeymen, and giant spiders. So that makes me think we're going to get giant spiders later. And if that's going to be stronger than other nightmares or fears, then they're going to be in trouble with that one. Bill Chill's favorite scene was Fire Mittens walking away like they don't pay me enough for this shit. Good one. Yes. I love it. Let's see. Ryan thinks any fucking ghost in Fromville is sus. And Sprinkle Kitty says, I always knew that Ghost Jim was bad. Ramsey says the boy in white sent them to the lake for Tabby to remember. Boy in white has done some BS before, like shoving Tabby out a window and bringing Victor's dad to town to die. I mean, I don't think he's bringing him there to die. I know he does. I think he does some Machiavellian things, but I think the boy in white is trying to help. Personally. Hey, Ledness. Quan says, so Tabitha was a child and Jade is a child we haven't seen yet in that cycle then, or is it real old school where the guy's old and the girl is young? LOL. Yeah, what is up with this whole thing with Tabitha as a child in these flashbacks? I mean, maybe Jade was a lot older than her. People got married to young women back then. Not young girls, I should say. They weren't women yet. But she was way too young there. So something weird is up with this. Hey, Lucas, welcome. Maybe Ethan is safer getting away from the man in yellow. It's possible. Could be that he's safer further away from town, but I don't know. I think this was a really dangerous situation that he was in, and he just barely escaped that with his life. Let's see. So David says, my theory is future Julie dragged past Jim to present Jim to tell him. So wait, dragged past Jim to present Ethan to tell him to find the lake. So Julie can leave a bookmark at the lake. Then she can bring past Jim to the Lake of Tears for a rebirth. Yeah, that's interesting. I like that theory. Yeah, so this bookmark thing, she's gonna have to figure out why that bookmark didn't work. And I have a theory on that. Something I'm gonna put in a video. Yeah, but the thing, it's interesting. Like maybe that's the way to save Jim. It would have to be a past Jim, bring him back into the present that way. I mean, that's the only way that I could see any of this working. Go back and get past Jim and have him be reborn at the Lake of Tears. That's an interesting theory, because I don't think they can bring Jim back from the dead. The current dead Jim, he's dead. He's going to stay dead. Even if they find the real Lake of Tears, I don't think that can somehow resurrect him. And I don't think Julie can stop him from being killed in the past either. I think Ethan is right that you can't change the story that's already been told. Quan says, you are correct. They said their daughter was sacrificed, but there's a big age difference now. Yeah, this is weird. But we don't know what timeline this is. Just a sec. I just have to take a drink, so you're just going to hear a little pause. So I'm getting dehydrated here. Okay. So, yeah. So what's the deal with this? If we look back, let me go to the dates in Tabitha's dream just for a minute. Back in season 1, she had a dream. Where is it? She had a dream that had all of these dates in it. And a lot of us think that, hold on, let me think for a second so I can find it. It was this one. A lot of us think that those dates represent all of the past timelines of this place. Here's the lighthouse dream. So if we look at this, there's a long period of time where people dressed the way that little girl was dressed. Oh, it looks like this cuts off some of the dates. Let me see if I have a shot that shows all of them. Damn it, I don't think I do. Well, there's one that says, I know there's one that says 1608 or 1609 or something. If anyone in the chat has all the dates, I know MG usually has them all somewhere. Let me know. But there's one that says 1672 here from the look of it. There's one that says 1752. So there are a few different options for when this little girl could be from. It doesn't necessarily have to be the origin story. People dressed like that in the 1700s. People dressed like that in the 1600s. So she could have been brought there as a child and lived there until she grew up enough to try to save the children. So that's possible. So what we're seeing as child Tabby, it doesn't necessarily have to be the origin story. But let me know what you guys think of that. It's confusing. It is confusing seeing her there as a child. Hey, AZN, welcome. I just watched. I was a bit confused at the ending with the doll monsters. Yeah, it was very confusing as to why the doll monsters just, they were defeated so easily, right? Like one of them got impaled. Another one walked away with the oven mitt hands on fire. I'm not sure what happened to the third one. Yeah, it was odd. It was odd. Quan says that means. Oh, hold on a second. Sorry, that's Karl's phone. Sorry about that. I'm gonna see if I can silence it. Quan says that means Tabitha and Jade grew up together, got married, had children, and then did all the sacrificing stuff. That's a long time to be alive in Fromville in 1600. Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, she may have been there for a long time, and then stayed there as from the time she was a child until adulthood, and then died there in one of her reincarnated lives. I mean, that's what I'm thinking probably happened. Let's see. Hey, Wendy, welcome. Straight Edge Junkie says, could the twist be that the original Jade and Tabitha were actually complicit in the child sacrifice or even helped cause it? It's possible. I don't think so, because, I mean, what they told us was when they had their revelation, then they remembered. They said they tried to save the children, and one of them was theirs. So I don't think they're gonna do a switcheroo on us and say, oh no, actually they didn't try to save the children. They caused the sacrifice to happen. They were responsible for it. I don't think they're gonna turn around and do that, because that would be kind of cheating. The writers gave us a big revelation with that, in my opinion. So maybe the show's moral endpoint is that people should have the chance to redeem themselves from inherited sin. I agree with that, Straight Edge. Yes, I think the sins of the fathers, like generational sin kind of thing, it seems to be a theme. And while they're not responsible for the sacrifice, they made mistakes and they failed to stop it from happening clearly. So they're being reincarnated over and over again, and in every cycle they make mistakes, and they have to keep coming back until they do things the right way. It's not necessarily a punishment. I think it was caused by the hope of the dying children, the reincarnation of Tabitha and Jade. The hope of the children is what created the faraway bottle tree that brings them back cycle after cycle. MG in the chat, that's his theory, and I think that's exactly what's happening. Let's see. Football Affinity says, Julie, we talked about this yesterday. The dolls coming to life debunks that it was already supernatural. Wait, it debunks that? So but it was already supernatural because the dolls are coming to life. So you mean like it debunks that, and then yes, it was already supernatural. Yes, that's what I'm saying. So it was clearly already supernatural when that happened, but that doesn't mean it's the origin story, what we're looking at. Again, look at the dates here. This could have happened, this doll thing could have happened in the 1700s. Let's say that this all started at the beginning of the 1600s, when the earliest date is in this dream. Well, people still dressed like that in the 1700s. So who's to say Tabby didn't get reincarnated as a young girl, grew up just enough to marry Jade and have, or marry somebody and have kids, and then wind up dead there, failed to save the children. It's possible, she may have been reincarnated as a child in one of her past lives. To me, that's the way that I can make sense of this the best, because otherwise I don't understand why in the origin story before, like, why, so this place was already supernatural even before the sacrifice of the kids. I don't know. It doesn't really make sense to me, but it's possible that it was. Quan says, so that means they grew up in From, starved, then made a deal with the devil and got stuck. That's what I think. Quan says there's a 1500s date, so let's check the date after that. Okay, a 1500s date. Well, there's also, what's the year that's the starving time? The starving time, 1609. One of the dates in the lighthouse is 1609. So maybe child Tabitha was in 1609. Let's see. Yeah, Chris Barmore. It was 1609. That's right. Maybe this was the first cycle after the sacrifice. It's possible the kids, boy in white, didn't understand it would be better to wait until they're adults to bring them back. Yes, that could have been one of the mistakes that the boy in white made when I think the boy in white is helping to bring Tabitha and Jade back over and over again. And so maybe he made a mistake and brought Tabitha back too young. He's made a lot of dumb mistakes. Sarah once said that she thinks the boy in white is trying to help, but he's not sure how. And she's definitely right, because he's made some mistakes. With Christopher, he told Christopher too much information in the 70s, back in that flashback Victor had, and it made Christopher go crazy. So, yeah, he's made some mistakes. Hey, LDN King. If you think of it as a game, not story, it is so logical to see different life scenarios for Tabitha and Jade, like you are trying every possible scenario to achieve one goal, which is to rescue the kids. Right. I think it's both. I don't think it has to be at one or the other, actually. I think it functions as a story and a game. But yeah, I think that's right. They're trying every different scenario, every different strategy. I think this is just like a game. There are so many game references in the show. Chess, chess was brought up many times, and I think this is basically the boy in white versus the man in yellow, using the characters like chess pieces to try to achieve opposing goals. Man in yellow trying to stop the cycle and feed on fear and suffering. The boy in white trying to instill hope and break the cycle, break the curse. Stronger Every Day says, I think in one incarnation, Tabitha was a child in FROMville and Jade was an adult. They weren't together like a couple because you don't always incarnate at the same time. Okay, I think that may be right, that Jade was an adult, Tabitha was a child in one of their reincarnations. However, I think they probably always came back at the same time. In every cycle, they come at the same time. Remember, Victor said, when two cars come, it's special. He said, it doesn't happen often. What do you think it means? So I think it makes sense that they would come back at the same time in every single timeline, like they arrived at the same time in this timeline. And they probably did. Miranda and Christopher probably did too. Victor just doesn't remember because his memory is all screwed up. David says that would mean child Tabitha spent her whole life in from a child to a neglectful mother. The way it looks that way. Yeah. Let's see. Quan says that means Tabitha and Jade survived there until adulthood, started starving, and then sacrificed kids to keep going. I don't know. I hope they rectify this. Yeah, I don't think they did the sacrifice. They tried to stop it, but yeah, basically. See, Hyam3 says, I think Tabitha and Jade made the deal but backed out, and that's why they're constantly reincarnating as a form of punishment by the real boss of FROMville. Okay, I can see that. It's possible. Maybe they backed out and they tried to save the children after that and failed. I could see it, so maybe it is punishment. Chris Barmore says, I think the golem is this cycle's talisman or metal skull things at the settlement. Could be, a new thing that's going to help them. I think so. Hey, Maze, in the cycle before child Tabitha, she could have lived much longer than Jade. Right. She could have. Absolutely. Yes, collectively, we are amazing at guessing the outcome. Indeed, Football Affinity. Let's see. So I'm going to quickly scroll through the rest of the chat here, almost down to the part where I'm caught up with you guys. Then we're going to go through the whole episode scene by scene. Maze says, I think the monsters were from the 50s cycle, the one with Jade under the rock. They are all in 50s style clothing, unless someone had a fear of Archie comics. Right. Yeah, it's possible that they this version of them, the way they're dressed, obviously is from the 50s cycle. Yeah. The monsters themselves have been around since the beginning. They were created because they sacrificed their children and whatnot, of course. But yeah. Yep. Let's see. Hey, let's see. Catastrophe, welcome. Yeah, the old maid theory is something that's been around for a while in the fandom. There were a bunch of old maid cards strewn about near Megan's body, the little girl who died in the first episode of the series. And if you look at old maid cards, they look just like the monsters' costumes. They really do. It's kind of uncanny. So, there's the theory that like basically they were manifested based on those cards, by somebody, possibly Victor. That may not be the best way of explaining it, but somebody in the chat might be able to explain it a little better. I only recently just became aware of the details of that theory. I had heard of it before, but I guess I just kind of forgot. The license plate. Mitch says Eloise is working for Rendezvous and her boss is the boy in white. The pic on the Rendezvous website spells lost. In Lost, Eloise was the one that could send people back to the island. Interesting. Yeah, I like that. I like the connection to Lost. I love Lost. I just recently finished it. Yeah. Cool theory. And I do think she's going to be alive. Let's see. Chris Barmore says the one that killed Roger might have been back there turning him into one of them. Oh, interesting. I like that. Quan said that would be awesome. Cabbage Patch Roger, his head already looked like one. Kind of looked like one. Nice. Fire Mitt's head survival instinct. Yeah, let me go back to... I'll go back to those images in a sec. Let's see. Hey, not I never know how to say this. Not Killa? Not Killa? Welcome. Nice to see you. Let's see. Catastrophe says, at this point, this is a whole telltale game, and they're making the wrong decisions. That's for sure. Wasn't there some dates that popped up on the radio when Marielle was having a moment in the ambulance? Yes. If you slow down the footage when Marielle, I don't have like actual screenshots of it, but if you slow down the footage in the scene with the ambulance, yes, there were dates that come up on the radio, and two of the dates were from the lighthouse. Yeah, anyone in the chat, if you know, I don't remember offhand which of the dates were mentioned, but two of the dates were, let's see if I can find it. Two of the dates were from the lighthouse. And I don't think that's a coincidence. Marielle said that the voices screaming were all the people who have ever died there. And so I think those dates represent some of the people who died there when they used to live there. That's why the dates popped up. You can't see it in here, but it's, if you try to slow down the footage, this is where the dates appeared. Obviously here, I wasn't able to capture it, but that's where the dates appeared. Yeah, that was a cool scene. I enjoyed that. 1506 was the first date in the dream. LDN King says it is terrifying if whatever summons Tabitha and Jade, just waiting for them to reincarnate over the centuries. I wonder what is the length of each cycle, the game countdown. Yeah, I think it varies. If you look at the dates, if the dates do represent the different timelines, the length varies between each one. Sometimes it varies by a lot. In one case, there were only 19 years between the dates, between two of the dates in the lighthouse dream. So that's not much, So it seems like they were reincarnated pretty young in one of the timelines. These are the dates. Thank you, Susie. Very helpful. It's 1506, 1609, 1672, 1752, 1773, 1864, 1883, 1931, and 1978. So if you look there are differences, big differences between some of them, and then in some cases, like there aren't that many years between them. There's only 19 years between two of these dates. So it's interesting. Yes. I think these are all the dates when they were brought back. Maybe 1506 was the date that all of this started, when the sacrifice happened. That's what I'm thinking. So, okay. Let's see. Good night, Taito Guardian. I'm going to pull up the start of the episode, and we'll start going through scene by scene now. Hey, Gabrielle. Well, you may be late, but you didn't miss the actual breakdown of the episode. We've been discussing it all this time, but now we're going to actually go into it scene by scene. So we're still going for a while. Got a lot more to go. Hyam3 says, still think Fatima is connected to the thing that the monsters made the deal with, and that's why she couldn't see it, because she's seeing her own perspective. Oh, okay. Okay. For her own perspective. Yeah, that's a cool idea. So, hey, Mike Light. I try to make sure I recognize everybody. Sorry if I missed anyone. Mike Light says, in season 1, the 2 cars arriving probably didn't represent the reincarnation. The writers probably didn't think of that until later seasons. That's why Victor said he saw the 2 cars. I would have to disagree, just because I think the reincarnation is such a huge plot point that I think they must have planned that from the beginning. It's way too big for them to just decide on the fly later on. I think it's built into the mythos of the show that Tabitha and Jade are the 2 Chromonockles on the quest. And if you look back, there are signs, there are clues that the 2 of them were going to be linked in the beginning. In season 1, there were clues. So I think they probably planned that out from the beginning. The writers said that they planned a lot of the major plot points, and then they take detours, and there are little happy accidents along the way. Kind of like a road trip. You plan some of the stops along the way and your destination, and then you take some detours here and there. So, yeah. I'm trying to find the part where the part in the chat where I was asking about what do you guys think about child Tabitha? Is that a reincarnated child Tabitha, or is that from the origin story and somehow it was already supernatural? I got a couple opinions on it, but what do you guys think? And sorry if I missed any of your messages on that already, but also, if there's any major thing you wanted me to see that I missed, feel free to write it again and tag me. Just write at Julie, try to get my attention. Because I love to read your messages, but it's impossible to read every one of them. Or we would be here for days, I think. Hey, Falcavon, welcome. Of course you can ask. Ask away. And welcome. And if you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing to the channel. I'm trying to reach 3,000 subscribers by the end of season 4, and I'm on my way. It's only maybe a month ago that we reached 2,000 subs. So please subscribe, hit the bell for all notifications. I have a disabling chronic pain condition, so sometimes I have to postpone live streams. So if you hit that bell for all notifications, it'll keep you updated as to when I'm actually going live. And when I'm releasing videos, of course. You can also keep up with things by joining the Discord. That's linked at the top of the chat, and it's in the description of this live stream as well. And every Saturday we do watch parties for the new episodes at midnight Eastern when they drop. So if you want to join, that Discord link is there. Share your theories in there. Keep the conversation going. Hey, Michelle. Nice to see you. Welcome. And And also, I forgot to mention earlier that I have another payment method here that you guys can use if you want to donate. I put up my email address for PayPal. So if you want to donate, I'm pretty sure that if you have a PayPal and you wish to donate, you can go to PayPal and put in my email address, and you'll be able to find me and send something that way. No amount is too small. Everything is appreciated. StreamYard is very expensive, and to be honest, I'm having a lot of trouble affording it right now. So anything is helpful. What was I gonna say? YouTube doesn't pay me. I'm not monetized, so I don't get paid at all for doing these videos or live streams or anything. So donations are much needed and much appreciated. Up to now, I've only had Cashapp and Venmo, which are only for the US, but PayPal is international. And I know some people had been requesting that I put that up, so I did. And it's scrolling at the bottom right now. My email address is scrolling down there for PayPal, and it's in the description of this live as well. And let me know if anyone tries to donate that way and you have issues with it. Let me know, and I'll do something else. I'll get an actual direct link to PayPal. But it should work if you just go to PayPal, find me via my email address, which is JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com. And it should come up that way. And I did get some donations recently. I want to just say thank you for before I go on to. I got a donation. Let me see. It was not even during a live stream, but I got a donation from BMF, and I'm not sure who that is because there's nobody with a BMF screen name in this chat. But if that's you, please let me know that it's you if you're listening. And thank you so much for the donation. And Daryl Stone also donated, and that's much appreciated. And if you're listening, please let me know who you are on YouTube, because there's no Daryl Stone in the chat either. So you must have a different username on YouTube than your actual name. So thank you so much for that. And anyway, let's get back to the chat, and we're going to start breaking down the whole episode scene by scene. So Daryl thinks young Tabitha is a reincarnated Tabitha. So the little girl is one of the reincarnated ones. Okay, I agree. Wendy says maybe Tabitha needs to bring one of the dates through the bottle tree to bring her back to save the children, just like Victor's lunchbox. Just a thought. Yeah, that's possible. You never know what the dates mean. Let's see. Oops. Kwan says, I think if you don't have something as a guide, you might end up like Dale. Right, like you need something with you when you go through the faraway trees. Unless the boy in white is there to send you to the right place, or unless you have the right object, you could wind up like Dale. I agree, Kwan. Let's see. Notculus says, I think they did a shot of the calendar on episode 1, season 4. So yeah, it was on May 30th. Let's see. So yeah, it's only been like a month that the Matthews have been there in town. Isn't that crazy? It's wild how much has happened. That is the timeline. Hi, M3. It's only been about a month that they've been there. Just wild. So Falcavon wanted to know, I was wondering, why do the characters not sit down and share every discovery they made instead of keeping secrets? I feel each holds a piece of the puzzle. You and everybody else. I'm telling you, this is one of the biggest gripes that we have as a fandom, that they don't communicate more and share their discoveries with each other. They would figure out so much more if they did that, because it is like pieces of a puzzle, and they all have different pieces, and some of them would connect if they just talked. And we're finally now seeing some of the characters talking and taking their separate pieces and connecting them in season 4. So I'm psyched that they're finally doing that. Boyd and Jade are doing that. Tabitha and Jade started doing it, in season 2. And now Boyd and Jade are putting their heads together, and Ethan and Jade and Victor. And it's great to see. So they are finally starting to do that. But I agree, they don't do it as much as they should, even now. But you know, it is like Hyam 3 says, it is kind of for the plot too. It makes it easier to just, well, it makes it more complicated for the characters, which is what the writers want. They don't want things to go too easily for them. Yes, and the one time they had a town meeting, like Chris Barmore says, it didn't go very well. Dale went out and got himself killed. It turned into a mob scene. So, yeah, it didn't go so well. Yes, Daryl, they're actually learning things now that will help them solve what's going on. Absolutely. And so let's go to oh, wait a sec. Susie says numbers on the radio. So the numbers that showed up on the radio in this scene with Marielle were 1609, 79 sorry 7609, 1608, 4888, 1762, 7952, and 1609. 1609, I said already. 1609 is in the Lighthouse Dream. Yes, it is. So that's cool that was mentioned. I think that was deliberate. Was 1762 though? What was? Let me see. Susie had that list of. Let me look at what Susie had shared a minute ago. The list of years. Nope. So 1752 was the year, but 1609. You know, 1609. Maybe something really significant happened in 1609 in that timeline in particular. So anyway, Kate, I love this name, Catastrophe. That's so funny. I can definitely see Sophia turning the town against Fatima with this golem she's making, especially with all the religious talk she's been doing. Yeah, I could see that, you know, like maybe telling them that Fatima's making a demon or something. I could see that too. But I think the golem itself will be a good thing. Wendy thinks maybe the reason Julie's bookmark didn't work is because she was supposed to put the current year she was in, just like the bottle tree has years. Here's why I think it didn't work. My theory on why it didn't work is that Julie needs to figure out a way to story walk that is not through seizures. Like Randall said in this episode, she may be frying her brain with every seizure that she's having. This isn't good for her. This isn't healthy. And I think that there is a way to physically story walk, not through astral projection or whatever the hell Julie's doing when her spirit goes back in time while her body stays in the present having a seizure. So what's happening when this happens? She goes into the ruins, she has a seizure, and that piece of paper that's supposed to be her bookmark, it doesn't go anywhere. It stays right there with her. She physically doesn't go anywhere, and neither does the paper. And that's why I think when she writes the symbol on the bookmark, it doesn't work. And when she wakes up from her seizure, guess what? There's no symbol on the bookmark because the bookmark didn't actually travel anywhere. It stayed there. Julie is only like astral projecting herself in some way back in time. She needs a way to physically do it and physically bring the bookmark and then leave it there, and it will actually work and turn into a working bookmark, I think. So how does she physically do it? Well, how did Boyd get into the dungeon dream state? How did he do it? Boyd went into a tree and he wound up in the dungeon dream state. So I think there's a way for Julie to do that too, possibly story walking through faraway trees. Here we go. This is the scene I was looking for. I think she could story walk by going through a faraway tree with a particular item that could take her to a destination where she wants to go, potentially. And that's what she needs to do. She needs to talk to Boyd. Boyd went through a tree and he basically story walked too. You could argue maybe it's not story walking what Boyd did, but he went through a tree and he went to the same place Julie did, the dungeon dream state, which I think was back in time. I think that was 1864, one of the dates in the lighthouse dream. So I think that Boyd did story walk, and if he could physically do it, Boyd was not having a seizure, and then he went back in with a torch. He left and then came back into it using a torch. Physically went in there. He did not have a seizure once again. So there's got to be a way for Julie to do it. She might not even have to go through a tree. If she has the right item and goes to the right location, maybe she could physically do it. That's got to be the key. And then she'll be able to get a working bookmark, and she won't fry her brain like Randall is saying she's doing in this scene. And I agree. I don't think it's healthy to have that many seizures. She would get back the way Boyd got back football, by just grabbing. Boyd got out of it originally by grabbing a torch, and he was able to just walk out and leave. So maybe she'd have to take an item with her and then exit. I don't know. See, that part has always been foggy to me. How did Boyd get out of that dream state the way he did? He just walked out of it. He grabbed a torch and walked out. So that's one of the big questions, one of the many questions that hasn't been answered. But he did it, so there's got to be a way for Julie to do it too, I think. Wendy says maybe Julie needs the flame. Faith says, I wonder if the bookmark has to be in the past, like a rock. Go spray paint a rock already in the past, then it would appear so in the future. Yeah, could be. Could be the bookmark is not what she thinks. It may not be that piece of paper that she's trying to use. Chris Barmore says maybe the boy in white sent Boyd into the dungeon to create that time loop that gave Julie her powers. I think that singular event is how she gained her ability. I agree, and I think that's absolutely right. I think the boy in white did something Machiavellian right there. He was playing four-dimensional chess. This is like a game of chess, and the entities, they are always a few steps ahead. They have to be a few steps ahead. And the boy in white was many steps ahead when he did that, because he sent Boyd there. It caused Boyd to get infected with the worms, and he was banking on Boyd coming to town with the worms and figuring out how to give them to a monster, which unleashed the cicada entity that captured the souls of Julie, Randall, and Marielle. And ultimately, that experience is what created Julie's ability to story walk. I believe that too. I think that's why she can story walk. So I think the boy in white wanted all of that to play out just so that Julie would be able to story walk. Why? Because I think it's an asset to them. I think she's going to eventually learn key information by visiting past chapters and sharing the information that she learns. So boy in white, he's definitely not 100% good. He does Machiavellian things sometimes, and you've always got to be a few steps ahead. And both boy in white and man in yellow have, like Boyd has said, they're always a few steps ahead of them. Let's see. So NSB says, I think the timeline is responsible for characters not communicating sooner. Some episodes have subsequent sequences, which doesn't allow them a lot of character growth in a span of 3 to 4 episodes. Yes, 100%. Absolutely. You know, they don't have time to show all the conversations they have. I think they talk a lot off screen, and we just don't see everything. And it would be tedious if we had to watch them constantly filling each other in on everything. And sometimes you find out that, oh, okay, they know something. They found out something off screen. Mike Light says, or maybe Miranda was not originally meant to be one of Tabitha's past lives in season 1. Remember, Victor's mom was not even mentioned in the first season. She didn't gain importance until season 2. I mean, it's possible, but it's just the reincarnation seems like way too important for them to have just made it up later, in my opinion. Faith said, thank you, donators, whether $1, a like, hype, subscription, share, saving videos to playlist. Every single one of those acts helps tremendously. Thank you so much for that message. And that is very true. Hyping is what I call your superpower. Hyping is a great way to support the channel. And I would ask that if you want to hype something and support the channel, instead of hyping this live stream when it ends, save the hype for my next video, which will come out in the next few days, because that's the best way to get into the algorithm and bring in new subscribers. So you get only 3 hypes per week, and you can give them all to one video or spread them out however you want every week. They refresh on Mondays, and hypes are greatly appreciated. It is amazing how much it helps small channels. The less subscribers you have, the more points per hype that we get. And I get 2.2k hype points for every single hype. So it's made a big difference when people have hyped my videos, and I really appreciate that. Let's see. So So Susie says, I think 1609 matches up with the young Tabitha timeline, being the Hudson, Dutch, and East India Company settlement, Jamestown 1607, just before New France, e.g., didn't you come from, etc. Okay, yeah. Chris Barmore says the tipping point for the town is going to be when Donna dies. They're going to blame Tabitha and Jade for it. Could be. Could be, yeah. Donna is one of the main pillars of the town, and I think when she dies, or if she dies, it's gonna, I still think she's probably gonna die, and it's going to make the town start to crumble more and take away one of those pillars. Quan says Julie needs to story walk the way, do it the way, the Boyd way, with the torch. Yes, I think with the torch that could very well work. Hey Ash, just got out of production, just got put out. Production of season 5 starts next month. Cool, excellent news. That's great to hear. Football says your reasoning for not working is my reasoning why it should work, because she's clearly going to get a scratch on her face from story walking. It's the same. It's kind of the same thing to me. So you're saying that she's going to get a scratch on her face because she's going to physically story walk and not go into a seizure in the future? I'm not sure what you mean. If I think that would make sense, though. She's going to physically story walk instead of just going into a seizure, and that's how she'll wind up getting a real scratch on her face that actually, lasts. I think if she got a scratch on her face right now in one of these story walking things, she wouldn't just magically get one when she wakes up from the seizure. LDN King says, why do you think Boyd was able to do it physically? Boyd always refers to the situation as a game. Games happen in the material world. It's a good question. Boyd is a key player in the show, and but it's hard to say why he was able to do it physically. They really haven't given us enough evidence, enough information to build a really solid theory on why Boyd. Julie got her story walking powers from being in the cicada coma, but and Tabitha and Jade, they both have their special circumstances from being reincarnated. But why Boyd? I'm not sure, actually. Hyam3 says, whenever Boyd and Julie talk, they'll realize the torch is key. Yes, I think they need to talk about that. Michelle says that bookmark method that Julie tried seemed doomed from the start. Agree. Let's see. Julie needs the fire mitts. Michelle. Chris thinks Boyd was always in his own time. I think the dungeon is accessible as long as you have the torch. He was definitely in his own time when he destroyed the music box. I think he went into the past because the dungeon turned into ruins. And, so it just, to me, it just insinuates that it was the past. But that's me. Quan says, do you all think we will see that they that Martin was talking about when he said they are worse than the monsters? I don't think so, because I think he was just referring to the cicada nymphs under Martin's skin when he said that. Because when the music stopped, nobody came. He said, you got to get out of here before the music stops. and the music stopped. The music box stopped, and what happened? The worms flared up under his skin, and Martin had no choice but to infect Boyd at that point, I think. Anyway, I could go on and on about that, but we'll stay on this. So Hi, M3 says Julie needs the shrooms to stop the seizures while astro traveling, in my opinion. Oh, that could be. That could be. Football says no, the way she does it now. Okay, wait a minute. The way she does it now. Yeah, I'm confused. Maybe try to elaborate a bit. Maybe my brain is making my head foggy. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go to the start of the episode here, and we'll just break it down scene by scene now. So, let's see. So we have at the start of the episode, we got the scarecrow. Well, I mean, at this point, we can pretty much call them ragdoll monsters. I mean, the show can't even really decide what the hell to call them at this point, right? But I guess I'll call them ragdoll monsters because they originated from dolls. But they float to the surface, and now it's like, okay, what the fuck is this? They're all looking at them, and it was Roger, this red shirt Roger, who pulled the rope to begin with and found them and made them float to the surface. So I've been hearing a lot of hate out there toward Roger because of that, because he did that, and then he didn't want to pull them ashore and wouldn't help them do it. And people are blaming him for these things getting unleashed on everyone, and basically thought, he got what was coming to him when he died, which I think is overly harsh. I say justice for Roger, because all he did was pull on the rope a little bit, and once those things surfaced, he did not want any part of pulling them ashore. He tried to talk them out of it, and he was right that they shouldn't have pulled them ashore. I think if they had left them in the water, they wouldn't have attacked everyone. In my opinion, I don't think they would have come to life if they hadn't been brought ashore out of the water. We'll never know, of course, but that's what I think. Anyway, so they talk about that. They argue a bit about it. And Roger refuses to help because he thinks it's a dumb idea. And I obviously agree. It was a dumb idea. So the two ladies and Ellis pull these things in, covered in seaweed. Now, originally, I had thought these were, like, when we saw the dolls covered in what looked like some kind of grass, it was in the full trailer for the season, and I thought they were going to dig them up from under the ground with the crops. So this was interesting, the way this happened. But then over here we have we find out that the little bird didn't make it. So the Lake of Tears did not heal the starling that Ethan tried to save with its broken wing. And so R.I.P. little starling, even though they're assholes who murder other birds and baby birds. They're an invasive species here in the U.S. But that being said, Ethan wraps it up and starts to bury it, saying, "I'm sorry we couldn't save you. I really wanted it to be the Lake of Tears." So does this mean that this is not the Lake of Tears? I say, yeah, it's not the Lake of Tears. I would have been too easy. I said all along that I didn't think the Lake of Tears would be the Brundles or this lake. It's going to be someplace that they haven't discovered yet. It makes it a lot more interesting and like more challenging. It's going to be harder to find. Ghost Tom once told Jade that, the answers are going to be hard to find. And he told him that he should go down in the cave and look for answers to help Julie, who was catatonic at that time. He said, "You've got to go down there because any answers you're looking for are going to be difficult to find." So I think the Lake of Tears will also be difficult to find, and I think it may be. I like the theories I've been hearing about maybe the Lake of Tears is underground, somehow connected to the cave system. That's interesting. Tabitha once said, "Where's the water coming from?" when she was down in the cave with Victor. And I think that was not just a throwaway line. So I think we're going to see that come back eventually. So, yeah, not the Lake of Tears. I think that eventually there will be a Lake of Tears, but I don't think it's going to bring Jim back from the dead. I'll go on record with that now. I don't think it'll be able to bring anyone back from the dead because that would cheapen the emotional impact of their deaths. And I doubt these writers would do that. But I think it will have a pivotal purpose in the end and will be key to them eventually finding a way home. Let me go to the chat before I go on. Hey, anything for freedom, welcome. I heard the Lake of Tears only brings the dead back to life. That's why it didn't work on the bird. That's an interesting theory. Could be. It could be that it only brings the dead back to life. I just can't imagine this show bringing characters back from the dead who, who had such emotional endings. Like it would just cheapen that. Like imagine if they just bring everyone back who died. Why not? Why stop at Jim? Let's bring back Tian Chen and Ghost and Katri, and I'm so used to saying Ghost Katri. And let's bring back Tom and let's bring everybody back. It just kind of cheapens that impact. So I don't know. But you never know. You never know what's going to happen with that. It's the Lake of Tears is an enigma at this point. It's not the Lake of Tears. R.I.P. Starling, 2026 to 2026. Nice. Shukwe says, yeah, I was mad at first I was mad at Roger, but kept looking at it again. He didn't pull it out. He tugged at it and told them, hey guys, look. Then they decided to pull it out. Right. See, it wasn't all his fault. So IM3 thinks it is his fault. Chris says maybe the dolls were just pissed because Donna stabbed one of them. Right. That would definitely piss them off. Okay, football says, I believe Julie gets to scratching her face, still astral projecting. If she dies doing that, she dies in the present as well. Okay. I tend to think so too, that if she dies astral projecting, she would die in the present too. So you could say then she'd also get injured astral projecting, and it would happen for real. Okay. Let's see. So Stronger Every Day says no, Donna is not dying. Yeah, let's hope not. I don't want to see her die. Quan says even though teenagers in real life do mushrooms, I don't think they're going to let a 16-year-old girl do mushrooms on From. Yeah, that's probably true, Quan. Let's see. So Daryl thinks that Boyd won't be the only one who can do what he did with going into the dungeon. Yeah, I agree. I think Julie will be able to do it too. But why Boyd? Why was he able to do it? That's a big question. So Michelle says there has to be some meaning or symbolism to Ethan baptizing the bird. I think there very well could be. Yeah, it looked like they were baptizing the bird with the water, pouring it over the bird. I know starlings have certain meaning in mythology too. So I forget what I had looked up now. Starlings and mythology. So starlings, let me just remind myself what I had looked up. They're a symbol of divine communication, miraculous rescue, and adaptability. And let's see. So what else? they have a strong presence in folklore as bringers of hope and new beginnings. Their swift return in the spring after a long winter has cemented their reputation as symbols of renewal and good luck. Well, that's a bad sign that this one just died, isn't it? That's a very bad sign. That's the case. That's not a good omen, is it? Chris Barmore says the Lake of Tears is where everyone's soul goes when they die. Maybe so. Maybe so. What's the symboling between the starling having a broken wing and Sophia having a broken arm? That's an interesting correlation, isn't it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the connection is between those two things. I don't think the starling is on the side of evil, based on what I just read. I think it's a hopeful thing. So I don't know. Maybe just the dichotomy between good and evil, like both the evil entity and maybe like both sides are taking hits. Maybe it means like the boy in white entity and the man in yellow entity are both have both suffered setbacks in this battle with each other. Could be something about that. Could be symbolism related to that. Let's see. Football Affinity says in episode 1, Julie disappeared when Man in Yellow killed Jim, implying Randall pulls her out. So she just finds a way to story walk where she wants. And also, yes, I think the scratch comes from story walking from runes. That's a good point. She just disappears. She doesn't physically go anywhere. She's just poof, she's gone. So very good point there, football. Very good point. Hey, Justin, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. So does that mean the bones of the Ankui children have to be put in the lake to be freed? That's a great question. Maybe so. Maybe they have to be put in the Lake of Tears. I think Jade is going to think too simplistically and go with that really tired trope that they just need to bury them and say some prayers over them. You know, like their souls aren't at rest because their bones are down there, you know, where they were murdered. And there's no way they're going to go with a tired trope like that. It's got to be something more complicated. Maybe that they have to be brought to the lake. So that would make it more difficult for sure. Daryl thinks the lake is at the caves. I'm starting to think so too. Quan says the magic net kept them down because when they sank them with rocks, they didn't magic net cover them again, and the dolls came and got him. Right. So maybe they needed that net to keep them down, and perhaps that's. I mean, I would have to think that people in a past timeline got rid of them that way, dumped them in there, and used that net to keep them down. How they got that, who knows? Let's see. Hey, Kaiser Bowl, welcome. Shakwe says, I have a feeling Katri is going to show up on the next episode. Yeah, maybe so. We're overdue for some Ghost Katri action. I miss Ghost Katri. Hey, Taryn Matheru, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. The extras were Roger and Patty. When Roger Met Patty is a famous book about Bigfoot. It's coming. Nice. Love it. The Bigfoot theory may be coming to fruition soon. Nice. Love it, Taryn. Love that. Well, I will be on the lookout. Let's see. Hi-M3 says that was a cuckoo bird, by the way, but it's definitely representing Sophia with the broken wing mirroring the broken arm. I don't know. It looks awfully like a starling to me. I did a Google Lens search on it, and it pulled up starling. It brought up, starling. But cuckoo birds are also asshole birds who murder other birds and their babies and steal their nests. So they have that in common with starlings. Anyway, so Daryl thinks everyone can do what Boyd did with going in the dungeon. Okay, well that would simplify things, so we wouldn't have to figure out why Boyd had that ability. Let's see. So Wendy says maybe the doll Donna stabbed, she killed right then and there. Maybe that's what happened to the third doll. Yeah, what was up with that? So yeah, that's a good point, Wendy. Because there were 3 dolls, but did 3 dolls actually attack them? I don't think so. I think we only saw 2, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, in the chat, but did we only see 2 dolls come to life and that was it? It was hard to see because it was so dark, but I think we may have only seen 2 dolls. And so maybe Donna somehow killed it right then and there. Maybe by stabbing it and pulling some stuffing out, she stopped it from being able to even come to life. But that's so easy, though. That's way too easy. I don't like how easily these dolls seem to be defeatable. Football says, you know what we don't talk about, how to defeat Man in Yellow, or does it just die because kids' souls were saved? I think that would defeat it maybe just by saving the kids' souls. Maybe that would do it because that would cleanse the original sin of this place, potentially. But that's a very good question. You know, is there some separate thing they have to do to actually somehow kill the Man in Yellow entity? So yeah, Quan, yeah, that net had to have been magic, right? Because rocks are way more effective than a net. Good point. Let's see. Donna cut one open so one never respawned, maybe. Right. Hyam3 says, nah, all 3 were there. So did we see all 3? I'll look again when we get to the pictures. I'll look closer at that. Shikwe says it was 3. One got Roger, one caught fire, and the other was stabbed. The one that got Roger, I don't know where it went. Yes, so it seems like something is unaccounted for. The third doll is training for the fight with the golem in town. Maybe so, Not Killa. That would be interesting. Anything for freedom says she cut open all the dolls and put rocks in them. Right. She did. She cut open all of them. That's a good point. Yes. Chris Barmore says doll 1 attacked Roger. Doll 2 attacked Patty. Doll 3 got Donna. So there must be 2 that are unaccounted for then. Because Tabitha only killed 1. No, so there's got to be 2 that are unaccounted for. 1 doll in the cabin, 1 burned the woman's face, and 1 attacked Donna. And we only saw 1 get stabbed. So, all right, so let's continue here. So Jade starts tripping. Jade starts tripping, and I gotta say, I love that they used this billboard to patch the hole in the sheriff's station. This is that billboard that taunts them, that has this wicked sense of humor, because it says get away, and obviously they can never get away from this place. So I find that hilarious that this billboard is there. It's got a Hawaiian woman on it, and it says get away. You can't see the words on it now, but that's what it says. Anyway, now it's just like taunting them in the window all the time. And there she is holding a pineapple. Love it. So Jade looks out the window and he sees, it says, now the motel sign has changed to saying answers. Answers are coming. So amazing. Like I just loved that. It's so funny. He's like, oh, it's more direct than I thought. I think the mushrooms are kicking in. Answers. And then on the other side of the arrow, it says this way. And I've got to say, like, as a fan of the show, wanting answers for so long, like they knew that we would be thrilled to see something like this. Like, oh my God, a flashing sign lit up saying answers. And we're going to actually get them. Wow. We've been waiting a long time for some answers. And the spiders show up, these giant, I mean, they're not giant, but they're pretty large spiders. These are just like the spiders that crawled all over Boyd in season 1. So I think they're the same variety. Could this be foreshadowing that we're going to get an actual spider entity later? Or are these the only spiders we're ever going to get? Let me know what you guys think in the chat. They start crawling all over him. I would be horrified. This scene freaked me out. I have a bad arachnophobia. Boyd's like, there's nothing on you. You're fine. And there are no spiders. Loved it. And so wait a minute, I lost my place. So the the spiders appear. Boyd says there aren't any there. And in season 1, there were real spiders there that were as big as that crawling on Boyd that Sarah was able to see. So they actually are out there in the woods. And are they the ones that created those massive spider webs? Or is there a giant spider entity that's coming later? I tend to think we may get a giant spider entity now, later on. Just because Ethan said in season 1 that in Victor's drawings there were giant spiders, boogeymen, and scarecrows. And we've got scarecrow monsters, you could say. They're like scarecrows. They compared them to them. And the boogeyman is basically the man in yellow. And so we may get giant spiders. My mind is now open to that after my last rewatch. So, and spiders also work on a symbolic level in the show because it's like they're all trapped in a spider web in this town being preyed upon. And the monsters, when they rip out their insides, it's kind of like how spiders drain their prey. So Boyd is starting to think maybe this wasn't such a good idea. They should go to Christy. Well, there's no way out of this. Once you start tripping, that's it. You've got to wait for it to get out of your system. From what I've heard, there's nothing you can do. And Jade says that he has to do this. And he says, I need you to be my anchor, my guide, and tell me what's real and what isn't. And we need a safe word, something you can say if things start to go off the rails, something that'll bring me back. So they decide, Boyd asks what word, and Jade says Capricorn. And I like that. So Boyd is going to be, they plan anyway for Boyd to be his anchor, his guide. And what winds up happening though is it's only in Jade's mind that Boyd is his guide and his anchor, because it winds up not even being like that in reality. The Boyd who's following him around is just manufactured by Jade's hallucination. So Jade's like, let's go get weird, and heads out, and Boyd follows him. The motel sign says this way. Love it. He's like, okay, this way then. And they head off toward the woods. Over at the clinic, Marielle and Christy sit with Sophia. Christy prepares to reset Sophia's arm. She feigns anxiety and asks if they can do it later. And Christy says she has to reset the bone now or it won't heal properly. So, obviously, once again, Sophia is doing her best impression of a weak, fragile human. The man in yellow said, "People are so fragile." So she's doing that and hamming it up big time here. And Christy does it really fast, kind of a sneak attack, surprises her with it just to get it over, like ripping off a Band-Aid. And like, what was I gonna say? I don't think she's actually feeling pain. I think she's faking that. I don't think the man in yellow entity can feel pain the way we can. And so this is all an act. And she does a great job with it though. She's a great actress. Literally, like the actress herself is great, and she's great at acting in these scenes. So let's see. We can go over to the chat for, well, let me go to this scene first. Julie and Randall show up at the clinic, and so they head in while Marielle goes out to the ambulance to look for supplies. And Marielle sees Julie and says, "Oh, you cut your hair. It looks nice." Randall says, "It's a long story." And I thought that was funny that Marielle, of all people, said her hair looks nice. That was totally a wink and a nod to us, because the writers know that the fans hate Marielle's haircut for Christy. She has terrible taste, and they know we also hate Julie's bad wig and think it looks fake. So they know, they listen to what the fandom is saying. So of course they had Marielle tell Julie that her hair looks nice. And then over in the ambulance, she looks for supplies, and a shackle suddenly grabs her from the cabinet. And then another shackle grabs her other wrist, chains her like in the dungeon, and the radio turns on and starts playing a bunch of people screaming bloody murder as years pop up on the display, or a series of numbers, I should say. And one of them appears to be one of the years in the Lighthouse Dream, which was 1609. So I think, like we talked about, she's hearing the suffering of all the people who have ever died there, and so maybe as some of the years flashed on the radio, she was hearing the suffering of the people from those years. So, all right, I think that's a good place to stop and go over to the chat. Let's see. Quan says, "The man in yellow cracks bones and shapeshifts for fun. I don't think broken arms hurt much." Yeah, probably not. Yeah. Anything for Freedom says, "Marielle rolls her eyes every time Sophia mentions religion, and it cracks me up." Yeah, she's really anti-religion, that one. Let's see. LDN says, "I read somewhere there was 12 talismans found and 12 totems in the settlement. I thought there are more like 12 talismans, TBH. Or more than 12 talismans." No, there are 12. I forget when that was revealed or when we figured that out, but there are 12 talismans. I didn't know about the 12 totems in the settlement, though. That's interesting. Yeah. Capricorn, aka Saturn, aka structure and stability. Oh, structure and stability. So that's a good safe word choice for Jade. Nice. I'm not really hip to astrology stuff, so I appreciate that insight. Daryl says, "We saw the spider webs and the small spiders in season 1. Of course, we're going to see a giant spider." Right. I think so. In this episode, we saw the biggest spider we've seen yet. Yes, we did. Chris Barmore says, "Giant spider would explain the tent getting dragged." Right. Could have been. Let's see. Sophia faking her pain is so good. Oh, yeah. Michelle says, "I tried to go back and see if someone died right before the spider showed up to Boyd. Maybe spiders was that person's nightmare." Maybe so. I think a lot of people's nightmares and fears have probably manifested things in this realm. Chris says, the casual bandwagon fans are the ones that think the show is too slow." Oh, you are so right on that. This show is not too slow. We're getting loads of answers now. And yes, Abby was in the spider webs. Let's see. Stronger Every Day says, "Starlings are invasive." Yes, that's right. They are invasive to North America. Maybe symbolism of colonizers. Interesting. I like it. Yeah, it could be. I honestly, I think that there are potential connections to, the colonization of America and this place, it's interesting. Maybe like why is it that only people who are from the continental US get taken to this place? Could it have anything to do with, stolen land, colonization? I don't know. It makes you wonder. There's Colony House, this big house that's called Colony House, as in colonizers, except they live like a commune. They live like a big commune of people in there, like hippies. Yeah, so it makes you think sometimes. She will find answers this way. Love it. Hyam3 says, I think the one that killed Roger was going for his heart. Well, I thought it was crazy how he ripped off his jaw. Chris Barmore says the doll that killed Roger took no damage. Donna doll got killed. Patty's doll got hot hands. Right. So there are two dolls that are unaccounted for. The doll that killed Roger is also unaccounted for and could still be a threat out there. I hope this wasn't just a one-off thing. Like they need to be more than just a one-time occurrence. I hope. Maybe the one that got Roger came out after and is the one that tried to attack Donna. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. It was too dark to see and they moved too fast. So it was hard to tell. Yes, the one that killed Roger and Oven Mitts is alive. Okay, so we have a consensus on that. Daryl says some people watching this show think she's actually in pain, meaning Sophia. Yeah, I just can't see it. I don't think so. Not Kill Us says those shrooms had Jade astral projecting all over the town. Yes, they sure did. Wendy says that would make sense. The spider dragged the tent to its web. Right. Could be. Potentially I think maybe the trees just dragged the tent though. Victor says the trees move. So maybe they moved a whole hell of a lot and moved the whole tent. Because if you look back at that scene, there's the silhouette of a bunch of trees on the outside of the tent as it's being dragged, as if the trees are leaning in and moving it physically. So I think like the boy in white who controls the trees, I think who controls the faraway trees, made the trees move the tent. LDN says, Sophia as a human, I mean, how on earth she settled so easily after such an accident and overcoming her dad's death. Man in Yellow trying to be a human is hilarious, right? She doesn't even seem to be grieving enough. I don't know how people are not getting hip to her weirdness yet. She's really not like acting normal for a teenage girl who just lost her dad and is living in Monster Town. Daryl loves the Sophia storyline. Yes, I'm glad too that it looks like it's going to last all season. I expected it to. I don't think they're going to find out Sophia's real identity until at least the end of this season. And NSB says, to be fair to Mariel and Christy, religion hasn't been kind to people like them historically. And they're also science people, That's true. Being lesbians, obviously, religion hasn't been kind to people like them historically. So, not all religions today, at least. Amy says, I'd splash holy water on Sophia, see if anything happens. Oh, wouldn't that be great? If they could get some holy water. Chris M says, if Sophia really hurt, then she is vulnerable. Nah, I doubt it. That would make her way too easy to hurt if you could hurt her by breaking her arm. I mean, she just contorted herself like crazy to turn into what she is, and she twisted her arms up and over, remember? She lifted her arms and did an entire 360-degree turn over her head. She's, the actress actually can do that. She's double jointed. She's a contortionist. But most people can't do that. And anyway, she did that and she seemed perfectly fine. Hey there, Pulsar Echo. Welcome. How did Tabitha materialize those giant dolls, though? Seems like that Matthew's family, especially Tabitha, are special in Brumville, and probably why and how the town turns against Jade and Tabitha. I don't think it was her fault that they materialized then, though. I mean, yeah, the timing is kind of sus. since she was there when it happened, but I don't think it was her fault. I mean, it was some guy's nightmare that created them to begin with. The guy that threw them in the lake in her flashback. So I don't think it was her fault, but it's that the evil entity is going to make things like this look like Jade and Tabitha's fault, and that's how the town turns against them. You know, like, oh, those dolls were from your past. It's your fault. Blah blah blah. Like, you can see how that can go down a dark road here. Let's see. Please don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Trying to reach 3,000 subs by the end of season 4. Michelle says the way they show the townspeople stealing items off the bus shows that some of these people are not great people. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I mean, I could see some of the townspeople turning on Tabitha and Jade. They were already starting to sound kind of on edge toward Tabitha when she was remembering stuff about the doll. Like, what are you talking about? You know, they sounded kind of edgy, and remember the town meeting, how it almost turned into a mob. I could definitely see these people turning on Tabitha and Jade, but our core people we love are not going to do it. There's no way Donna or, you know, any of our core characters, Christy, Marielle, they're not going to turn on Tabitha and Jade. Yeah, Daryl says we can check to see if the doll that got killed is different to the one that killed Roger. Yeah, I will go through all my screenshots here with you guys, and we'll see what we can figure out from that. Which doll is which. And good morning, Diana. Welcome. Nice to see you. All right. Let's see. Samuel says, I want to see Julia Doyle use those contortionist skills some more. Oh, right. That was crazy. Kind of grosses me out, though. Hey, second son, welcome. Sophia's second medical check. She has no heartbeat. Yeah, no heartbeat. Yeah, I wonder if she probably simulates normal human function, though, if they check on her. Patty gonna run her mouth about Tabby. Ellis should have let her become a patty cake. Yeah, I think so too. Daryl. Anyway, so let's move on. So they unearth these dolls. They pull the seaweed off them, and they're horrifying. This is what we saw in the full trailer in a brief flash. Had to put it in slow motion just to see it, but that was it. And they're giant handmade looking rag dolls. So a lot of people just called them scarecrows from the beginning, but Karl pointed out early on that he thought they looked like dolls, that they're dolls, they're rag dolls. And that's what they are. They're giant rag dolls. Donna says that she doesn't want any more surprises. And notice how this one is missing an eye. Once again, that's one of the tropes in this history of this place. People losing an eye. It's one of the violent tropes that occurs frequently. So one of the dolls is missing an eye, fittingly. Oops. So Donna says she doesn't want any more surprises, and she rips one open and sees what's inside, pulls out the stuffing. If I were Tabitha, I would have gotten Ethan away from there right away, just in case they jumped up and started coming for them immediately. So yeah, she just pulls out stuffing. That's all that's in there. And so let's see. Patty wonders why someone would put those in the lake, and Donna says there's only one reason she can think of why someone would put life-size dolls in the lake. And Ethan says, Donna says there's only one reason she can think of why someone would put life-size dolls full of stuffing outside. Ethan says scarecrows. Like in Victor's drawings that he pointed out in season 1, there were scarecrows in Victor's drawings. So maybe these dolls, they were thinking maybe these dolls functioned like scarecrows. Well, scarecrows really are just life-size dolls, you know? And Donna says they put them in the field to scare the birds away. What if the reason these were in the lake is to keep something else down there from coming out? Well, by the end of this episode, now we know that's probably not true, because these are the evil things. These are the monsters themselves. So the show kind of wants to have their cake and eat it too, and have them be dolls and scarecrows, because scarecrows are the thing that was foreshadowed from the first season. Ethan had found Victor's drawings and said that there were scarecrows in them. Scarecrows, giant spiders, and boogeymen is what he said. And MGM released a drawing of a scarecrow as a promo image way back in season 1. So it's like, are they scarecrows or are they ragdolls? They kind of want it to be both, right? They kind of want to have their cake and eat it too, I think. I would have to say they're ragdolls at this point, but let me see. I have in the artwork folder, I have the scarecrow thing in here, I think. Yeah. Right here. So this was the image released by Epix in season 1 as a promo image. And, you know, it's basically a giant doll. You know, Scarecrow is just a giant doll by a different name. So you could say that was foreshadowed. This was also released, and it kind of looks like a boogeyman. I think this is just symbolic of the evil shape-shifting entity. It's the man in yellow entity. It's the man in yellow entity. Before that, he was all different things. He's like a boogeyman who can change form. So I think this is just symbolic of him. So let me go back to our episode here now and where we were at. Now, so yes, those ragdolls grew some nasty teeth, right? Oh my god. And in the trailer for season 4, they didn't look like that yet. In the trailer for season 4, they didn't have teeth yet. In trailers, they often haven't finished the CGI. So they wound up looking not quite as scary in this trailer. I'll go back and show you. This one here didn't have the final CGI yet. That's what it looked like in the trailer, and there are no teeth. It's not opening its mouth like it did in the actual episode. Then there's the other one. Where's the other one? Let's see. I'm trying to. Okay, here it is. This one here. This one didn't have teeth yet either. This one didn't have teeth yet either. It's just punching somebody, and honestly, it was not nearly as scary this way. And see how it's just, it looks like his mouth is sewn shut, and it's just about to punch somebody. Like, ooh, okay, I'm so scared. You know, it's creepy, but it's way better with the sharp teeth. This looks like the one that's missing an eye. Yeah, it's that one. So yeah, like they hadn't finished doing the final CGI post edits. Clearly, I'm really glad that they put in those teeth and made them a lot scarier. Because like if we look at what it turned into later, go down to the end here. Yeah, this is the scene. Here it is with teeth. See what a difference. Much better. Much better that way. Diana says, my question was, how did they grow so big? Well, probably that was the guy's nightmare, that they were giant. In his nightmare, back when Tabitha was little in that flashback, the guy had a dream, a nightmare about giant scarecrows. Yes, the man's nightmare of the dolls is why they came to life. Absolutely, Daryl. Quan says it's so crazy that anyone who dies, nightmares become reality and they try to kill you after. What a wild plot. Yes. And Chris Barmore, I agree. Patty is going to be a pain in the ass. The lady who survived. Yep. It's going to be a problem, I think. She's already questioning why Tabitha was talking about the dolls and stuff. Maybe the scarecrow just wants to be loved. Roger showed no love, so he had to die. Terrell thinks maybe they ate magic beans. NSB says that NPC was so reasonable and gets horribly killed. Ellis just shut the door on him. Right? What the fuck? Ellis just closed the door and left. What the hell? Yeah, he really didn't try that hard to help him. I'm glad somebody is like me and sympathizes with Roger. I don't think he deserved to die like that, and he was reasonable. He was the voice of reason, saying, don't pull those out of the lake. Chris Barmore says the totems probably functioned more as scarecrows to keep the dolls away. They might have lost their effectiveness once Jade pulled out one off to help Christy out of the bear trap. Yes. I think that these things were able to attack because of this exact scene right here.
This is a really bad idea.
There's nothing else strong enough to pry that trap open.
You really want to start pulling apart the ancient tower of holy scary shit?
I'm sure whoever built it won't mind.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck.
And there you go. I think that is why they were able to attack. I think that ancient tower of holy scary shit, it was in the shape of a talisman, and they were all connected. I think that was keeping keeping the dolls from being able to attack. And you know, when you stab these with one of the other totems, you know, the ones that were not forming the diamond shape, then you can actually kill one. Personally, I think that was way too easy. And oh my goodness, just opened up my email and saw a couple of donations. Thank you to I wish I could pronounce this right, but I'm probably going to get it wrong. So thank you for the Venmo donation, Gannett Leong. I am so sorry if I'm butchering your name, but thank you so very much. That is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much donations help with the steep cost of running a channel. Really appreciate that. And sorry if I hope I didn't miss them and they're still listening. Let me know in the chat if you're still listening, because obviously you have a username that's different than this. And I'm not sure which one of you are in the chat, unless you're just listening. But yeah, please let me know who you are in the chat if you're listening. Thank you so much. And Taryn Matheru, thank you so much. Wow. Thank you so very much for this very generous donation. Truly appreciate it. That was so very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I just blown away. Wow. That was amazing. I don't know if you're still listening, Taryn, but it is greatly appreciated. Very kind and generous. So I hope I caught you. Taryn is on different time. He's 6 hours ahead in the UK. So it's not always easy for him to join live streams. So for him, I think it would be 8:40 in the morning. You know, he might be busy doing other things, but I'll reach out to him privately too. Let's see, because I know how to get in touch with him. But the other person who donated, I hope they're still listening. I hate when I don't see the donations immediately. I want to make sure I express my appreciation while people can hear me. I've got to figure out, like, well, I guess I have my phone on silent so that the notification noises don't, interrupt. But maybe there's a way I could make like an exception for just my Gmail notifications and nothing else. Anyway, sorry, just rambling now. So let's see. So Diana says Roger was an expendable character. Oh yes, I agree. I still don't think he had it coming though, like Samuel says. He robbed Tien Chen. Oh, he did? No kidding. Was he one of those jerks who mobbed the diner when they had that little riot and they were afraid they were running out of food, so they tried to loot the diner? Well, in that case, yeah, he kind of had something coming, but I don't think he deserved to die. Charles says Dale would have whooped that scarecrow's butt. He probably would have. He was a tough cookie. I liked Dale. NSB says what's funny is that Ellis went a mile ahead to save Patty. The only heroic act he does might get Tabitha and Jade in trouble. So he is still as useless as ever. Yeah. I think that's true. He is as useless as ever, honestly. Yeah, that's a great point. He saved Patty, and I think Patty is going to be problematic. So you are absolutely right. Diana says Roger would have stolen food out of others' mouths, essentially, not someone you want in your circle. Oh, wow. Did Roger die because Tabby and Jade were getting some knowledge? Oh, maybe. Not Killa. Maybe this was part of the retaliation against them, unleashing these monsters on them. Ash says, R.I.P. Starling, you were the arsehole of the bird world, but you didn't deserve to be waterboarded by Ethan and buried alive. I don't think it was alive anymore when he buried it, though. I think it was dead, but he was waterboarded. That's funny. Thank you for the chuckle there. Yeah, they are arseholes of the bird world, at least in the U.S. They're mean everywhere, to be honest. Michelle says the black blob crayon drawing reminds me of the mud creature Fatima is building. Yeah, I heard someone else say that too. But I believe that's going to be a good thing. We'll see. But I believe the golem is going to be, for once, something positive for them. That we're going to see that hope can manifest good things, and we'll see it in action with the golem. But we shall see. Okay. What else? Anything else here? Yeah, Donna could still die, NSB. That's true. Good night, Wendy. And Faith is turning into a pumpkin after finishing chores. Thanks so much to everyone showing up the way you do. Best Fromily ever. Please don't forget to strike the like. Much love to you too, Faith. Thank you so much for being here and for all your support. Thank you so very much, and sleep well. Thank you for supporting Julie B. She truly cares about each one of us. Thank you, Faith. Thank you for sharing that. I really do. I really do. I mean, I've tried from the very first live stream I ever did to express how much I appreciate each and every person who shows up to my streams, whether you're listening and not even chatting. I appreciate you just as much. Whether you're in the replay gang, whatever it is you're doing, if you're playing my stream in any way, if you're watching it, listening to it, I cannot thank you enough for it, just for showing up and watching my videos too, my breakdown videos as well, and my theory videos. Julie, if you remember the food shortage, Roger was first in line to storm the diner for the remaining food. Oh, Diana, I'm going to go back and look at that scene. That's definitely not a good thing. I think he was kind of bickering with, I don't know if that was him bickering with Jade at the cabins in season 3 also. It might have been. There was some guy bickering with him. No, that was Dale. Never mind. Anyway. Let's see, where were we? We have a lot more to get through. So we will keep on going. So now we have Jade starting his really big trip. This is the beginning of the long, strange trip. And I loved the cinematography, the way this was done. It was absolutely brilliant. The way this had a camera right in Jade's face. I thought that was terrific. And I've never seen them do this before. I've never seen cinematography quite like this before. The way it was focused right on him, and in the background everything was all kind of foggy and swirly. And when Jade was looking around, you could see through his POV that things were all hazy, kind of like in a dream. Just fuzzy and blurry in different spots, and dreamlike, very dreamlike. But Jade is not enjoying it so much. He throws up, and gets dizzy and throws up, which is understandable. Boyd is here, saying, hold on, lost my notes here. Hold on. So Boyd says, what exactly is the plan? What do we do? Do we just walk around all day waiting for the trees to start talking? And Jade is like, oh yeah, wait a minute, I haven't asked the right question, set the right intention. All right, I got this. And hold on. And he starts yelling at the sky, like, show me what I used to know that I can't remember. He's like, show me what's in here that'll help us leave. Sorry, I was just sitting up my heating pads. And I think that was great. I think that helped pave the way to showing him what he needed to know. Setting the right intention, manifesting what he wanted. I believe in the power of manifestation in this realm. Like we talked about earlier, hope, fear, dreams, and nightmares, I think all can manifest things. And he was manifesting the answers he wanted to get through this vision and putting that out there. And so I think that actually helped. And then he starts hearing, and before I go on, I just have to comment again on how beautiful the shots were, how beautiful the cinematography was in this. Just loved it. Like the camera right in his face, and him just concentrating so hard, trying to unlock what's deep in his mind. So whoever did the cinematography for this episode, kudos. I've got to look and see if Jack Bender was the one who directed this episode. I wonder. Let me know in the chat if you happen to know that offhand, because this was just brilliant directing and cinematography. So the camera kind of follows him around, gets hazy, and this is where it starts getting blurry, and he sees a young boy playing the violin. Yeah, and there he is. It's young Jade. We saw this in the trailers. Unfortunately, that was spoiled, like many other things, that we would see this. So he's playing a melancholy song, and Jade says it's something he'd forgotten. He says, it's me when I was 12 years old. It's the day my grandmother died. She asked me to play for her, and I did. I played all day, and at some point, I knew she just wasn't in the room anymore, but I couldn't look at her. I just kept playing because I knew the moment I stopped, she was really gone. So I just played and played and played. That's a heartbreaking story. Wow. And he's just like, God damn it, this isn't what I asked for. I want to remember why we're stuck here. I want to remember how to get home. I don't want this. I just want to go back. I want to go back. And that's his inner child getting triggered by that memory. A lot of this show, it centers on trauma. This is the biggest trauma that Jade carries around with him. The loss of his grandma when he was only 12 years old. And then, he had to move to the US, and he talked about that in season 1. That's how he connected with Tian Chen and empathized with her over the loss of her husband. And the idea that if they escape, she would have to leave her husband's remains behind, just like he left his grandma behind in France and felt guilty. And that whole "they come with us when we go" line. It was beautiful. And that's Jade's biggest trauma that he carries with him. So I think it was really fitting that they brought that back into the story now, as Jade is trying to deal with so much, so many of the other traumatic memories of his past, all of his past lives and all the trauma that comes with it. But first, he's confronting his personal biggest trauma that he's dealt with in his life before Fromville, anyway. Before he got to this place, the biggest defining trauma was the loss of his grandma, and so he's facing that first. That's coming up first because it's fresh just in his mind. It's from his lifetime, but now he's got to dredge up the past trauma of all of his other past lives, and that's what he really needs to know. But I get why they started with this, even though Jade doesn't understand this in the moment. And again, look at this crazy cinematography. The camera's kind of going in circles and all wonky, blurry. You see from Jade's POV, Boyd trying to calm him down, and everything's like very dreamlike, beautifully done. And then he's face to face with his young self. Just loved this little boy, Viggo Hanvelt, who played Avery in The Institute. Absolutely loved his performance. He was the perfect casting as young Jade. I think he bears a strong likeness to him, and he was an excellent actor. He really did a terrific job. And when I interviewed him, because as I was covering The Institute, I interviewed this brilliant young boy. I was just amazed by how smart he is, how smart and wise beyond his years. So excellent casting. And look, he's got the same kind of hair too. He's got the wavy brown hair, and it's very much like Jade. Hold on just a second. Just gotta mute myself for a moment. Anyway, so getting back to it, where was I in my notes? So yeah, there's little Avery from The Institute, aka Viggo Hanvelt, and then he turns and sees the Puritan guy with the skull again, and he's like, pretty horrified to see him again. The guy says "Angkui," then Jade turns and sees Boyd again. So we're looking from his perspective. It got it back and forth between a few different angles. It's not all POV shots, but it goes back and forth to that. And then he turns and sees him again, says "Angkui" again. And Jade tells Boyd that it's the guy from, one of his visions. And the young Jade, stop playing that song because it's triggering him. Music, it has strong ties to memory. I think it's fitting that he was playing that song to help him dredge up past trauma. That was the start, kind of opening the floodgates of him remembering the past trauma. Because remember, Jade said when he heard the song playing and saw himself as a young boy playing the violin, he said that's something he'd forgotten. Many times, to cope with trauma, we bury it, we block it out so that we don't have to remember and feel the pain. I do it all the time, unfortunately. It's a bad idea. Don't do it. It's not healthy. Try not to do it. But he's blocked that out because it was too painful for him to remember that he played that song over and over again the day his grandma died. And so I think it's fitting that that's the first thing that he dredges up in this vision, because it's a trauma that he had buried within his current lifetime. And that's obviously going to be the freshest in his mind. The easiest thing to dredge up would be that. And that opens the floodgates, and eventually then he can remember more from his other lifetimes. So yeah, I thought that was really smart the way they did that. When I first saw the little boy Jade in the trailer, I couldn't really understand why they were using him, but now I think it fit very well. And he served as a kind of guide for him. So the Puritan guy offers him the skull with blood, and seemingly wanting him to drink it. Boyd tells him to drink it, which is a sign that he's probably not legit Boyd, because the real Boyd wouldn't have done that. And Jade's freaking out. Like, obviously, no, he doesn't want to drink the blood. Also, these POV shots made this feel more nightmarish, which I loved. I loved the creepiness of it. This POV shot of young Jade looking straight into the camera, playing the violin, looking at Jade. And so Boyd tells him he should drink the blood, right? And young Jade says, don't drink it. Boyd says, the blood is not real. Jade's like, it looks real enough. And Boyd says, maybe he's trying to tell you how to get your answers. The little boy, I think the reason why young Jade told him not to drink it is because that was his inner child not wanting to remember more painful things. He doesn't want to remember more traumatic things, all of those past lifetimes. That's why little Jade said, don't drink it. Or that's that triggered inner child. But Jade just goes all in, and he grabs the skull and drinks the blood. And it's really gross too. It's really gross, because after he drinks it, he really drinks the whole damn thing too. Just like the way he shoved like 3 mushrooms in his mouth at once. He looks down and the thing is full of little spiders. Nice. Just to make it even grosser. So yeah, why were there spiders in there? Again, is this foreshadowing that there's going to be an entity, like a spider entity in the cards? I think so. I think there's probably a spider entity out there that's going to come into play later. And yeah, he's trying to spit it out, of course, after seeing the spiders, as if the blood itself wasn't bad enough. And the kid says in French, shit. In French, it's merde. I don't pronounce it very well, even though I took French for years and got A's in it, but my pronunciation was never the best. But he says merde in French. I understood what he was saying when he was speaking French without the subtitles, too. I was proud of that. Jade says, why shit? And the boy says, you don't get to pick and choose your memories. Now you're going to see things you don't want to see. So that's child Jade being triggered and not wanting to remember traumatic things. That's his inner child. So this represents his inner child. That's why he's here in this vision. This represents Jade's inner child who doesn't want to remember all of his traumatic past lives. So I really loved that as a storytelling device. So that's a good place to go to the chat for a minute and see what you guys have been saying before we move on. Hey, Papa Socks. Papa says, I now think the spiders are what the Ankui kids see inside the tombs. Could be. Could be. Hyam3 says the kid represents the inner child. The past lives are the subconscious, and Boyd was the conscious mind. Nice. I like it. I like it. And I believe that's true. Yep. LDN says, I was confused seeing blood on Jade's shirt until I heard Boyd saying he never left. Right. Let's see. Diana says, does that spike-eye Jade look like the guy who tossed the dolls in the lake? Yes, Diana. I thought that there was a passing resemblance just because
With the beard.
Yeah, he was a bearded guy with brown hair, light brown hair. But it's not the same person. It's not a close enough resemblance. Let's see. Yes, the kid is a cutie, great little actor. Put a halo over his head. He looks like a little angel. Absolutely, Diana. And he was just a delight to talk to. I had a great conversation with him. It's in my playlist of interviews on my channel. I have a playlist with all the interviews I've done, and I did it last summer. Yeah, he was just lovely. Papa Suck says, hey, Julie B, just came on to like and say, hey, only thoughts are, I guess Sophia came for 3 and found the first one, Marielle. I guess who knows with this show. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, maybe. And she was there with all 3 of the victims. All 3 of her victims from the cicada coma were in the clinic with her, which is interesting at the same time. So let's see. What else have you guys been chatting about? Hyam3 says, if this place turns hope into dread, that golem is nothing but bad news. I hope I'm wrong. Well, you're right that can happen sometimes, that hope can get let down. It can get built up just to get taken away. So if they're not careful, absolutely that could happen. If Fatima loses hope, then that golem could get turned against them. It's imperative that she maintains hope that this is going to be a good thing and it's going to work. Or you're right that it could get turned against them. And hi again, Amy. Let's see. Hey, Incognito. Nice to see you. You got to hear some French in this episode. Your native tongue. NSV says, does Jade really have no other family besides his grandma? So he's just really all alone? No girlfriends or anything waiting in the real world for him? Good questions. He said that he had a deadbeat dad. He never met his father. In season 3, he said that. And he hasn't mentioned anyone else waiting for him. I think Toby was maybe his only friend. He hasn't mentioned a single other soul. So he may be kind of a loner. Those trippy scenes made me feel queasy. Yeah, Diana, I could see that, if I had been watching it on a bigger screen, I'd probably feel the same. I was only watching it on my Chromebook. Sound? Oh, did something happen to my sound, guys? I hope you can hear me okay now. I wonder if the previous Jades were as smart. Maybe not, Diana. Maybe that's why they failed. No. Yeah, I think he's the smartest of the bunch too. Hi, I'm 3. Let's see. Let's see. Sandy. Hi, Sandy. Sandy says, thanks, Julie. You are so soothing for me. Oh, my husband has throat cancer and had his voice box removed on April 27th, and we are still in the hospital. Day 24, he had major complications. Hugs. Oh my God, I'm so very sorry. That's horrific. Oh my God. Sending prayers for you, Sandy. And I hope he has a swift and full recovery. But that is just devastating. I am so very sorry. and I'm glad that I can help in any way. If my voice is soothing for you, that I'm glad. That's good to know, because you know, I like to think that, you know, somehow my channel can be a positive thing in people's lives in any way. You know, I've always wanted to help people in some way, but my chronic pain disability derailed my plans for what I wanted to do. So, you know, I wanted to be a clinical social worker and do therapy with young children. But it just wasn't to be. I couldn't do it. And you know, so whenever I hear that, you know, my channel is helpful in any way at all, that's gratifying to hear. So thank you for saying that. And I'm so sorry. That's heartbreaking. But you know, I hope that he's getting the best possible care and heals as quickly as possible. Complications though, that's terrible. Cancer is just so cruel. I've had family members who've dealt with cancer too. It's a very cruel disease. Glad to hear that he's getting better. It's been rough. Well, I hope he continues to get better. Sending you hugs and prayers for a swift recovery. Hang in there. And don't forget to do self-care for you. It's easy to forget that when your loved one is sick in any way. And you got to make sure you take care of yourself, or you won't be you won't be as much of a resource to your loved ones if you don't, you know, get enough sleep, make sure you're eating enough, stay hydrated, have some escapism, you know, take some time for you so that you can, you know, be there and give your all to your husband and your family. You know, self-care is imperative. Anyway, we are all here for you. The Fromily here, it's one big support system. Let's see. So, incognito, on the lighter side, married in French equals shit. The equivalent would be damn. Yes, I actually knew that before this episode. I took French for years in high school and college. Okay, so let's move on to the next scene. And now we've got Fatima making her golem. And I personally, I didn't really think Kenny owed Fatima any kind of apology, and yet here he is apologizing. He comes in and he says that he's sorry that he wasn't really there for her, that he just got freaked out when he found her making the golem and went and got Boyd. I think that he did the right thing. He went and got Boyd and made sure Boyd was there to support her, his daughter-in-law. So I don't really think Kenny owed her an apology. Maybe they cut out a scene where he was, you know, not very nice to her or something. I don't know, but I can't imagine Kenny being anything but nice to people. He tells Fatima, "We're strongest when we back each other up. And I got scared and I should have backed you up." Well, he's right there. They're strongest together. That's been an ongoing theme. They're strongest together. Boyd once said, "The only way we go home is together." And Sophia is counting on them tearing each other apart. That's her favorite part, and apparently it's happened in every timeline. And they tear each other apart. They kill Jade. God knows what. You know, Tabitha's fate is supposed to be even worse. They both wind up dead, and you know, the townsfolk tear each other apart. So hopefully that doesn't happen this time, and I don't think it will. I think they're gonna change that this time around. So Kenny, I think he kind of was looking for an excuse to come back in here and ask her something, though, because he said, "You said you were still connected to that thing. What does it feel like?" And she says, "Terrifying, in a way I can't really explain. Every night I go to that window and I look outside, knowing that one of these nights I'm going to see him standing there staring back at me." So that's not good. Kenny says, "What happens then?" And she says, "I don't know." So I think that's probably going to happen now. She set it up, so that's going to happen. It'll be interesting to see them coming face to face after she just birthed him. She's like his mom now. And I mean, what does that mean? She's kind of connected to him. She can feel what he feels and vice versa. She can feel that he is enjoying her fear of him, and he feels that she's afraid. So does that mean something nefarious? Is there going to be a problem that stems from them being connected like this? I don't know. I don't think that she's going to somehow join the monster's side. I know, like, some people have wondered that. I don't think it's going to happen. She's holding on to this. This is kind of what's keeping her going, making this golem. And it's making her feel less afraid and more powerful. And I think she's going to hold on to that. And that will give her the hope to keep her from turning to some dark side and letting her weird connection with Smiley take over. But let me know what you guys think. Let's see. Incognito says, I'm telling you, hypnagogia could be what's this place's nature. Search it. It's interesting. Okay, let me make a note of that. Hypnagogia, which is the transitional state of consciousness between wakefulness and sleep. Okay, I will look into that. Okay, hey there, welcome, Link. Looks like you started typing something and hit the enter key too fast, which happens to me a lot. I hate when that happens. Chris says, gonna laugh when that golem gets too heavy and falls through the floor, LOL. All right. Yeah. It looks gigantic and really heavy and ridiculous. Let's see. NSB says, I really want that to happen. For Smiley to knock the door on Fatima and call her mommy. That'd be so funny. Yes. Yes, Daryl says, Smiley coming to see his mommy. Chris Barmore, Fatima, come to my window, playing in her head. Haha. Right. Diana says, maybe it was Kenny saying, I thought you were crazy, Fatima, but now I don't. He is trying to understand. Right. Fatima is a warrior. Agree, Diana. All right, so let's keep going. So Kenny just briefly sees Henry here with a bottle, and he's like, did you get that from the bar? Henry says, Henry offers him some, and he says that he just keeps a little stash to take the edge off. Obviously, Kenny declines. So yeah, he pilfered that from the bar, which is not good. We've all kind of suspected that Henry is an alcoholic, became an alcoholic after his family disappeared in the 70s. And yeah, we'll get to the rest of the Henry scenes, and I'll have more to say on that then. In the ambulance, Christy finds Mari in a fetal position after she had that crazy episode with the chains, and asks her what's wrong. Marielle won't tell her. So they head into the clinic. And over at the settlement, they're unearthing what they're doing now is they're packing rocks into the giant dolls to throw them back in the lake. Because they're afraid they're gonna like come after them or something now. They don't know what's gonna happen, and this will weigh them down and keep them from floating up again. They're worried that maybe they're keeping some entity from coming out of the lake, and so they need to make sure these stay down there. They could potentially act as scarecrows. That's what they're thinking, and they'll keep some other entity from coming out. As it turns out, these are the entities that are going to come out. But they put the rocks in, and Ellis says, once in a while, I stop and think about the things that have become normal for us. I mean, we're sitting here packing life-size dolls full of rocks because we think they're going to... Donna says, take my advice. Stop thinking about it. Think about something else. Think about getting back to your wife. We need to get these fuckers back in the water. It's an interesting point that Ellis raised. so much crazy shit has been normalized just by living in this place. Their version of normal is different than ours. The new normal for them is, you know, this monster town, and their normal keeps changing now. They keep discovering new entities. For a long time, it was just the nightmare creatures that we know, the first monsters. But, you know, then there was the cicada entity and those killer dreams that came with it. And, you know, then there was, well, now there's the scarecrow monsters. And so, and the faraway trees, they started learning about the faraway trees. And eventually they had to stop being incredulous about weird new things that came up, because anything is possible in this place, apparently. But at first, their normal was just these monsters that come out at night and the talismans that keep them at bay. And whenever something else weird would come up, people tended to not believe it. But now they finally reached a point where they're a bit less incredulous, and their definition of normal keeps expanding and changing. And now, okay, so now their normal has to include demonic life-size dolls that attack. Okay, that's now part of their normal, apparently. It's interesting psychologically looking at that. You know, what's normal? Normal is a relative term. You know, normal is just like, okay, this is it's how do I put it? It's not universal. It's relative. So, you know, normal is just something that's ordinary, expected, and free from significant deviation. So, yeah, it's like, it's not something that, you know, normal versus abnormal is not a universal thing by any means, is what I'm trying to say. And so their normal is completely different, and they keep having to adjust to a new normal. But they're starting to do that a bit better. They're starting to expand their minds to the fact that their definition of normal has to keep changing and evolving. So, so let's see. So here at this point, Ethan asks, "You really think there's something bad in the water?" And Donna says, "I think I'd rather not find out." So Tabitha joins in packing the rocks, and she starts having flashes of these dolls as she's doing it. These dolls that were hers when she was a child long ago in a previous life. So the memories start to come back. It seems like when she touches certain things, that when she touches certain things from the past there, or certain people, memories return. Like when she touched Victor, she started having flashes. And when she touched the root cellar in season 3, she started having flashes. And now she touched these dolls, and she started having flashes of the dolls from a previous lifetime. I think she just needs to go around touching everything in town. What do you guys think? She just needs to go around touching everything. Go touch every surface in the town and see what you can remember. Yeah, there's another doll face. Creepy. They were creepy even back then when they were just regular dolls. Those light blue button eyes are pretty. They looked just like that on the monster dolls. So so Donna notices that she's kind of making a weird face, and asks for her help with something off to the side. And there's another flash of this male doll dressed in colonial clothing. And so Donna takes her aside. Oops, that's not supposed to be in there. Donna takes her aside, and she's like, "Okay, what's going on?" And Tabitha says they're familiar. She thinks she's seen them before. She's trying to remember, but all she sees are little pieces with their faces. Donna says, "Is there something in the lake that we need to be afraid of?" And Tabitha's like, "I don't know." So they haul that doll, a bunch of dolls, back in the water. But the genie is out of the bottle. They've opened Pandora's box, or whatever metaphor, pick your metaphor. The damage is already done. They've disturbed those dolls. Now they're going to come to life. I think probably if they had not pulled them out of the water, this would not have happened. They wouldn't have come to life. That's just my opinion there. Daryl says, Tabby can touch everything except Sarah. She's mine. Right? Amy says, like the Dead Zone guy where he has to touch things to get a vision. Yes, exactly. Daryl says, in season 1, Tabitha was surprised at how quick Ethan was healing. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like people aren't healing as fast anymore now. Or maybe it's just certain people are not meant to. Because Christy is really taking forever to heal that leg. Yes, exactly. Chris Barmore says Christy's leg is taking longer to heal than some of the other injuries here. Right. And Jim didn't heal fast either. Jim was hobbling around for a while after the house fell on him. Chris Barmore says Fatima acting like she's had a bad week or two. Killed Tilly and gave birth to Smiley. Could be worse. You could be useless like Ellis. Right? Yeah, exactly. She's definitely had a bad week or two. For sure. Link says, I think she can control where Smiley ventures to, so maybe they can use her as bait to have the monsters go somewhere else while they try to get more answers at the stone area. Oh, I like that theory. So maybe Fatima could be used as bait. Will they actually be willing to do that, though? She could volunteer to do it. I could see that. They might try to draw Smiley out. Yeah, maybe so. Okay. That doll had a Julie haircut. Yeah, it kind of did, Chris. Hey, AA, nice to see you. I hope you're having a good night too. My pain is starting to get worse. I've been having a pretty good night, but I'm gonna be getting on the treadmill in a few minutes while I continue to stream, so that might help. I'm gonna go through a few more scenes before I do that, but I'll stream from the treadmill like I usually do. So Jade follows young Jade through the woods. Once again, every now and then you see these wonky, you see Jade's perspective, you see like these wonky, blurry shots, very dreamlike, following him. It kind of looks like you're looking through a kaleidoscope a little bit. So Jade's following the boy, calls out to him, and he calls out to Boyd specifically, and Boyd, he's not there. He keeps disappearing and reappearing, which is a clue that's not really Boyd. He's just part of Jade's vision. So then Boyd's back, and he claims that he didn't leave. He's been here the whole time, but obviously he wasn't there. So that's a clue that Boyd's not really there. They're not really outside. They're really just in the sheriff's station the whole time. And, he might be hearing Boyd talk somewhat while he's having the vision, but it doesn't sound like that at all. It sounds like everything Boyd is saying is just part of Jade's vision. He asks if Jade's good. If this is too much, they can stop and just go back. But Jade is determined to keep on following this lead. He finds the young boy playing that melancholy song once again, the same one that he played when his grandma died at that age. And then the boy stops playing, and we see the song is continuing. We hear that, and we see none other than Jade's past lives, all arranged on the colony house porch. All of the men from Jade's visions. And there you go. Jade's past lives confirmed. The boy says, I warned you. The answers you sought come wrapped in painful truths. Yeah, it is going to be a painful truth to see how he was killed by the townspeople in every one of his past lives. So you've got, and I pointed this out so many times since season 3. Once I became convinced that Tabitha and Jade had been reincarnated, I just looked at the visions and was like, clearly they're Jade in past lives. They look like they're all from different time periods, so it works for them to be reincarnations of him. Because you've got the Puritan guy, then you got Civil War soldier, who's a good deal later than that. And then Boulder guy. I always have placed Boulder guy as probably early 20th century, and when we get to the closer up shots, I'll point that out more. And then of course Christopher in the 70s. So it's always been right there in front of us. They're all from different time periods, and you could be reincarnated as anyone or anything. It doesn't matter that one of them is black. Jade could have been reincarnated as a woman, for that matter, or an insect or something, but that wouldn't have made any sense. I think the sacrificed children is their dying hope that brings Tabitha and Jade back in lifetime and after lifetime. And if they were reincarnated as bugs or animals, that wouldn't help. They wouldn't be able to help the children. They need to be human. So they keep coming back like this. And they're all playing that same song, connected to Jade's deepest trauma, his deepest trauma from this lifetime. Just a beautiful choice, the fact that they did that. Here's Jade trying to dredge up memories of his past lifetimes, which are going to be painful, and they're all playing the song that's connected to his most painful trauma from this lifetime, the loss of his grandma, and the day that he played that song for them. Just really beautiful writing choice. The writers of the show are just absolutely astounding, just superb. So let's see. All right, so let me go over to the chat for a minute. See, Daryl says the boulder is very good at playing the violin. Right? Yeah, I love how the violin is just chilling on top of the boulder because the boulder guy can't join in. That was great. Daryl says, when reincarnation was revealed, I thought they were Jade's past lives too. It just made the most sense. Yes, a lot of us in the fandom came up with that theory and have believed that for a long time. Yes, confirmed. We're all following the same clues in this fandom, so we're gonna come to the same theories a lot. And so for anybody to take ownership of a theory, I think it's kind of questionable, because we can independently come to the same theory. It happens all the time. We're all putting the same puzzle pieces together. Daryl says, what are you talking about? Boyd's been there the whole time. Chris says, the thing that really made me think none of this trip was happening is when they went to the basement, because Acosta is supposed to be down there investigating stuff. Right. And she wasn't there. Great point. AA says, my opinion might be very unpopular, but I didn't like the live doll reveal. It felt so corny compared to the horror From usually gives us. Okay, well, it's okay. You can have that opinion. And I understand, I feel like they were defeated too easily. I liked them. I like creepy dolls, but they were defeated too easily. I will agree on that point. Those Jades sure can play. Shout out to Doug. Yes, those Jades sure can play. Love it. Chris says Boulder Guy is 1931 in my opinion. Okay. Is that one of the... Let me look at my list of years in the Lighthouse Dream. Was 1931 in there? Let's see. Yes. It was one of the years in the Lighthouse Dream. I will agree with you then on that. Yes. Okay. Boulder Guy is dressed very nicely. Yes, he's dressed real spiffy. Remember that Jade was originally written off to be a young woman. Well, that's right, NSB. So, and that would have been fine, you know. They can be reincarnated as either gender, but I think a teenage girl wouldn't have been as effective. He was supposed to be a teenage girl in a bikini. They need to be more mature adults, I think, to figure this thing out. So it's good that they rewrote it. Let's see. Let's see what else. Chris says these Jades are the only ones that made it to Ankui stage of the cycle, in my opinion. Oh, okay. So you think all of them managed to remember their past lives? That's an interesting theory. That's possible. Yeah. I mean, I tend to think that maybe this is the first time Tabitha and Jade have ever remembered their past lives. That maybe this is the furthest they have ever come in this point, in this journey. You know, that maybe they've never unlocked the bottle tree numbers and played that song and remembered that they were reincarnated. But, you know, because Christopher freaked out. The boy in white, it seems like the boy in white in that flashback told Christopher that he'd been reincarnated and dropped all this information on him, and then Christopher freaked out. Because I don't think Christopher had that revelation. He said, "You lie, everything here lies." But you never know. Maybe he had that revelation and he just didn't believe it. And he thought it was just this place messing with his head. That's possible. Chris says Boulder Guy was a founding member of the Rolling Stones. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Lady Smith official. Oh, sorry you missed the beginning. You don't have to start over now. You could always rewatch that later, you know, and be with us for some of the live. I think that's always better. You know, you might as well just be in the live chat when we're live, and then start over when we're not live, you know. NSP says this season doesn't feel as dreadful as the previous ones. There's something less intense about it. Might be alone in feeling this way. Well, you're probably not alone in feeling that way. I mean, I think that it's it's more about showing us like the answers now. So maybe because we're getting answers and there's less mystery, there's a bit less horror. It seems like it's more about unraveling the mystery box than it is about the horror this season. So I feel what you're saying, and I'm okay with that personally. And he says, I like creepy dolls too, but the execution wasn't right to me, especially when Tabitha says, I remembered how to hurt them when all she did was stab the damn doll with an object. Point taken. I think that it was too easy to defeat them. Hi M3 says, Boulder Jade died in those mountains Victor mentioned. Yeah, I always thought that too. Like he probably went through the wrong faraway tree and died that way. Like as Victor said, you could wind up in a mountain somewhere. But little boy Jade is saying that the townspeople killed Jade in all the past timelines. So it seems like he must have died that way instead. Unless they sent him through a faraway tree forcibly. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe they like forced him through a faraway tree and he wound up crushed by a boulder. It's possible. Or they stoned him to death, which is something people used to do in the past. Hey, Lucas, I'm glad we got David Alpay as Jade. He's the best. Oh, me too. 100%. See, Daryl likes that the totem sticks kill the dolls. AA wonders if we'll see more of Tabitha's reincarnations too. I think that would be cool. I would like to. Maybe. NSB thinks Miranda knew something. Well, she had those visions of her past lives, but she thought they were just chosen ones. She called them chosen ones who were chosen to save the children. She didn't know that they were her past lives, at least, you know, when she got to Fromville and she had that knowledge of all those past cycles. She didn't know. She just thought that they were chosen ones. But you never know what happened later. She knew she had to save the children. Yeah, she had that because she did the acid, so she learned that. Yeah, I don't know, Diana, about the Burning Hands doll. I think she's got to turn up again. I hope. I hope, because if that's just a one-off, that'll be disappointing. AA says, did you guys see the theory on how Jade came to town was similar to Sophia? It was a cool theory. Basically, Toby didn't ask for Jade at all after the crash, but he could have had a concussion or memory loss. Yeah, I always thought that was weird that he never asked about Jade at all. Jade came to town. But how is that similar to Sophia, though? Let's see. Daryl thinks the dolls might come back in season 5. Oh, I hope we get more of them in this season. Incognito says the boulder is Tabitha's doing. This Jade didn't want to sign the divorce papers. So. Nice. Lucas says, I found Jade so annoying at the start of the show, but he became my favorite character. Me too. I didn't like him in the very beginning, but he won me over. By the end of episode 3, he'd already won me over because he's hilarious. He has the best lines in the show. AA says, we got the answer. What happened to Christopher? He was murdered, but where's his body or his bones? Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. So he had his throat slit, but where's his body? Yeah. Hey, JH Review. Welcome. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Bouldergeist. Now we know why Jade is so averse to public gatherings. Good morning, Julie and Fromley. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well again. And thank you for joining. Yeah, what an episode, huh? Bouldergeist. Love it. Yeah, you have a great sense of humor. It's great. He says it was similar to Sophia because they both crashed. Toby and the priest were both killed in the same bed after the crash. Oh, okay. Toby or the priest didn't ask for Jade or Sophia, and a few other similarities. So Toby didn't ask about Jade, and the priest, well, the priest couldn't ask about Sophia because I don't think he could talk. When she woke him up, she said, blink twice if you can hear me. She wasn't allowing him to talk. So the priest wouldn't have been able to ask about, well, he wouldn't have asked about her anyway because she was right there. So I don't know what I'm saying. I'm in pain. Sorry, my brain is short-circuiting a bit. But yeah, I can see those similarities. That's interesting. Yeah. Poltergeist is crazy. Yeah. Let's see. So what I'm thinking is, Amy said, when you hear the boulder sounds, you know he's near. So what I'm thinking is, I'm going to go over to the next scene involving this stuff. Instead of just going in perfect chronological order, let me see. How many scenes ahead is this? Let me just take a look. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so I'm going to jump ahead a few scenes and just cover the rest of this porch scene just because it goes really well together to just cover the whole porch scene at once, and then we'll go back. So porch scene. Jade says, it's the people from my hallucinations. Why are they here? Why are they playing that song? And the boy says, you know why. And he just looks at them and says, they're all me. These were the lives I lived here. And there they are. Christopher, Puritan guy. And, Civil War soldier, Boulder guy. And yep, there's Boulder guy. And I don't think that's the same actor. Maybe they couldn't get the same guy from season 1 because he was just an extra. But I mean, he's close enough. He looks close enough to me. And Jade, so the boy is like, He says these are some of them, some of the lives he's lived, and many more. So these are just some of them. There are many more. And he says, look at them. What do you see? So Jade goes around and starts looking at them. I'm going to go by this kind of quickly because it's pretty bloody. I don't want to get the stream taken down for too much gore. But the guy is, you know, he's crushed under the boulder with blood gushing out his eyes and nose and mouth and whatnot. And he goes over to Christopher. Now, how the hell you murder somebody with a boulder, I'm not sure. He may have been stoned to death, but how would they have lifted a boulder and dropped it on him? And I mean, like, I don't know. I guess a whole bunch of them could have lifted that rock potentially, but it's kind of hard to imagine. And I mean, I wonder if when they showed Boulder Guy in season 1, if the writers hadn't decided that Jade has been murdered by the townspeople in every previous lifetime. Maybe they hadn't decided that yet. So they didn't account for the logistics of Boulder Guy. Just a thought. Christopher has a slit throat. So we know now how Christopher died. There's an answer. We can check that off the list of unanswered questions. His throat was slit by the other people in town. It's odd to me, though, that he never had a slit throat when he appeared to Jade before, whereas the other men in his visions appear with their injuries. You know, this guy, so, you know, Boulder Guy, obviously, the Puritan guy with the railroad spike through his eye socket. That's always how he's appeared to him. This guy, Civil War soldier, half his face, we don't see it in this shot, but half his face is badly burned. And there's something wrong with his other eye. And that's how he appeared to Jade. So I don't know why they deviated from that with Christopher. And they didn't show that he had a slit throat. Maybe just to keep mystery going as to, I guess to keep mystery going as to what happened to Christopher. But I don't know. Personally, I think it would have fit better if they had shown this before. So Jade looks at them and he concludes none of them are ripped apart. They weren't killed by the creatures in the woods. These men were murdered. By who? So I don't know. Again, how do you murder with a boulder? Kind of difficult. Stoning was a common way of executing people in the past, but a giant boulder? I don't know. Yeah, they're kind of reaching with that one, but so they killed this guy with a railroad spike through the eye. They burned this guy's face pretty badly. And I'm not sure. That's not necessarily something that would kill him. But, you know, I feel like more of him should be burned to be, you know, to say he was burned to death. But regardless, they burned him and, you know, slit Christopher's throat. And the boy says, you know who, and, you know, meaning, you know, who murdered them. And in French, he says, minnows in a shark's net. So that is a metaphor for the people in town, the townspeople. They are minnows in a shark's net. So, you know, Tabitha and Jade are the ones who are being reincarnated over and over again. So the net is for them. They're the ones who are trapped, you know, in every single lifetime. They're the sharks. And everyone else is caught up in it. Everyone else is being brought there. And they don't really have any past ties to it. They're not connected to it. They're just minnows who get caught up in it with the sharks who are destined to come back there over and over again. So they're going to blame those sharks. They're going to blame the sharks that got them caught up. That's what the implication is. And Jade says, minnows in a shark's net? Oh my God, they were murdered by the people in town. And the boy responds, yes, it's always the same. Once they learn the truth about who you are, that it was you that the children were calling for, First they blame you, then they hate you, and eventually they kill you. Damn. That's pretty dark. It makes sense. And Sophia is already starting to sow the seeds of blame by planting that idea in Kenny's head, and telling Julie, that things started getting worse because the Matthews and Jade came there. That's when things started getting worse. And so she's already planting that seed in people's heads that the Matthews and Jade coming to town are the reason why things got so terrible there. Because before that, I mean, at least life was livable there. Life was more livable. They had, how many days without incident? 98, was it? I'm trying to remember. They didn't have as many deaths at all. And as long as they just stayed inside all day, all night rather, and kept their talismans hung up, everything was cool. They had an endless summer. They had, an abundance of crops and weed growing in town, and lots of food to eat. There was no food shortage. No storms coming in and screwing with them, none of this new stuff, the cicada entity coming in with the killer dreams, and the winter coming in, and all of this stuff that happened after the Matthews and Jade came to town, the Colony House massacre of season 1. All of this stuff started coming to fruition because, yes, it was because they came to town. Because once they come to town, the evil entity has to start cracking down on everybody, because once again, Tabitha and Jade have been brought back trying to find answers and break the curse. So the evil entity has to push back. Tabitha and Jade come back and start their quest for answers. And so in every lifetime, things start getting worse after they return, because the evil entity pushes back. You push too hard, this place pushes back. So you could say it is their fault. And, it's their fault. Well, I mean, it's not their fault that all this is happening to begin with, but they're the ones who were there in the origin story. And they failed to save the children. And they keep failing in lifetime after lifetime to figure this out. So the townspeople are going to blame them. In every lifetime, they keep blaming them when they find that out. It makes sense. And Jade asks, and Tabitha, what happens to Tabitha? And the boy says, for Tabitha, it's worse. So what does that mean? What does that mean for Tabitha? It's worse. I think it could be somebody in the chat. I'm sorry, I don't remember who said it, but earlier tonight, someone in the chat said maybe that means it's worse for Tabitha because she has children here. So she has children in every lifetime who get caught up in this mess, and they're victims too. So I think that makes a lot of sense, because I don't see how it could be much worse, honestly. But let me know what you think in the chat. I don't think she necessarily dies in a worse way than Jade. We saw how Miranda died. Miranda got killed by Smiley, and then the man in yellow ate her organs. Okay, well, Christopher had his throat slit. I mean, I guess it was worse for Miranda in that regard, but then you have what happened to the Puritan guy. That was pretty horrible. So I guess, maybe it's worse getting killed by a monster and then having the man in yellow eat your organs. But I would surmise that the man in yellow probably ate Christopher's organs too, because he was feasting on organs from all the bodies up and down the street as well. So I think the worst part is just that she has children there. So Jade says, if I die every time, what are you saying? There's no way home? How does this help? How do I stop it from happening this time? Answer me. And as he's freaking out, the boy just walks away and goes into Colony House. And Boyd tries to calm Jade down. So I don't think that's true. I don't think that it's hopeless just because he's died every time. I think that there is a way out. He just has to figure it out. And he's going to figure it out this time, I believe. Let me go over to the chat and see what you guys think before we move on from there. Let's see. Oh, it was 96 days without incident. Gotcha. Minnows in a shark's net is also a game. Kid one. Oh, cool, Incognito. Didn't know that. The sharks stand in the middle of the play area and say, fishy, fishy, come out to play. The minnows slowly walk toward the sharks. At any time, the shark can yell, shark attack, and the minnows must run to the opposite boundary line without being tagged. If a minnow is tagged, they become a shark. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, maybe like Diana said, those rules could be important to the plot. You never know. That is interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna screenshot that and so that I remember it and I can kind of think on that. Okay. Let's see. Daryl says, looks like young girl Tabitha got killed by the scarecrow. I doubt it. I don't think so. Someone probably came in and saved her. I'm thinking that she grew up to adulthood and then failed to save the children. I think she got reincarnated as a child in one of the cycles. But you never know. I could be wrong. He says maybe that's why they kill the children, especially Tabitha's, to stop the bloodline, maybe. Interesting. Yeah, that's possible. Maybe they think it's connected. Maybe Tabitha won't be brought back there anymore and, to stop the bloodline. So they want to kill the children. Christopher was looking for Victor and Eloise, and Miranda hid the kids from him. I think it's just a child sacrifice thing, though. I think Christopher wanted to sacrifice them. Shaquay says Miranda put Eloise in a faraway tree, I believe. Yeah, I think either that or Julie did. Maybe Julie will story walk back and do that. I still think that might happen. That Julie could story walk back to that time again and meet young Victor, which we didn't see her do in the previous episode. Let's see. They aren't sharks, people. They're chromonocles. It's all good. Right, Daryl. NSB says maybe Man in Yellow helped them with the boulder. I don't know if he has some super strength, but why not? Oh, yeah, he could have. He has super strength. Big time. He has the strength to rip Jim's throat out with brute force. Absolutely, he could have helped them. Let's see. AA says, even though reincarnation probably isn't connected to the bloodline, they are thinking so irrationally, they probably think so. Exactly. Yeah. Shaquay says, 3 signs that gave it away that Jade wasn't tripping on my second watch was the blood on Jade's shirt, no colony people in or out the house, and no Acosta in the basement. They gave it away so many times. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Like on the second watch, it's even more obvious. So, Hyam3 says Tabitha might die worse because it's all her fault, and Jade was just following his wife's commands. And that's why the granny monster said he's never been the smartest in the bunch. Yeah, maybe so. I don't know. I don't think it's all her fault, though. I don't think it's all Tabitha's fault, but who knows? Maine says, I'm thinking there's a terrible scene with Miranda watching Eloise getting caught by the townspeople. Oh, damn. I hope not. I think if they introduced this forgotten sister just for that to happen, that would be a waste. I think she's got to be alive. I still think they're going to reveal she's alive. Samuel says women were treated especially bad during witch trials. Doesn't surprise me that Tabitha gets treated worse. Yeah, agree. NSB says Miranda definitely had it worse, not just death. Her husband accused, her son lonely, her daughter cut into pieces, possibly. Meanwhile, Chris only got stabbed. Oh, absolutely. Miranda had it worse when you add all of that up. Let's see. Sarah probably going to save Ethan from the people. Oh, yeah, I'm sure Sarah will be heroic in some way, Daryl. Chris M. says, Tabitha finally does something right. Stabbed monster and saved Donna. Yes, she did. Finally. She's been really, like, spinning out, crashing out lately. And Sarah needs to learn a way to fight those voices. Agreed, Diana. Stronger Every Day says, I definitely think the townspeople choose to sacrifice the children. Yes. In previous timelines, I think that is happening. Yes, I think that's a recurring thing that they're trying to do in each timeline. Adorned by Cherise says, are the current townspeople innocent? I don't get it. Yes, I think they're innocent, for now, but they could, I think that a lot of them could turn on Tabitha and Jade, but not our main characters. They definitely won't. But the background people, they could, if that's what you mean. But I'm not sure if you meant something else. Okay. Let's see. Anything else I missed here before I go on? Let me just scroll up. AA says if they killed him with a boulder, it was probably some kind of booby trap thing back then, or they lured him under the boulder. Could be. Chris Barmore says it's possible Christopher self-checked out because he couldn't handle the truths the boy in white told him. It's possible. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's that scene. Now, I'm toying with just doing the last Jade scene and keeping them all together. Let me see. Where's the last one? There are two more, actually. Should I do that, or should I just? You know what? I'm gonna go back and do these in order, and get on the treadmill while I do it. If you guys don't mind, just a little bit of. It's not loud, but my pain is getting worse, so I need to do that. So I'm gonna go back to where we left off before. We just find the scene. Let's see. It was Colony House. Go back to that scene. It was our drunk Henry scene. Poor drunk Henry. Let's see. Where are we here? Oh yeah. Yeah, it was right here. Yeah, so Henry is pouring himself some liquor in the middle of the day, and poor Victor has to see his dad like this. And so far his dad has been a rock for him, but he's falling apart. And if you ask me, I think we should cut Henry some slack because he's overdue for a meltdown at this point. He's overdue for a crash out. He's been handling things just ridiculously well up to this point. I mean, like, he showed up in Monster Town and reunited with his son, who's like a child in an adult's body, and he's just been nothing but calm and collected and supportive of his son for the most part since he got here. I just couldn't believe how well adjusted he's been all this time. So, I mean, I just can't blame him for finally snapping. I think he's been bottling up his feelings about being here and just the gravity of finding out what happened to his wife and what he thinks happened to his daughter. And it's all been bottled up inside him. And what happens when you bottle up feelings? Eventually they come gushing out.
You know, if you don't deal with your trauma, it's going to come back to bite you. It's going to come back to rear its ugly head. It's only a matter of time. You can't shut it out forever. So, so this is Henry's trauma rearing its ugly head, and it's not pretty. So this, honestly, this didn't surprise me, because, like, as somebody who practices too much avoidance as a coping mechanism, I get this. Not that I spin out, get drunk and crazy like this. I don't do that, but I do bottle up my feelings and avoid things that are upsetting for too long, and then eventually those feelings come spilling out in some manner. And I've seen other people do that. So one of the most interesting things about this show is the way it highlights that people cope with trauma in a wide variety of ways, and you get to see that front and center with how people deal with this place and how well they can adapt or not. And you see, like, there are a number of people who employ avoidance, and Victor is like top of the list. Ow. Victor is top of the list for avoidance. He just blocks out everything. He forgot a whole sister, for God's sake. So yeah. Hold on a sec. So yeah, avoidance is a nasty habit, and it's not a good way to deal with anything. So on the treadmill now, I hope it's not too noisy, and I'm gonna try and start using a microphone that will hopefully get rid of all background noise soon. I have a little microphone that I'm going to try, and I'm hoping that it'll work. So Henry asks Victor what he does for fun here. And he is right in what he says when he says sitting around wondering if you're going to survive the night all the time is no way to live. He says, you have to live, son. He's correct about that part. But this isn't the way to do it. Drinking to numb your pain, that's not an effective coping mechanism. That's extremely maladaptive and unhealthy. It's self-medicating. Unfortunately, I have close-up experience of seeing somebody do that. My dad did that. My dad was an alcoholic. He spent his whole life drinking to numb painful things, and it ultimately, I think that was responsible for costing him his life in the end. And it caught up to him, basically. His body just couldn't take it anymore, and he died too young as a result. So seeing this alcoholic father, I could really empathize with Victor a lot, because I've experienced that, and seeing your dad like that is very upsetting. Like, I'll never forget one Father's Day, like, going to my dad. I was an adult at this point. My dad asked me to meet him at a bar on Father's Day. I met him there. We sat at the bar, and he ordered 2 martinis, and this was in the middle of the day. He ordered 2 martinis, and he told me he comes there all the time. He goes to a bar every afternoon, and he would have his first drink around like 11 a.m. And like, so he got pretty buzzed as we sat there and he had his drinks. And then we went to the movie theater down the road, but he felt too buzzed to drive us there. So I had to drive his truck down there to the movie theater and then drive him back. And it was extremely upsetting, traumatic. I didn't see him on any Father's Day again after that. I couldn't deal with it. And I stopped getting together with him pretty much after that. Like, I avoided seeing him because that's just toxic. Nobody should have to see their parent like that. And he refused to get help. I'm sorry. I'm going to ramble on about my dad that long. But suffice it to say, after I told that nasty little story, suffice it to say, when you see your parent like this, it's really upsetting. And Victor doesn't need any more trauma. He's got enough to deal with. He's got 40 years worth of trauma from being in this place. And seeing your dad like this, it's horrible. So anyway, Henry gets up and he stumbles because he's drunk. And then he goes into this room and he sees people like doing various things. Like, I think this lady's knitting or something, or crocheting. And he's like, "Oh, good for you. You're having fun." He asks if anyone has cards. Then he sits down and Victor's trying to get him to stop this. And, he's ignoring that. He starts playing and singing Leaving on a Jet Plane at the piano. Asks Victor if he remembers when they used to sing that when he was a kid. Said that his mom had such a beautiful voice. They'd sit and imagine they'd all travel the world together one day. Which is especially painful to remember for them because they're trapped there now. They're not going to go anywhere, let alone travel the world. And just to remember how Miranda used to sing that with them when, Henry just found out that his wife was not only murdered, but her remains were eaten. And Victor now had to dredge up that memory. It's horrible to bring Miranda up in this moment for Victor. And poor Victor, just look at his face. It's awful. And then Kenny comes over and intervenes and tries to get Henry to stop it. Henry kind of flips out, pushes Victor aside, and then he kind of realizes what he just did, apologizes to Victor, but then he yells, "I'm sorry," and knocks over a chair. And Victor is triggered. He does that. He always covers his ears when he's really triggered. Poor thing. He needs more trauma. He tells Kenny to show them what he did. Show him the picture, meaning the picture of the man in yellow eating his wife. So, incidentally, I think they need to have a talk. Henry needs to get a hold of himself, and they need to have a talk with Boyd, Jade, and the other key people about this. Share this information that the man in yellow was this person who it seemed like a person who came to town like everybody else, but he wasn't like them, and he wound up eating people after everybody died. That's vital information they need to talk about. And later in the episode, Kenny at least finds out about it. So I'm sure that Boyd and Jade are going to be apprised of it soon. But see what you guys have to say over here. Diana says, "So glad Kenny bear hugged Henry." Me too. Yes. Hi, I'm 3. Yeah, because Kenny needed to get him out of there. So I was glad he intervened and put a stop to this. Hi, I'm 3 says, "Well, now Henry and Tabs can sing Chris Brown's Something in This Liquor." Is that a song? Never heard of that. Let's see. Diana says, "I'm so glad to hear you say that you took care of yourself. Addicts will suck you dry like a lamprey, eel. They don't mean to. They can't help it. It's a sickness. Yeah, Diana, it was really hard. I felt guilty because in the last few years of his life, my dad actually wanted to see me. Ever since the divorce when I was a teenager, he hardly made any time for me. But all of a sudden, after he retired and his health started to decline, all of a sudden he wanted to see me, and he would call me more often, and I didn't call him back, and I didn't see him because I had to protect myself. He was too toxic, and I was on a downward spiral of my own because of my pain condition developing and getting worse and worse. And stress makes my pain much more intense. So I had to protect myself. He wouldn't get help. He wouldn't go to rehab. I begged him, and he, they have to want to help themselves. Addicts have to want to help themselves. And he didn't have anybody else but me telling him he should get help. So there was no one to stage an intervention or anything either. So it's really hard to think back, though, about how I didn't see him much at all in the last few years of his life. But, you have to protect yourself sometimes. Thanks, Daryl. Incognito. Lost him just over a year ago, actually. Last week was his birthday. Kind of bad timing for this episode for me. Justin says, that's wild. Julie, definitely feel for you. And Victor, thank you. Chris Barmar says, one of the hardest things to do is shedding the emotional anchors your parents leave. 100%. That is very well said. Thanks, Diana. Chris says, when I was 13, I had to tell my mom, I love you, but I can't have you in my life. She was an addict too. Wow, Chris, that's really strong. What a strong person you are to be able to do that at 13. I couldn't have done that. You're stronger than me. That's remarkable. Wow. That had to be so hard. I'm sorry that you had to do that. That's so sad. And I'm sorry, Amy, about your daughter's dad. It's terrible. I'm sorry. Chris Barmore says, Kenny knows what it's like when your father isn't being himself, so he can relate to Victor in that moment. Yeah, that's a good point, because his dad had dementia, so he can relate. That makes sense, Your father is not himself, not in his right mind for a different reason. Let's see. Daryl loved the drunk Henry scenes. I mean, all of the seriousness aside, it was kind of comical seeing him singing and, being all sloppy. It was comical, even though it was also sad at the same time. I could allow myself to see the comedy a little bit too. Let's see. Chris Barmore thinks Kenny is going to cut down the bottle tree. Not sure why, but I believe that, but I feel like it's coming. Yes, I believe it's coming in the finale because it's titled "If a Tree Falls." ... And the actor who plays Alice, when asked on Reddit, Ask Me Anything thing, he was asked to say one word about the finale that's not spoilery, and he said fall. No, I think that tree is going to fall. I think people are going to cut it down. I don't think it'll be Kenny, though. But I do think Sophia is going to trick people into cutting it down. I believe that means Tabitha and Jade won't be reincarnated anymore, and this will be their last chance. That tree is the engine of their reincarnation. This will be their last chance to save the children. NSB says, I love that it was a kid that's guiding Jade, fitting with your theory about a child guiding them. Yes. Thank you. I love that you made that connection, because I did put out a video a few weeks ago about Ethan, a deep dive into Ethan. It's linked in the description of this live stream. And I pointed out that I believe a child needs to guide the adults in order to beat this thing in the end and succeed on the quest. A child has to lead them, or guide them in some way. And in season 1, there was this aerial shot of Ethan pushing Sarah on the merry-go-round. And I thought that was such a striking, memorable shot that they chose to show that. And I think it was symbolic of a child guiding the adults through this vicious cycle, symbolized by the merry-go-round. A child needs to be part of the solution because this all started with the victimization of children by adults, sacrificing children. So I think a child has to be part of breaking the curse. A child has to help guide the adults. They have to empower a child. The empowerment of a child has got to be part of the answer in the end. Ethan is that child. That's why the boy in white chose him. That's what he chose him for, to guide the adults. When Victor said the boy in white chose him, I think that's what it means. And he's full of insight on quests and how they work. He's guiding Julie with his story walking rules and whatnot. So he's also helped Jade when Jade wanted to give up after the radio tower failed, telling him, the FROMacademy failed and had to try again. Anyway, so yeah, thank you. That's cool, making that connection. Okay. May says, if we look at the current townspeople, Roger, Dale, even the burnt-faced woman, their fear is an easy mechanism to grab the torch and pitchforks to end Jade and Tabitha. Yeah, definitely. Fear is something that's easy to manipulate, 100%. So I could see that. Yes, the majority of the people in Fromville are just collateral damage in this eternal game. Minnows in a shark's net, 100%. He drank like 75% of that bottle in a short period of time. Yes, he did, Chris. Townspeople are pawns. They're being played without knowing it. Yes, incognito. Diana says Henry is certainly a sympathetic character for now. There may be some truths we don't know yet. Yeah, I think that he's a good guy. I think that, he's a good, kind person, but he's scarred by what happened to his family. Daryl says, of course, we cut Henry some slack. If it was Acosta, we'd all be hating. Chris says Henry was living in denial. Now he has to face it, 100%. Incognito says Henry sure has a heavy hand with his bottle. That Henry sure can drink. Yes. Another great performance by Robert Joy. Absolutely, Daryl. Robert Joy is a world-class actor. Absolutely love his acting. And it's very hard to play a drunk person. That's not easy to pull off. To do it in a way that's not cheesy, corny, He did it phenomenally. I thought it was extremely believable. Hi, I'm 3 likes Acosta. Well, she's like the most unpopular character other than the red shirt people who act like jerks sometimes, like Roger. But yeah, she's okay. She's my least favorite character, but I don't hate her or anything. Justin says it was almost confusing if Henry was blaming Victor or blaming the man in yellow. Yeah, because he was seemingly angry in this scene, right? And Victor's the one who had to be the bearer of bad news. And show them what he did, yelling at Victor. But yeah, I don't think he blames Victor. He's just lashing out. I agree, Acosta will have a character turn. And let's see. Me says maybe he shouldn't have told Victor that they could face whatever it is together, that Victor could share it with him. Yeah, that's what he said. He'll calm down and be supportive of Victor again, I think. He's spiraling right now, but I think he will get it together. Yeah, Shakwe, it's crazy that episodes 1 through 5 only cover 4 days, right? That is wild. that's typical for the show. Every episode is usually just one day. Thank you, Diana. Yeah, my dad was kind of a tortured soul, forever self-medicating, so I hope he's found peace now too. This was not new for Victor. You could see it. He remembered the past. Oh, well, maybe he didn't just become an alcoholic after his family disappeared. That's possible, yeah. He didn't look surprised. That's true. Yes, NSB, Scott McCord can sing and play a guitar. I think Robert Joy can sing well, and David Alpay can play the violin. So many musicians in this show. Oh, yeah. Indeed. There's something in this liquor. Oh, yeah, the air is getting thicker. Yep, hi, I'm 3. Thank you. Let's see. So, Straight Edge says, I hope we get an explanation this season for why the man in yellow doesn't just do stuff himself. It seems he wants to trick people because there are some rules at play, but I want them to say it. Yeah, I think they need to make that a little more clear too. Kind of like in Lost, there are entities in Lost that can't do certain things, so they have to trick people into doing them. So it would be nice to find out those rules. Even the man in yellow probably has some rules. I agree with you. Because right now the man in yellow makes so little sense. I believe he makes sense in the end. It's all just implied. Yes, I agree with that too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure even the man in yellow has some rules. Like, for example, I don't think the man in yellow can chop down the faraway bottle tree. I think that's against the rules. It was created by the hope of the dying sacrificed children, and it's the engine. I think it's the engine of reincarnation that's bringing Jade and Tabitha back over and over again. That's a theory that M. Merkin in the chat, Michael, aka Michael. That's his theory about how it's bringing them back, that part, and I agree with that. So if you chop down that tree, you end the reincarnation cycle, and this would be their last chance. And then I think that this place can't be beaten without them, so that would be bad. I think Tabitha and Jade are essential to breaking the curse in the end, so you don't want to chop down that tree. So I think that that's one of the rules, that the man in yellow entity can't chop it down or knock it down, but she's going to trick people into doing it. Let's see. Yeah, I love that. Hi, M3. I'm starting to look at Fromville like a backwards Garden of Eden, and the shapeshifter creature is like the devil. Love it. Yeah, I could see that. This is like a backwards Garden of Eden. That's what the tapestry looks like on Ellis's wall, and Ellis and Fatima are Adam and Eve. And it was very much like an Eden type place. Originally, it was an eternal summer. They had all the food they could eat. Nobody had to work. There's no currency, but they were tempted by the search for knowledge. And once they started to taste of the forbidden fruit, seeking knowledge, everything got worse. Everything changed. The weather got cold. The crops dried up. The soil was poisoned. And so it was lost. It was this twisted paradise lost. So there are many parallels. And I believe that's intentional. There are many biblical references that are overt as well in the show. NSB says, Henry reacting like this is a good reason to not tell him about the reincarnation thing. Oh, yeah. I don't think that would be useful at this point. So they might as well just not tell him. What good would it do? It might just make him spin out even worse. Well, thanks, Amy. Thanks for the hugs. Can feel it. Chili outside says, why does the man in yellow want to keep the tunnels under the town hidden? Maybe because they lead to the Lake of Tears. I'm starting to believe that. the man in yellow entity didn't want Tabitha digging that hole and collapsed the house to fill in the hole so that people wouldn't get to the tunnels. And I think it doesn't want them down there, maybe because it leads to the Lake of Tears. Obviously, also the monsters sleep down there, and it doesn't want them going down there, maybe, potentially doing something to the monsters while they're asleep. I mean, that would be difficult, but yeah, I think the Lake of Tears could be down there underground. What do you guys think? Yeah, Henry looks like an angry drunk, Samuel. Absolutely. Jostin says the mole theory was a foreshadow of someone in each cycle. The man in yellow. Yes, 100%. We finally got our mole. And what sucks is when we finally got an actual mole confirmed, they didn't even give us time to theorize about it. They just revealed it immediately, that Sophia is the man in yellow. They should have given us time to theorize and not reveal it in episode 1, if you ask me. Just my opinion. But yeah, people have theorized about a mole from the very start. Stronger Every Day says, in general, women get more blame than men. We are expected to figure it out and stay level-headed. Oh, I feel that. Yep. I agree with you. Incognito says, you never know how a human being will react in front of a horrible event. We all are unique for this, but like Marielle said, something ancient is feeding on that suffering, so that amplifies bad feelings. Right. This place is definitely trying to amplify all of those bad feelings and feeding on them. Straight Edge says, yeah, the Lake of Tears is in the tunnels and you got to go there at nighttime. That's why the monsters patrol at night and keep people in their homes. I love that. I love that theory. Yeah, that could be it. That could be a key, because otherwise, why? Why do they only come out at night and keep people hiding? Keep people inside? Interesting. Good stuff. So let's go to the next scene. Tabitha's staring at this totem. Looks like she is trying to remember something. She's deep in thought. Ethan talks to Donna in a scene that was heavily foreshadowing that she was going to die, and yet she didn't die. I couldn't believe it. Once again, more heavy-handed foreshadowing of Donna's death that didn't happen. Maybe it'll happen later, though. Who knows? Ethan asks Donna what the fire is for. She doesn't answer, but jokes, you didn't bring marshmallows? Ethan asks her if they're going to be okay and says he doesn't want Julie to be alone. He asks a lot of pertinent questions, and he's got a darker, more cynical mentality now. So, he tends to, I think more negatively, what did he say earlier this season? He was like, you think dad's dead? His mind always goes to the worst case scenario and the worst possible conclusion. Mm-hmm. And so, I just think, I think that's just a product of him having to grow up too fast. And, he grows up too fast in this place, and now, he's got a more negative mindset, like bad things are going to happen, inevitably. Anyway, Donna says, first thing in the morning, we're going to get up, grab our packs, and get the heck out of here. Ethan tells her, I like it when you're here. It's not as scary when you're around. So there you go. More foreshadowing. It's just like, okay, sorry, Ethan, but she's not going to be around much longer. She's going to die. That's what all of us were thinking, right? I think the writers might have just been deliberately trying to fake us out. I think it was way too obvious and predictable that Donna was going to die based on the way they wrote this. But who knows? She could still die later in the season. Now that it's like they faked us out, they made it look really obvious, and she didn't die. And then when we're not expecting it, boom, they'll kill her. It could happen. So I'm not going to let my guard down just yet. So, let's see. So over here, in the next scene, Sophia is eavesdropping on Julie and Randall and clearly enjoying herself. Saying, this is about you being scared of those ruins. You're a coward. And Randall snaps back at her, you're a stubborn little child who doesn't know what the fuck's in front of her face. This place is fucking with your head because it knows how much you miss your dad. So, so Julie says, no, you're wrong. And he says, I watched you have 2 seizures in 2 days. So why don't you tell me what's more likely, that you're traveling through chapters in a story, or that one of these days you're going to have a seizure that doesn't stop? And yeah, he has a great point. That can't be healthy for her to have all these seizures. Like I said earlier, she could be frying her brain. Like he said, she could be damaging her brain with these seizures. And I think she needs to find a way to physically story walk like Boyd entered the ruins with the torch and went through a faraway tree to enter the ruins as well. I mean, the dungeon. So if Boyd could do that, why can't Julie? I think Julie should be able to do it too. So she needs to figure out how to do it. And that will be a safer way for her to story walk for her health. That will also enable her to make a working bookmark, I think, because she'll actually be taking an item back in time for real, physically. And she'll write the symbol on it and then, come back to the present time and the symbol will actually be there. I think it will work. But right now it's not working, like I said earlier, because she's not actually physically taking the bookmark anywhere. The bookmark is laying in the ruins with her. The piece of paper is not going anywhere. That's why it's not working. When she's drawing something on it, she's astral projecting herself and has some kind of astral projected paper with her, but I don't think it's registering. I don't think it's working. It's not having that real consequence once she comes out of it. It hasn't changed. I think it needs to physically go back. That's my current theory on that. Because, why else would this not have worked? That's the only thing I can think of. But let me know what you guys think, if you have any other ideas. And I think this, like I said earlier, is foreshadowing that Randall is going to die. He's got the rest in peace graves right behind him. And last time we saw that, Kenny's dad was right in front of those. In season 1, episode 1, Kenny's dad was there. And he was sitting playing chess with that behind him, and he wound up dead that night. I don't think Randall's going to die that fast, but I think he's going to die this season. And I've predicted that since season 3, that Randall would die in season 4. Now, I could be slightly off. I think he might have a fate worse than death. He's talked about fates worse than death. Like in season 3, he said, there are fates worse than death. And so I think he could wind up maybe having something happen to him like Martin, getting chained up with the worms in him, and he can't even die. Now that's not my idea. Other people have thought of that. FROMaholic Fletch thought of that part, but I've believed that Randall would meet a terrible fate ever since season 3 because of his dread about going near the ruins. He has such a deep dread, and I think that has to pay off at some point. So anyway, Sophia is enjoying listening to them fighting, clearly. And then she's also, she's got a little smirk on her face. Love it, as always. Just a hint of a smirk. She does that subtle sinister look so effectively. I absolutely love it. And then she sees Christy and Marielle arguing, so more discord. She's loving this stuff. Her favorite part is when they tear themselves apart, remember? So this is the beginning of it. They're fighting with each other, tearing each other apart by, having these arguments and discord. Let's see. So I lost my place in my notes. Hold on. So, oh, sorry. So I almost forgot the rest of the scene here with Randall and Julie. So Randall says, I watched you have 2 seizures in 2 days. So why don't you tell me what's more likely? That you're traveling through chapters in a story, or that one of these days you're going to have a seizure that doesn't stop? And she's like, that's a risk I'm willing to take. He tells her, then you're a moron. And if your dad was here right now, he'd be fucking stunned at how goddamn stupid you are. You're only angry at me because you know I'm right. I don't think he's necessarily right at all. I don't think that this place is just fucking with her head. She's obviously story walking. She's time traveling for real. It's not just this place messing with her head. Julie throwing the rope to Boyd, that proves it's real. That proves to us it's real. We know it's real. That had a real consequence. So this can't be some kind of hallucination. But he does have a point, though, that these seizures could be a serious risk to her health. Okay, so then with Marielle and Christy, Marielle says, I'm fine, and Christy says, you're clearly not okay, after seeing her freak out in the ambulance with the chains. Mari says, I was having a moment, and Christy responds, that was way more than a moment, Marielle. And Mari's like, okay, so this place has never gotten to you before? You haven't just needed a minute to freak the fuck out? It is not a big deal. So, Marielle is one of those people, like I just was talking about, who just wants to pretend like everything's okay all the time. She just wants to pretend everything's fine and avoid. That's her coping mechanism, avoidance. So she spent all of season 3 acting like she was not affected at all by the cicada coma, while Julie and Randall were having all kinds of issues. And now we find out the truth, that she really is having problems of her own. And so Marielle walks off while just saying, just give it a rest, Christy. And as she walks away, Sophia deliberately, it's obvious she does this on purpose. She deliberately bumps into her and grabs her arm. And then then Mari goes into another room and the chains appear again. She gets pushed against the wall, so she can't move. The chains appear while Sophia watches. And she starts screaming bloody murder again. She flashes to her time in the dungeon. And then when Christy shows up, the chains disappear. And then she just looks like a psychopath with her eyes bugging out of her head. Now she just looks psychotic. I know some people thought this was comical. I thought it was pretty good. Like, I don't think it was like goofy looking. I think she looked genuinely like, I was actually impressed by how much she was able to bug her eyes out like that. I was actually impressed by how much she was able to bug her eyes out of her head. And so I don't know. I didn't think that she looked that clownish. Hold on a second. Sorry about that, guys. I don't have backup now, so when I need to mute, I just have dead silence. So I apologize about that. Anyway,
It's good news that it's raining.
sorry about the noise. Just have to get back on the treadmill. So anyway, she looks like completely psycho, and I don't know. I thought, oops, I don't know what I just did. Oh, I don't know. I thought this was a pretty good scene, but so like, here's the question though: did Sophia trigger this to happen right then? But she didn't trigger the previous episode in the ambulance because she wasn't there. I mean, unless she triggered it remotely and we just didn't see. I don't know. But like, did she trigger the previous thing? I mean, in this one, it really makes it look like she triggered this by grabbing her. But anyway, before I go on, let me just check the chat here. So you thought it was funny. I don't know why this part didn't make me laugh. Hi, I'm 3. This part had me dying laughing, not gonna lie. I don't know why. I didn't laugh at this one. Justin says, yeah, like googly-eyed granny. Incognito says, looks like she's possessed. Amy says the look on Sophia's face to just staring. Yeah, it was kind of weird how Sophia was just like, you know, Sophia, you would think that she, as you know, pretending to be a teenage girl, you would think that she would like pretend to have a shocked reaction. Ugh, what the hell? Now my slideshow is going crazy for no reason. Oh my god. I think the evil entity is interfering with the stream, guys. It's literally doing this for no reason. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing and try and fix the issue. What the hell? I have a damaged device that I'm using, but usually it doesn't malfunction like this. It's only every once in a while. It's like glitching really bad, and it won't let me show images without it won't let me show images without like the whole thing doing that weird motion like you just saw. Like it keeps like jiggling and zooming in. Like, what the hell? I may have to just reboot my whole device. Oh shit. We were doing so well. I didn't have any tech issues until now. Okay. I'm gonna go into my StreamYard on my phone so that I can reboot my device. Okay. So I'm gonna reboot my device because I don't know what's happening here. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I'm still here. Sorry about that. Okay, I don't know why that's happening. I need to get a new device that doesn't have a cracked touch screen because I think every now and then it causes the whole thing to malfunction. And if it doesn't get fixed, then I can't show images again. So let me see if I can get it working. In the meantime, let me read more of the chat. Oh, okay. Get the torch, Julie. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. It certainly fit the discussion. Yeah, it did. But I need to start moving quicker and get through the rest of the breakdown, and I don't have time for this malfunction at all. Shit. Okay, I hope it stops now. Let's see. Benjamin says, I hate Sophia. Hi, I'm 3 when she touched her arm. Yeah, so you think that Sophia definitely triggered that? Yes, I think she did. But why wasn't, like, she wasn't even there when the first incident happened. So that's the thing that was kind of weird. Stronger Every Day says Marielle was scary funny, like having to laugh because it's so unbelievable. Right. I Am 3 says, I hate that they can't even see the snake in the grass. Oops. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, I was just switching devices again. I hate that they can't see the snake in the grass. Shaking my head, it's so obvious. Even if we didn't know what Sophia was, I'd still suspect her to be something devious. It is kind of ridiculous that they're not suspecting Sophia. I think it's a little too obvious. Sharing images comes at a cost. Yes, I am 3. Doug. Yeah, I guess I was sharing too much knowledge, and the man in yellow had to intervene. Let's hope it doesn't do that now. I'm gonna try again. See if I can get back in and make it stop doing that. Okay, let's see. Please don't do it. Please don't do it. I don't know why it glitches like that sometimes. Okay, I'm gonna get back to where I was in the slideshow. So this is where we were at. So Christy goes up to her as she's flailing around, like a dead fish. And, the whole scene was kind of weird, to be honest. Christy was, thankfully it's not doing the weird thing it was just doing. Yay, thank God, because we need to get through the rest of the breakdown so that I can go to bed. I have another maybe half hour on the treadmill before I have to end it. Christy approaches her really slow, like, hey baby. I mean, with Mario freaking out to that extent, I feel like she should have run over a bit faster with more urgency. And Sophia is just standing there staring. I think a normal teenage girl should have been like, oh my God, what's happening? What's happening? Is she okay? Are you okay? Like, her reaction wasn't believable, and she's just standing there looking openly sinister. So yeah, the fact that they haven't suspected her yet, I think is pretty weird. So Diana actually likes that we have the inside scoop as opposed to still being in the dark about Sophia. Now we as an audience will be rallying for our guys, so to speak. And that's cool. I mean, that's something we've never had before. We've always just learned how everything works along with everyone else slowly. So, yeah. I wonder if we ever find out what the monsters did to Randall besides slash him. Yeah, Stronger Every Day. I don't think they did anything else other than that. Just like Boyd said, he thought it was to remind them that the monsters are waiting for them at night, that they're not really safe. They don't get to pretend they're safe in the daytime. That's the only reason I think they took Randall and did that, but we'll see. Hyam3 says Donna might be a red herring and someone we wouldn't expect will die in her place. That's how I'd write it, at least. That would be great, actually. Make it really obvious. If anything, they should have killed off someone right in that moment that we cared about then. I wish they had killed off Ellis, to be honest. He's useless enough. You really shouldn't be sharing those pictures, JulieB. I guess I went a little too far. So Stronger Every Day says, I think the man in yellow has telekinesis and telepathy. So Sophia does not need to be in the same space, but the touch makes it more intense. Right. Okay. Yeah, and I believe that too. I mean, that's how the evil entity has made things happen all along before she ever showed up, before the man in yellow ever showed up. The man in yellow has always done stuff to the people of the town, even without being physically present right in front of them. So absolutely. So maybe the touch just made it more intense. That makes sense. That actually makes total sense. You know, because the man in yellow has always been fucking with them. And I think the man in yellow entity collapsed the whole Matthews house. So obviously it doesn't need to be physically present. So, all right. So moving on from there, I'm going to skip further down the gallery because we already covered this scene earlier. So this is just a quick scene where Victor and Kenny bring Henry up to lay down in his room with Victor. And it's just sad. This red shirt lady asks Victor if he'll be okay, and he says, I'll take care of him. He shouldn't have to take care of his father who's drunk out of his mind, when Henry said it's his job to take care of Victor now. He's said it like at least 2 times, that it's his job to take care of Victor, even though Victor's a grown man. He needs that. But right now, Henry is, you know, it's kind of like Frank back in season 1. Frank was trying to drown his misery in alcohol, and he was failing his family. And hopefully Henry doesn't make a habit of this. I don't think he will. This is just a one-off thing because of his revelation about Miranda and what happened to her. But Kenny asks Victor what Henry was talking about when he was like, show them what he did. Victor says, very matter-of-factly, as he hands over the drawing to Kenny, the man in the yellow suit ate my mother, but I never should have told him. And I don't know how Victor can say that so matter-of-factly and calmly after he flipped out and was trembling and peeing himself just from seeing the man in yellow's jacket. I guess he got all of his emotions out all in one shot, because ever since then he's been able to talk about it with no hint of trauma showing in his face or his voice. It's weird. So stoic about it. So Kenny sees the drawing, and this gives me hope that they told somebody else. I'm glad they didn't wait to share this information with somebody, because now Kenny will tell Boyd, and Boyd and Jade can get in the loop. They need to know about this. They need to know the man in yellow was this guy who came to town looking like everybody else, but he wasn't, and then he ate everyone. Like, they need that information. Maybe from that they can start eventually suspecting Sophia, you know, because they just found the jacket. They don't know that the entity's a shapeshifter, though, unless Victor has another memory that he unearths later. But they don't know that part, that he's a shapeshifter. That's the only thing that I think could keep Victor alive. Is if Victor were to remember that the man in yellow is a shapeshifter entity, I think he would get killed for having too much knowledge and sharing it with people. Knowledge coming at a cost and all. So I worry about Victor, though, that he's already spreading too much knowledge. He's unearthing too many memories and sharing them with people. So I worry that he could pay the price. By the end of the season, he may not make it out alive. Everyone is expecting Henry to die, but imagine if Victor dies instead. What a gut punch that would be. That would be the worst gut punch they could possibly deal. And don't get too complacent and think they won't do it. There's only 1 season left of this show. It could happen. There's only 1 season left, and nobody has total plot armor other than probably Boyd and probably Tabitha and Jade. But other than that, you know, no one's completely immune to getting killed off. It could happen. People who you would never expect to get killed off, they're going to start dying, I think. So then we go over to Colony House. Hey Jen, the teacher. Nice to see you as always. Lovely, lovely Jen. Let's see. Karl is back. Karl is very tired. He had an extremely stressful experience with his dad, so he just was too tired to join us earlier. He's back in the chat. Let's see. Diana says there were a few scenes that never got explained that are important. Oh, absolutely. There's a lot. Diana says, I believe Tilly is the man in yellow. There was some mojo that went on before arriving in Fromville. Oh, it's a cool theory. Julie, go to bed. I will be. I just have to get through the rest of this walk. And I'm trying to break this down by finish this breakdown by the end of my walk, or at least close enough to that. Have to do it anyway for my pain. 101 likes. Great. We've made triple digits. Please keep hitting that like button, guys. Let's see. So, Randall is definitely a Trojan horse. Somebody said Randall is definitely a Trojan horse, unfortunately. Yeah, what do you mean? A Trojan horse. I'm trying to think of what you mean by that exactly, but yeah, I do think that he's gonna meet a grim fate for sure. Let's see. Straight Edge says, I could see Boyd sacrificing himself in the final episode. He has to do something so others can escape. This is Boyd's arc. He finally saves people and succeeds. He pulls a Jack from Lost. Oh, absolutely. I completely agree. He's going to die in the very end, in the series finale, and sacrifice himself like Jack from Lost. Another character with the hero complex. Diana also thinks Father Khatri was Man in Yellow. Interesting. Stronger Every Day says, thanks for this live. Got me through a pretty rough overnight shift. Oh, I'm glad that I could help. Sorry that it was rough. Hope that it gets better. Let's see. Jen said maybe he's a Trojan horse because he had the cicadas inside him still. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe. Yeah, like a ticking time bomb. Yes, I think so. I think that there's still something wrong with him. I agree. And it's not going to end well. So now we go over to this really important scene with Jade continuing on his vision quest, going down into the basement of Colony House, following the little boy version of himself. And Acosta is not down here looking through stuff. That's another clue that this is not really happening, that he's having a vision. He never left the post office. So, Jade is looking for him, wondering where the boy went. And Boyd is like, can we just take a minute? What the fuck were you talking about? People murdering you out there. And he doesn't answer. He's just completely focused on listening to the boy and not Boyd. He sees the boy again and follows him to a huge stack of stuff, asks why they're down there. And the boy says, you have to clear the way to see the path, in French. I'm starting to wonder if, as far as Boyd, sometimes I've been wondering if Boyd was put there to try to steer Jade away from continuing with this and finding more answers. Like he's kind of invading Jade's vision quest, but I don't know. It doesn't really hold up when you look at everything that he says throughout the whole thing. So probably not. So Jade and Boyd frantically clear the stuff off the wall, and they find a door just like the one in the root cellar, really, really old. And Jade is like, Boyd, do you see a door? He's like, yep. So I think this is really there. This is actually there, and they just don't know about it. It's hidden by a bunch of stuff in the basement. So over at the clinic, Christy asks Marielle to try to tell them what happened in the ambulance. And Marielle says the radio came on and I heard them screaming. Everyone, every single person who's ever died here. That's what it was like for me when we were in the chamber. All I could see, all I could feel was the suffering of every single person who's ever died here. I kept telling myself it wasn't real, it couldn't be. But when the radio came on, it was like all of this pain, all this horror just shot through me again. So we finally get to hear what she's been dealing with all this time. She's not immune to the after effects of the cicada coma. And Sophia just sits there stoically, not even upset by this. And why are they even including this 15 or 16-year-old girl in this conversation about this horrifying stuff? They should tell her to go to bed or something. It's weird that they're including her when she's supposed to be that young. And Sophia just says, very straight-faced, you're a prophet. Maybe God has chosen you to hear their suffering. So once again, using religion in the show, she's going to be using religion to get people to listen to her, which is a really persuasive thing. It's a very smart tactic. The Bible comes with a lot of authority, and a lot of people are believers. So she can get people to listen to her, and many people will fall for her bullshit because she cites the Bible. She cites something that carries a lot of authority for many people. Marielle says, I can't do this. She just starts to leave. Christy tells her, I've seen this happen before. This place, it gets in people's heads. But Marielle says, this is different. There is something old here, something ancient, and it's feeding on our suffering, and it doesn't stop. And when she says there's something old here, something ancient, the camera goes to Sophia, which I thought was funny. Like, there it is, guys. There's just something old, something ancient thing. It's right there in the room in the form of this young girl right now. But that's the entity right there. And then Marielle says, even after we die, I mean, think about it, how much she must be enjoying this. They have no idea that ancient entity is right there in the room with them. She must be relishing it. Then Marielle continues, even after we die, we are still trapped here and we never get to leave. And I think she's absolutely right. I think that she was endowed with special insight and wisdom because of being stuck there in that cicada coma. Because of being in that coma, she was given insight into this place in a special way. And she senses that there's something ancient there that's feeding on their suffering. That's what we've believed all along, and now we're getting confirmation of it. The show has suggested it many times already, that that's what's going on. The fact that it's ancient is new, though. I mean, we suspected it's been a few centuries that this place has existed, but ancient implies that the entity itself has existed more than just a few centuries. Maybe this entity has been around way longer than that. Maybe this place has been around longer than that, but I don't think so. I think the place is a few centuries old, and Jade and Tabitha have been reincarnated since the first date in the lighthouse dream. But that doesn't mean the entity isn't older than that. The entity probably is, and has terrorized other people in the past, in other places, I think. Yeah, let me know what you guys think. Let's see. Diana says, lots of religious symbolism, spiritual. Yes. And religion has been used to control the masses. Yeah, it has been by a lot of people. A lot of people have used it as a tool. Justin says, hell yeah, give Randall and Marielle powers. Yes, I'm here for it. Julie has story walking. Randall and Marielle need powers. Marielle seems to have this special insight, and she's able to hear everyone who's ever died there screaming and connect to this reality that there's an ancient evil entity there. Justin says it's right there. It's wrinkly. It has white hair. Let's see. Let me go back a little bit. Diana says, I always viewed Boyd like Moses. He will lead his people home, but sacrifice himself in the process. God denied Moses the promised land. Oh, that would be fitting with all the biblical references in the show. Straight Edge says, I feel like the people who die here stay here, revelation, that the ghosts have, at least for the most part, been the real people, not imposters. Right. I think that's probably true, that the ghosts are real people. When they seem evil, like Abby seems evil, I think it's because she's being forced in the afterlife to act like that and terrorize Boyd. I think the evil entity is forcing her. Yes, the souls really do stay stuck there. And I've always believed that the souls are trapped there. And I think the voices in Sarah's head are voices of the dead who are trapped there. I think they could be connected to the bottles in the tree, since Sarah freaked out near that bottle tree and screamed, I hear them, as the camera panned right up to the bottles while she was saying it. Yeah, so it fits. This all fits. We're getting answer after answer. Not all of them are spelled out really obviously, because we could say, well, maybe Marielle is wrong here. But I think this is the writers trying to give us an answer, that the people who died there are stuck there. Straight Edge says, and we've seen the man in yellow shapeshift. We haven't seen him appear and disappear. What he would have to do to appear as a ghost. Right. Yeah, so I don't think the man in yellow is turning into the ghost. It looks like he has to go through a lot of steps to turn into someone. And he's not just doing it all the time. I think he was the man in yellow entity ever since the 70s, and he just shifted for the first time since. And Stronger Every Day, I think that the door passageway in the Colony House basement does exist. Hyam3 says the door might be real and Acosta will help when they find it. I think so too. Hey, Tam Keen. Nice to see you. Incognito says, I'm hoping that a Fukin twist will be revealed. We need a turning point. Yes. That would be great. It's, a little bit too predictable right now. Let's see. So... Justin says this place has been around since before America found it. John Cabot and how the ships were lost. Demons are territorial. Ghosts are stuck in limbo and don't cross over until their mission is done. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what's going on. They're stuck there. Hey, Knick-Knack Studios. Nice to see you. Stronger Every Day says the fact that it's ancient suggests looking into indigenous folklore, not just Christian. Oh yeah, even though there are loads of biblical references in the show, I think that there are other mythologies, like there are mythologies and other cultures represented in the show other than just Judeo-Christian references. Okay, so next we've got the cabin scene. It's the big moment that we were all waiting for ever since the trailer. Just anticipating this one scene, knowing that it was going to be coming based on the episode synopsis in this episode. So they're all sitting there, and Ellis says, sometimes I forget he's just a kid. He always seems so grown up, referring to Ethan. Tabby says he's always been like that. Jim used to call him the little professor, so curious and full of questions. Yeah, so that's fitting. He's always full of pertinent questions. really smart. Roger, this dick over here, says maybe he could figure out what's in the goddamn lake. That was a dickish thing to say, just for no reason. Donna tells him, stop it, and he's like, sorry. And Patty says, how much longer till sunrise? Donna says, 5 minutes less than the last time someone asked. She says, just try to get some sleep. But none of them are sleeping other than Ethan. And then Donna says, all we have to do is hold on until the morning. Then we get the hell out of here and back to the nightmare we understand. Another nightmare reference out of like 5,000 other ones since the beginning of the show. And now I think after this episode, we know why. Because nightmares actually can manifest into real things here. It's like a nightmare realm. And Tabitha's nightmare is about to resurface. Well, technically a man's nightmare from her past life as a little kid there. So she just wants to get, it's funny how she wants to get back to town now. At least it's the nightmare she understands. So, you know, it's like the devil, you know, at least you're used to that. So they don't understand the rules for this particular entity. These nightmare creatures out here, these doll creatures, have different rules, different ways to protect yourself against them and how to hurt them. So, you know, it's easier to just go back and deal with what they know. And it makes you wonder how many other nightmare creatures could be out there in different parts of this place that they don't know about yet. Maybe there are other entities out there with other rules. So as they're talking, Tabitha, well, they all start hearing weird music outside, strange vocalizing. Everyone hears it, but Tabitha recognizes the song. She says, I know that sound, the dolls. And then she says the dolls, they were smaller. And we start getting flashbacks. So there's young Tabitha in the colonial outfit playing with two of the dolls. She says, they were mine. I was playing with them. And then Patty sounds a little bit belligerent when she says, what's she talking about? I think Patty is going to be a problem just based on her belligerent sounding tone. And the fact that, like, now we know the townspeople are going to attack and blame Jade and Tabitha when they know the truth. And they're going to get hostile later. So Tabitha says, a man, now she remembers, a man, he was angry. He said they gave him nightmares, so he took them and threw them in the lake. Now there's the man taking her dolls, like a dick, ripping them away from her. Somebody said he looks kind of like colonial Jade, and he kind of does, but he's definitely a different guy. He takes them away from her. You can see there he has a beard and similar color hair, but not the same guy. He goes and chucks them into the lake. And Tabitha says, one day, so he said they gave him nightmares, so he took them and threw them in the lake. Then one day, the man died, and his nightmares came out of the lake. So there you go. Nightmares can turn into reality, confirmed. Another answer, another thing that we've been theorizing about from the beginning has been confirmed. A lot of fans, myself included, I've believed for a long time that nightmares can manifest into reality here. And that's why nightmares and dreams are referenced all the time. Not just nightmares, but good dreams too. If people would just have more good dreams, that would help. Fears and hopes can also manifest into real things, I think. But now we have nightmares confirmed. And then you see a flashback to young Tabitha from the nightmare that she had as a little girl over and over again, which she remembered in season 3, where she's hiding behind the red rocks, and then she screams. Something is coming at her in the daytime, so you know it's not one of the monsters we know. Now we know what it was. At least this is what's implied. They don't show the giant doll looming over her. We're just expected to come to that conclusion. I think it's weird that they didn't show it. I wish that they had, just to give us the absolute confirmation, but who knows, maybe they ran out of budget and they didn't want to show it. But for some reason they didn't. It would have been nice to see the rest of the scene, because all they did was just show us this tiny little snippet that we already saw from her nightmare. It was the same thing. It was just her hiding and then her screaming. It would have been cool if they had given us more, like show us the rest of the scene, show us the thing she was screaming at. But they didn't do that. I think we're just supposed to assume that's what it was, and that's that. So yeah, nightmares. I think nightmares, fears, hopes, and dreams can all manifest into reality, basically because they're in a nightmare realm. That's why nightmares and dreams are referenced all the time. Nathan's fear of cicadas manifested into the cicada entity. I think Tian Shen's hope for new crops planted in a new place manifested the morning after she died, when Jim and Kenny found the crops. All of a sudden, new crops in a new place. Just the day before, she had hoped that they could find something like that or be able to plant something like that. And boom, she dies. They get that the next morning. So I think that's showing us that not just nightmares, but also not just nightmares and fears, but hopes and dreams, not to sound cheesy, but hopes and dreams can also manifest stuff there, meaning good things. So they need to start thinking more positively. And, I think a good start is what Fatima's doing with the golem, trying to make a champion for them. And I think if she holds on to hope hard enough, that's going to actually manifest into a good thing for them, a real champion, something that can help them fight back. And we'll see if she can hold on to hope enough. I think it's going to work, and it'll prove that hope can actually manifest something into reality. That big blob of dirt is going to come to life and turn into a champion for them, because she believes it will. She hopes that much. The hope is that big. And I think personally, I believe little Victor manifested the peach truck when he was a kid, because he missed his home so much with the peach wallpaper. And children have such vivid imaginations that I think children probably have the greatest power to manifest things there and don't have to die in order to do it. I think, obviously Nathan's dead, and then the cicada entity showed up. Tian Shen died, the crops showed up. That man in Tabitha's past life died, the nightmare dolls showed up. But maybe with children, they don't have to die. And maybe, I think, even if an adult like Fatima believes strongly enough, then it's possible they can manifest something without having to die to make it happen. Hopefully. Fatima is the biggest beacon of hope in the show. So if anybody can manifest something out of hope and not have to die in order to do it, I think it's her. She's always been this beacon of hope. Yes, it's been tarnished a lot by the trauma she's been through, but this thing she's working on is giving her new strength. So I also think that children may have manifested the electricity, because kids don't know how that works, and the cords don't have wires in them. Maybe children over the years manifested the electricity there. Maybe Boyd manifested the livestock in the woods, because he was so hopeful that he'd find resources for the town out there. And obviously livestock don't belong in the woods. So anything that's really out of place there and seems impossible was manifested by fears, nightmares, hopes, or dreams, in my theory. I'm going to be making a video that discusses all of this stuff. Since we have a break right now without a new episode this weekend, that's great for me, because that'll give me time to put together a theory video on that stuff. And I think the last point on that topic is the old maid card theory, that Victor may have manifested the nightmare creature's current outfits from Old Maid cards. Maybe he had a nightmare about the Old Maid characters. So anyway, that's that. We're almost to the end now. Let's see. And maybe Jade manifested the mushrooms, the shrooms. Yes, Justin. Yeah, that's another example that could be. Incognito says the doll with the fire hands is a secret character from Street Fighter. The doll scene is short as fuck. Yeah, it was kind of short. Stronger Every Day says people like Patty are the reason no one talks about what they experience. Yeah. People like Patty, yeah, because she's probably going to be one of the first to grab the pitchforks. Incognito says the music box is called Lullabies of the Damned. Oh, really? Creepy. Okay, walk is done. Now I just have to wrap up the last couple scenes with you guys, and I will be signing off after that. Let's see. Okay. So, the demonic Kool-Aid Man scene. Yep, we're coming up to that now. We've all been waiting for, Justin. I think that originated on Jeremy's channel. I don't know who came up with it originally, but that's where I heard people first started saying that phrase. Diana says, like all false gods, his hubris will be his demise. 100%. Knick-Knack Studio says Roger was not a Dodger. No, indeed. Knick-Knack says, I'm always sad when I wake up and see you've been live. Gotta get to bed early. Oh, yeah. I know. I keep strange hours. I'm trying to start going live earlier, but I think the earliest it's going to get is 10 p.m. Eastern, which it might still be too late for you since you say you go to bed early. So sorry about that. I appreciate that you care enough that you want to be here. Maybe eventually, if my sleep schedule changes enough, I'll go live earlier than 10 p.m. Eastern. But right now, the goal is just to roll the time back to that and try to stick to it. Diana, yes, Discord is free, and the link to the Discord is pinned at the top of the chat right now. It's also in the description of the live stream, and you can join. It's absolutely free. You can chat in there. There are all kinds of features. You can DM people if you make friends in there and you want to talk privately. You can do that in there. You can talk in my Discord channels about all the From stuff that you want to discuss. And we have our watch parties every Saturday night in there. So if you want to join, you can do that. It's fun. We watch together. I stream the episodes at midnight Eastern every Saturday night. And it's a good way to keep the conversation going in the Discord, with the channels, people sharing their theories, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. We'll check it out. Not today because my eyeballs are hanging out right now, but another day. That's funny. Yeah, definitely check it out. You can always join and then check it out another day too. The link, you can always find the link in the description of all of my videos and live streams if you don't feel like clicking it tonight. Let's see. Manifest destiny. It's basically what's going on here. Lots of manifestation, I think. Hi M3 says, where was Kenny and Jim when they found the food? Said it was fish out there and all. What if that's the magic lake? That was the lake at the settlement that we saw in this episode. That was the one. So not that one. So we'll see. It's one that's yet to be discovered.
Diana says Roger was at a loss for words at the end. Yeah, he was. It's such a trope to have a character be a jerk and then kill him off. It's so typical, build up a red shirt all of a sudden to be a jerk and then kill him off. Like, Lost did that too. Hey, Stelios. I love how everything have common sense. The doll walking away after seeing the other doll get stabbed was comedy. It wasn't mindless. Yeah, I liked that too. That was funny. It was great. It was like, I don't want that to happen to me. See ya. Nick says, I usually catch your weekend streams and I always go back and listen to your lives at work. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. And maybe you can join when we start at 10 p.m. Eastern, if that's not too late for you. I'm getting tired and I can't even form words as well. Karl says Roger's jaw dropped when he saw the ragdoll monster. Yeah, his jaw dropped. Indeed, yes. You're welcome, Diana. Yeah, definitely join us then. You watch alone? Yeah, you gotta watch. You should join and watch with us. It's fun. Or you could watch alone and then come watch it with us again, because I stream it twice on Saturday nights. So if you like to watch alone on your big TV, and then you could do that and then join us after. I always stream it twice. Nick says, I think along the same lines as you about dreams manifesting, but I also believe big changes happen at the turn of cycles. Okay, gotcha. I think so too. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so now we get to the big moment. The Kool-Aid Man emerges. So Tabitha's like irrationally saying that they've got to get out of there because now she's remembered the doll nightmare monsters from her past life. And they're like, we can't go anywhere. It's nighttime. Let's see, lost my place here. Where are we? Okay, I found it. So Tabitha says they're not safe there. They have to get out. The talisman won't protect them. And Roger says, how do you know that? How the fuck do you know any of that? See how he's already sounding aggressive and confrontational. So I don't foresee good things when all the red shirts find out about Tabitha and Jade's history. Then the demonic Kool-Aid Man busts through. We get the big reveal. He stomps through. Ellis charges out of the way. Donna gets out of the way really quick. So yeah, I was wrong that the Kool-Aid Man, the Kool-Aid Man guy was gonna attack her. Instead, she gets out of the way and he goes right for Roger. Karma gets him. So he throws Roger down. Donna's the first one out the damn door. The others all run out, and then this thing opens its mouth, and it's got actual teeth. In the trailer, we couldn't see that because they hadn't added them yet. I guess they did that later with CGI. That was probably a last minute addition. Looks a lot scarier with teeth. I like that a lot better. So yeah, that's nasty. Really scary. I thought they did a good job with that. Some of their CGI can be a little wonky, but that looks good in my opinion. Rips Roger's jaw right off. I'm gonna have to go through that pretty quickly because I don't want this to get taken down due to gore. But Ellis does a half-assed job of trying to save Roger. He tries to pull the thing off him, and this thing just flings Ellis aside, and Ellis runs like hell out of there, closes the door behind him, and keeps going. That was very polite of him. He closed the door as he left and left Roger to die. The thing sticks its big oven mitt in Roger's mouth, which looks really goofy when you pause it. I mean, it's literally an oven mitt. Somehow this oven mitt ripped his jaw off. Impressive. Okay, I'm gonna go past that image fast. It was pretty gnarly. And Ellis runs and joins Donna, Tabitha, and Ethan hiding behind this wooden structure. Donna asks where Patty is, and then Ellis runs off to look for her. At least he actually gives a damn about Patty. Tabitha, meanwhile, looks at this totem and remembers something. There she is as that little girl in the colonial outfit in front of a totem. And she has a revelation. And Patty, as she's hiding in this bush, the girl doll monster finds her and lunges at her. And I couldn't get a still of it lunging at her. It was just too fast. It was split second, but yeah, lunges at her. Really creepy POV shot. I loved how this was shot with the POV, the POV angles from the angle of the person getting attacked. And Tabitha, so the thing drags the woman to a fire and literally burns the side of her face in the fire. Kind of weird. I mean, if you can rip the woman's jaw off, like, why go to all the trouble of dragging her to this fire and burning her face instead? There's the oven mitt on her head. It is pretty comical looking when you pause it and look at that. But watching the scene in action, I thought it was scary. I enjoyed it. I didn't think it was too goofy. I know some people thought that was kind of goofy, but the thing is just enjoying smoking this woman's face. And then Ellis comes, hits it with a stick. It falls over way too easily. And Ellis gets Patty and runs off. So these things are way too easy to defeat, if you ask me. If it's strong enough to rip someone's jaw off, then Ellis shouldn't have been able to knock it over that easily with a random stick. Then the thing's oven mitts get lit on fire, so it's fire mitts now. So fire mitts walks off and looks for more prey. Donna stupidly, this dumbass, gets up and turns her back on whatever else could be going on behind her and just faces Tabitha and the structure that they're hiding behind. What a contrived way to put her in harm's way. She tells Tabitha, we have to run no matter what happens. We have to keep, and then she stopped mid-sentence. The thing, one of the doll creatures grabs her, not oven mitts, fire mitts, that is, but a different one, starts strangling her. Now, which one is this? I can't keep track. This one, none of them look like the Colonial Man doll. This one kind of looks like a girl doll too. It looks like it's wearing a dress, but out of Tabitha's dolls, I think there was only one wearing a dress. I don't know. It's a little hard to keep track of which is which because it's so dark. You can't see any color, and it's difficult to get a good look at their outfits. So, yeah, that one kind of looks like it's wearing a dress to me, but I could be wrong. And it's got long hair too. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It's choking Donna. So this is where you think finally this is the end that was foreshadowed for Donna, and then all of a sudden Tabitha impales the thing with a totem stick, and it falls over, apparently dead. So that's that. It's that easy to kill them. Donna asks what just happened, and Tabitha says, I remembered how to hurt them. So she remembered from her past life, that's how you hurt them. You can just stab it with the totem stick. A little too easy. Still, I think that's way too easy. And then Fire Mitts shows up with both mitts blazing, takes one look at that scene with the dead one, turns and just walks away. Because maybe it's not mindless. It has common sense enough to see, oh shit, they're on to us. They know how to kill us. Bye. And it just leaves. To fight another day, I guess. Anyway, so that's one that's unaccounted for, wandering out. And I don't think the fire is going to take it out. I don't think you can get rid of it that easily. It needed to be taken out with the totem stick. So I think it's still alive, walking around somewhere, and could still attack someone else later, along with that other doll monster that's unaccounted for, that hasn't been taken out yet. There were 3. So that's the end of that. Now we only have, I think, one more scene. Yeah, we only have one more scene after this. So let me go to the chat really quick. So Karl says, I think Donna is done either way. R.I.P. Donna, the Lonely Hunter. Yeah, the next episode is titled The Heart is a Lonely Hunter, which is a reference to a book, but the fact that it may not have anything to do with that book. Donna was on a hunting trip when she and her sister arrived there, and Karl put 2 and 2 together, connecting that title to Donna, which I thought was a really smart connection. Maybe Donna is the lonely hunter referred to in that title, because her sister was murdered when they first got there. So Donna was left as the lonely hunter. So yeah, maybe she's still gonna die, and the next episode's title is a reflection of that. Who knows? Maybe this isn't over yet. This was the last we saw of this whole bit with the doll monsters in the woods for this episode, but we don't know what's going to happen with episode 6. Okay, see you later, Incognito. Good day, night, whatever you like to you too. Samuel says about Roger, that's what you get for robbing Jen, Roger, you motherfucker. Yeah, like Donna said, Roger punched his own ticket. Yeah, he was kind of a jerk, come to think of it. So bye, Roger. Diana says, I watched it several times within a few days. It's unnatural. No, I don't think that's unnatural at all. It's totally normal. I watched the episode multiple times too. Let's see what else we got here. Reached down his throat too. I think Roger's heart got stolen. Right. Yeah. Ellis was useful this episode, Benjamin. I guess so, yeah. Ellis saved Patty, but was it really useful? I think Patty might wind up being trouble later on. She's already sounding kind of confrontational with Tabitha, knowing stuff about the dolls. So she's probably going to be part of the mob that try to kill Jade in the end. Let's see. Roger would have stolen the bread, so to speak, and let you starve. Oh, yeah, Diana. Let's see. Yeah, Knick-Knack. I thought Donna was done for, too. Benjamin was worried for Donna in this scene. Yeah, they did heavy foreshadowing, but maybe it was a fake out. We'll see. Ash says, let's see. See. What is this? He threw 3 in the water. 2 girls, 1 boy. 1 boy in the cabin with Roger, fire mitts, and finally the one which got killed with the stick. Okay, yeah. So there were 2 girls in it. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. I couldn't quite see if there were 2 girls and a boy. Or maybe I just didn't look closely enough at that image. There were a lot of pictures I took from the episode. Benjamin says maybe Boyd was doing CPR on Donna in the next episode. Guessing that has something to do with the trailer, which I'm not going to talk about. We'll talk about the trailer in the next live stream. Lucas says, I want Donna flashbacks. Scary to imagine what life in Fremville was like before they had the talismans. Yeah, that would be great. I'd love to know that too. But yeah, with the limited number of episodes in the series, I doubt we'll get anything like that. What is this, Karl? Knick-knack, paddywhack, give a slob a bone. No, don't give him nothing but a bullet to the dome. Oh, sorry, I reverted back to my West Coast self. Sorry, guys, if you know, you know. Rap lyrics. Yeah, I don't know the song, but yeah, that's fitting. That fits. Samuel says Ellis is more useful than 90% of people in town. Boyd just set the standard so high that he can never live up to it. Yeah, I guess you could say that. True, but I don't know. Ellis just doesn't seem to serve much of a purpose other than being Boyd's son and Fatima's husband. All right, so final scene. Here we go. Jade enters through that door in the Colony House basement during his vision quest, and it reveals this very long cavernous hallway. I think this probably actually exists, just not with all these lights. Not with all these lights and lanterns and stuff. But it's probably there. They just haven't discovered it yet. They haven't explored this place as much as they should have, to be honest.
It also seems like way too long. Like that's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would be the biggest structure there, you know, if it's that long.
Yeah.
It seems sort of.
It seems like it's a bit excessively long.
And that's what she said.
That's what she said. Yeah. So Jade, he walks through and sees spider webs. Of course, spider webs and a gigantic spider, the biggest one we've seen yet. A very fake looking one, I have to say, but the biggest one we've seen yet on the show. Again, is this foreshadowing that we're going to see bigger and bigger spiders? Are we going to get a giant spider entity later? I'm thinking yes, we're probably going to get a giant spider in season 5. I don't think it's coming in this season. Again, got to refer back to when Ethan said Victor's pictures had scarecrows, boogeymen, and giant spiders. So I think that was foreshadowing entities we were going to get. Scarecrow entity, boogeyman is the man in yellow, and giant spiders are the only thing left. So I think we're getting it. It's only a matter of time. So Boyd disappears again, and Jade grabs a lantern, makes his way through the hall, enters the caves, and all of a sudden Boyd pops back up again, jump scare, saying, "We have to go. We cannot be down here." And Jade says, "This isn't real. This can't be real." Boyd tries to pull the safe word thing on him, saying, "Capricorn, this is real. You asked me to be your fucking anchor, so fucking listen to me." Jade's like, "No, Boyd, we're just in Colony House. The tunnels aren't even this close." Well, but here's the thing, though. They don't know that. They don't know that the tunnels under the town don't extend as far as Colony House. How do they know? They already turned up under the root cellar with a previously unknown entrance. So I think this area is really there, and the cave system does extend as far as Colony House, and you can get there via that door in the basement. Boyd says, "Close. We've been walking down that fucking hallway for, probably a long time." It seemed like it was quick, though. It seemed like it didn't take long. And so Jade agrees to leave with Boyd at first. Boyd's threatening to drag him out of there if he has to. But then just after he's going to follow Boyd and try to leave, the path forks, and on the other side of the fork in the path, he sees his young self again. And like a moth to a flame, he follows his young self again instead of Boyd. And he keeps going. The fact that Boyd is trying to discourage him from continuing and using his safe word and everything, I don't know. I just can't help but wonder if somehow part of the evil entity infiltrated his vision quest and was trying to stop him from continuing with it. It felt weird to me.
Well, also, if he's on this vision quest, he's sort of like they refer to like, seeing on the other side of the veil when you're in DMT and whatever. Maybe it didn't even have to infiltrate. It's like Jade entered their world kind of thing. And that's why it's like, hey,
right,
drink it,
Right. Could be. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I don't get it. It's inconsistent.
Is it?
It's inconsistent that
You know what is consistent?
What?
You. And what a great job you're doing.
Oh. Thank you.
Please continue.
Anyway, so what I find weird about Boyd is the inconsistency in how in one part of the vision quest he's encouraging Jade to freaking drink a skull full of blood and spiders and figure out what this place is trying to tell him, that get the answers that he's seeking, and then but now in this part he's telling him, no, go back, this isn't safe, we have to get out of here. So which is it? But maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just Jade's subconscious kind of pushing and pulling. Like part of his subconscious wants to know the answers and part of it doesn't. That's the only way I can really explain it. Because if this is the evil entity infiltrating and trying to keep him from the answers, then it would have been consistent and it wouldn't have told him to drink the blood and try to get the answers. Because apparently drinking the blood was equivalent to opening his eyes to the answers and, immersing himself in the horrible truth of his past. So, anyway, so yeah, I just kind of talked myself into my opinion on it, which is that it's not the evil entity trying to infiltrate anything. It's Jade's subconscious kind of going back and forth between wanting to know versus not wanting to know. So ultimately, she chooses the path of enlightenment, symbolized by the lantern that he's carrying, incidentally, and he follows his young self through the cavern, through the cavern hallway until he reaches this chamber full of the sacrificial stones. What an amazing scene. I absolutely loved this. It's got all 7 stones here and a big hole in the center of it, a person-sized hole, as it were, for him to be buried in. And Jade says, this is where the children were sacrificed. How does knowing this get us home? Tabitha and I, we already tried to save them. We've tried so many times. Is there something here? Is there something we need? Tell me how to save them when we've already failed. And he's asking this to his young self, sounding increasingly desperate. And that's the big enigma, right? They've already tried to save these kids so many times, and they're already dead. How does knowing that help anything? How do they save them when they've already failed and the kids are dead? That's the enigma. That's the hardest thing to figure out about this show. But that's going to be the key into getting them home. Then the swing coat lady appears, says, hi, Jade. You should have listened to Boyd, but you were never really the smart one, were you? And then the others come up behind him, and he's surrounded on all sides by these things. They grab him. He's struggling. This is the scene we saw from 2 different trailers. And then this is the last thing we saw in the second trailer when they had him restrained like that. Then they shove him in this hole and start to close it up. Really, really terrifying scene, even though he's going to get out of this. Obviously, did any of us for 1 second think Jade was about to die in this moment? I mean, come on. Of course not. I didn't for 1 second think that Jade was going to die. He's on a vision quest, but it's still a terrifying scene, the way that it unfolded. Just a really great, creepy scene. The idea that he's being buried alive here and just the visual of it. And as he's in there, he looks over and a kid, one of the Ankui kids is there. It says Ankui at him. And he screams bloody murder. Really great scream. It's just a blood curdling one. As it gets dark, while they cover up the hole above him with the rock, burying him alive, as it were, but not for real. Just as part of his vision quest. Now you can see as he's being put in there, and behind him there are skeletons, child-sized skeletons. So this appears to be where the Ankui kids' bodies were thrown. So that's where their skeletons are located, at the site where they were sacrificed, entombed in there. So that's that. And then Jade wakes up screaming bloody murder from his vision, and Boyd has to calm him down. And it looks very much like a loving embrace here. When I paused it on this one frame, it's not the two of them getting romantic. It's just Boyd trying to calm him down. But for that one split second, it looked like something else, which is very funny to look at now. So Jade finds himself back in the post office with Boyd, saying, "How the fuck did we get here?" He says, "Jade, you never left." He's like, "We were in the tunnels." And Boyd says, "We've been sitting here for hours. You were at the window. You sat down. That's it." And so that was that. He was never out of there. And all of that was just his vision quest. Jade says there was a lot more. And then he's like, "I know where they are. I know what we have to do to go home. I know how we can save the children." And, so what was it? I mean, at the very end, up to the very end of that vision quest, he had no idea how any of this was going to help him. So we can only presume from the fact that now all of a sudden he knows how to do it. He's basing this on what just happened at the very, very end. He was thrown in that hole with a bunch of kids' skeletons. So he thinks it's that age-old trope that if they get their bones out of there and lay them to rest, then their souls will be at peace and they can all go home. Sorry, no way. That's not going to work. It's not going to be that simple and trite. That's been done to death. We've seen that in how many different stories in horror over the years, where these spirits are not at rest because they were murdered and their bones are somewhere they shouldn't be. So you've got to get their bones and bury them somewhere sanctified, and all will be well, and they can move on to the afterlife. There's no way in this world that it's going to be that simple. There's just no way. There's still a season and a half left for us to get through, so there's got to be a lot more to figure out and defeat, and the writers of this show are going to think of something way more original than that. I'm confident in that. But to be honest, I have no idea what that's going to be. I have no idea. I've had a lot of theories on this show, but that's one thing that I really don't know. I do think that they need to free the children's souls. I just don't know how they're going to do it. I know how they're not going to do it. I don't think they're going to stop the sacrifice. I don't think they're going to be able to go back in time via Julie and stop the sacrifice from happening. I don't believe that's possible. So what remains? Save the children's souls? How do you do that? Well, yeah, maybe lay their bones to rest somewhere. But again, that's too cliche. It's too trite. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. So we'll see. Maybe an answer will become a little clearer. Maybe it'll be easier to theorize about by the end of the season. I can only hope, because I honestly am at a loss as to how exactly they're going to do this. So that's that. That is episode 5. Had confirmation of a lot of theories. Let's go over to the chat one more time. Let's see. Jehovah Sin says, "From is the spider." Yeah, maybe From kind of symbolically represents a spider, the way it entraps people, if you mean that. Knickknack says, "That's funny. I'm from the West Coast too. Cali boy, born and raised." Nice. Nice. Karl, also born and raised in Cali. Benjamin, Spider-Man. Nick Next says, do you think the spiders surround the Lake of Tears? Could be. Yeah, I think they're going to be probably connected, connected to the water in that drawing Victor did. It's raining and then a spider is coming down. Yeah, I think they're probably connected. Diana says it's very reasonable if there is a door leading to a tunnel under Colony House. Oh, absolutely. Justin says the faraway tree that Victor took Julie was right next to Colony House and Victor was in the tunnels. It could be close. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Potentially, it could be. Let's see. Diana says Jade was tripping, but I do believe he had a vision. It wasn't just the drugs. Oh, absolutely. It wasn't just the drugs. It wasn't just some crazy hallucination. I believe all of it was legitimate and was trying to give him answers. And it confirmed that all those men from his visions are his past lives, too. Justin says, very smart and genius, Karl. Yes, he is. He really is, actually. He has very, very high IQ. Justin says, hell yeah, Julie. It's great when you talk yourself into answers. Thank you. I like when I just kind of talk my way through stuff on the live and I arrive at an opinion just by talking long enough. Diana says, this is terrifying, being buried alive. Yeah, it is. Even though we knew that Jade was going to be okay. It was just scary to look at, right? Diana wonders if the kids were buried alive also. Shit. Yeah, maybe they weren't fatally wounded, only partially wounded and buried alive. Hey, 2010 Rager, welcome. Tabitha needs a mushroom. Yeah, I think that could help, actually. Get some of her memories flowing. That was their buddy trip, Fromville style. That screenshot was very Brokeback from Karl. Yes, it was. Jade and Boyd. So Knick-Knack thinks that the tower needs to come down. They've got to bust through the ice on the Lake of Tears that will cause a flood and wipe out the tower. Okay. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe something like that. You never know, Diana says a lighthouse typically guides you home. Indeed. NSB says Jade didn't seem to get freaked out by the fact that he got murdered so many times. Yeah, he didn't freak out as much as you would think, right? It's a horrifying thing. And it's the idea that it could probably happen again. Hey, CT5V. I'm still confused on how there was 3 dolls, but the man, let's see, the man threw in 2. The man only threw in 2. Then when they came to life, we only saw 2, or I'm tripping out like Jade. No, there were 3. He threw in 3. So I have the screenshots here. He threw 3 in there. I think I have screenshots that show it. Let me see. So he's got 3 in his hand there. If you zoom in, there's a head right here where my cursor is. Then there's another one here, and then there's another head right back there. So there's 3. So he threw 3 in, and then on the lake, there are 3. 1, 2, 3. So there are 3. It was just hard to see. I had to try a few times to get decent screenshots to be able to see it. And then they came to life. When they came to life, there were 3. There was one that attacks Roger. There's another that attacks Patty and becomes Fire Mitts and shows up again at the end. And then there's a third one that attacks Donna. So I think those are our 3. Because there's a different female doll attacks Donna. I think that's how it shakes out. But I was having trouble too figuring out which doll was which because it's dark and it's very hard to see the different dolls and keep track of where they are and what they're doing. Knick-Knack thinks the tower is an optical cavity. The code of this place is created by entangled photons. The tower scans and reads the data. That is very technical, like Diana says. That is very technical. Interesting stuff, though. Okay, so I think I have pretty much caught up with everything that was happening in the chat. And yeah, Lucas, I think that would be great if Julie would story walk into more people's backstories. That would be cool. I wish we had more episodes so that there was time to show more of this stuff. Knick-Knack says, Ethan built a tower on the porch and the children knocked it down. Yeah, that's right. He did. Maybe that's foreshadowing that they need to knock down the tower. Interesting point. I like it. Like that idea. Kada? I don't know how to say that. I guess Kada. Welcome. Hey, Julie, just joining in now while getting ready for work. So I'm sorry if this was said already, but it looks like Jade was right after all. It's an escape room meant for him and Tabitha. Oh, I like it. Yeah, it kind of is like he was right after all. I always felt like, that kind of was true. It is basically like an escape room for him. Ever since we found out about the reincarnation, I thought, yeah, in a way, Jade wasn't wrong. This is an escape room meant for him. Also, Tabitha, in addition. Yeah, it's cool how that worked out. And yeah, nobody else has mentioned that. You are the first one who's brought that up. Love that. Love that connection. And welcome. I don't know if you're new to the channel or not, but welcome. Haven't seen you in the chat before. Please subscribe if you're not already. Trying to reach 3,000 subscribers by the end of season 4, and well on the way. And don't forget to like the stream if anyone hasn't. And thank you, Diana. We are all done now. I'm calling it a day too. CT5 says, oh, thanks, Jules. I was confused because I only seen 2 died. I was confused too, believe me. Yeah, I was confused earlier in the stream, but people have helped me try to figure out which doll was which. Only two, like, I think only 1 died, but there was the other one that Ellis just knocked over. And then the oven mitt hands lit on fire. Yeah, it got confusing to try to keep track. Oh, you are new here. Thank you and subscribed. Thank you so much for subscribing. Awesome. I'm covering From heavily and doing 2 live streams per week. The next live stream will be on Friday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. More like, well, probably 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be diving into theories and predictions, and I might have a content creator special guest, which we'll announce later when we know 100%. But well, I'll just come out and say it. We may have Geek Academy on if he's able to join. Hopefully he's able to join. It's difficult for him to join because it's morning when I stream, but we've been talking about collaborating for a while, and hopefully he'll be able to join us Friday night. And what else? I'll be releasing a few videos coming up. The episode 4 deep dive in the next few days, because that's late. So I would appreciate it if people would still give it a view, like it, hype the video. It's going to need all the help it can get because it's coming pretty late. And then I'll get to work on the episode 5 deep dive. And next week, I'm going to put out a theory video on the manifestation theory: nightmares, dreams, hopes, and fears manifesting into reality in this place, and the fact that it's a nightmare realm, in my opinion. Well, I just said fact, but it's really an opinion. The fact that it's my opinion. Anyway, But yeah, I think that it's a nightmare realm, so I'm gonna make a theory video discussing that next week. So keep an eye out for all those videos coming up. But first, it's gonna be the episode 4 deep dive, which I owe you guys. And then we'll go from there. And Saturday night, we'll do our watch party for a movie instead of From, since From isn't gonna be on this Saturday. I'll put a movie on instead. I'll figure out a movie that would be fun to watch, and we'll do a movie watch party Saturday night, and we'll resume our From watch parties when From picks up again, as always, every Saturday at midnight Eastern. You can join the Discord if you want to keep the conversation going, share theories in there, join our watch parties. That link is pinned at the top of the chat. It's also in the description of this video. And good night to Nick Knack. And yes, Lucas Geek Academy is great. Agreed. Been wanting to collaborate for a long time, and we're finally going to do that. Justin says you have to also add your monster mirror theory. Yes. Yeah, I haven't made a video on that yet, Justin. I have discussed it in videos, but not a dedicated video just for that. So I should do that. So yeah, great episode. We had confirmation of a few theories. The theory that all the men in Jade's visions are him in past lives, which I've had since season 3. And you know, so that was cool to have that confirmed. Let's see, the theory that this is a nightmare realm where people's nightmares can manifest into reality, that seems to be confirmed. Just I loved that. I absolutely loved that. And what was the other thing that was confirmed? I feel like there was something else, but I'm forgetting now. But anyway, the season is really bringing us answers like never before. You know, we've got a shape-shifting ancient evil entity as our big bad, the man in yellow entity, feeding on their suffering. You know, we saw Julie's story walked back to the massacre, and the evil entity feeds on the organs. So now we know where the organs probably go. The man in yellow eats them, or the monsters eat them in addition. You know, so we're getting answers. It's great to see. Finally, we were promised answers, and we're getting answers. And so, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I've got. Thank you guys so much for the awesome conversation, as always. Justin says, thank you, Julie. You are incredible. Hope you rest and have a great night, you and Karl. Thank you so much. Thank you, my friend. And you have a great night, too. And appreciate you guys, each and every one of you, including the replay gang, especially if you made it this far. You're amazing. If anyone listens to this entire replay. Yeah, so watch out for my next video, the episode 4 deep dive. Please still watch it and support it, even though it's late. I would really appreciate it. Please hype that one. It's going to need all the help it can get. And the next live, we'll see you Friday, probably 10:30 p.m. Eastern. So thank you again. Say goodnight, Karl.
Good night, Karl.
See you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like
She cracked severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the last of us, drafts in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
Don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't